Mark, 4 minutes until airtime for this football game broadcast. Your next time cue will come with 3 minutes until airtime on the Rice Sports Network. Mark, 3 minutes until airtime for this football game broadcast. Your next time cue will come with 2 minutes until airtime on the Rice Sports Network. Stations, if you encounter any technical issues related to this football game broadcast, please call our trouble hotline at 336-464-1806. Mark, 2 minutes until airtime for this football game broadcast. Your next time cue will come with 1 minute until airtime on the Rice Sports Network. Stations, we're coming up on 1 minute until airtime. 1 minute in 5, 4, 3, 2, mark. 1 minute stations, 1 minute until airtime for this football game broadcast. Studios, when you hear, please start your archive recording. Coming up on 30 seconds until airtime on my mark. Mark, 30 seconds. Your next and final time cue will be with 15 seconds until airtime. Coming up on 15 seconds until airtime. Mark, 15 seconds, stations. Have fun.
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Rice Sports Network. On the Rice Sports Network from Learfield.
Snap green, hand to Myers, right guard, he gets in! Touchdown, Rice Owls! Constantine looks left, throws left on the slant, caught by Patterson, the three, spins in the end zone! Touchdown! Touchdown, Rice Owls!
This is Owls football, brought to you by Houston Methodist, leading medicine. IBEW Local 716, lighting up Rice University in Houston for over 100 years. By Carbach Brewing Company. Carbach, it's crafted for fun. And by Little Woodrose. Little Woodrose is your local Texas watering hole.
Play action, Broussard, looking over the middle, thrown towards the end zone, touchdown, Rice Owls! Yes, sir, thank you very much.
This is the Houston Methodist Hospital pregame show. Now, live from the Little Woodrose broadcast booth, Here's the voice of the Owls, J.V. Heath.
It is a salute to service day here at historic Rice Stadium. The Rice Owls open their final season of CUSA play today against the UAB Blazers. Stay tuned here on the Houston Methodist pregame show. Nate Griffin joins me to start breaking this one down, and we hear his interview with Shane Baker, along with some scores across the country, and then my talk with Dunleavy family head football coach Mike Bloomgren. Rice and UAB, who's the bully? We'll talk about it more coming up next. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Build it, price it, own it. Shoppers and John Deere makes it as easy as 1, 2, 3 to get the John Deere tractor of your dreams. Number 1, go to shoppers at sfstractor.com. Select the John Deere tractor you want, add the attachments you need. Number 2, select your terms, see the price along with monthly payments, and apply for financing. Number 3, buy your John Deere tractor from Shoppers, and Shoppers will deliver it for free. Shoppers makes it that easy to purchase your John Deere tractor. Build it, price it, own it. Only at Shoppers. All things John Deere.
No one wants to fight the traffic to and from the stadium or arena. You don't have to when you go Win. Win Transportation. Enjoy the game, not fight the traffic. 5 people or 5,000. Win offers customizable group transportation with a wide range of motor coaches, minibuses, and vans, giving your trip an extra special touch. So when it's game time, remember, all you need is Win. Book at GoWin.com. GOWYNNE.com.
With MyFit Foods, meal planning isn't hard. We've got options on options for ready-to-eat meals. It's no secret why MyFit Foods is the best choice for meal prep. We have the best products, price point, and people dedicated to serving you. Stop by our store, only a mile down the road from Rice University, and fuel your body the Rice way today. MyFit Foods. Give a fit.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Got the Rice Owls warming up a largely shadowed Rice Stadium turf right now. Owls in their blue jerseys. They have the nice silver helmets and the nation's logo on the state of Texas with that Rice Old English R insignia. UAB has the non-broadcaster friendly gold numerals on the white jerseys, but I will refrain from shaking my fist at a cloud because there's no clouds in sight, Nate Griffin. See what I did there with that segue. What a beautiful day for some football. Can't wait for this one.
It's an excellent day, and I'm feeling real good about this Rice Owls football team, despite the fact that they put up a loss against the University of Houston. But this is a good football team. They're physical. You talked about who's going to be the bully today. I think I know.
Well, it's funny you say that. We don't plan these things out, but understand that the Birmingham folks took exception to that. Not the Blazers per se, but the Blazers did put up Mike Bloomgren's quote from the post game last year after the Owls beat and shocked the first place Blazers 30-24. I took it as a compliment to the UAB folks, but the Blazer fans at least did not think so as much.
I tell you what, when you have a team that goes to UAB and beats them, you know, it's kind of like it's unexpected. And here's what they put in their press release, the media notes that were, disseminated to us. We got Wednesday. They said it was an unexpected loss. Ha! So I'm like, okay. So, that should upset you guys a little bit. I'm talking about Rice. It should upset the Rice Owls a little bit more when they say unexpected loss. In other words, UAB was supposed to win that game. Hey, anytime a team is coming to your stadium, they're visiting, they are looking to win. It's not unexpected. You got to be ready to play them. And the Rice Owls were ready to play them last year? No. So if you want to talk about, a little bit of insult, let's start with unexpected loss in the press notes. Okay, we can start there.
And just like Mike Bloomgren said during the week, that no quote put up in the UAB locker room is going to decide things. Neither will anything that comes in the media notes.
Correct.
But, interim head coach Brian Benson for these UAB Blazers. We'll talk more of them throughout the day. But the main thing about the Owls, they've got their quarterback, number 7, TJ McMahon. His 4th straight start today. He has been blowing and going here. He has really improved each game, hasn't he?
He really has. And you know the thing I like about him that I saw against U of H, he had a double A gap blitz in his face, and they were running. I think he was actually running out to his right. When you see this guy turn his back to the defense, look up and recognize the double A blitz that's already there, able to get rid of the ball, then turn it over. That's what I call impressive, and that is also called field awareness. You have to be very, very aware. Not only that, though, he can throw the ball. He knows how to get it around to different guys and knows when to hand it off, and he can read a defense. So just last week, just one of those situations, but I think this week it'll be a whole lot better. He learned from what happened last week.
And how about your pregame interview this week?
Pregame interviews with a guy who is going to be blocking for him as well as snapping the ball to him. Shea Baker, that's his comfortable position. This guy was good against University of Houston. They're looking to be even better against UAB today.
Yeah, we're growing together as a unit. We love each other. We play for each other. And every week we just have to keep focusing on those little things that get us, especially the UH game last week. We don't want to be looking back at the UAB game and having that same feeling in our mouth.
You guys are not individuals. You work as a single unit. So I'm going to ask you, USC, and you have the 2 games, the Louisiana teams, and then you have University of Houston. What have you guys learned as a group about yourselves?
We've learned that we really have to be dependent on each other, more so, because in those critical moments, they say that you fall to the level you're training, right? And in a unit of 5, the weakest link will fail the team, will fail the unit, and so really just learn to pick each other up, and positive self-talk, positive group talk, and keep telling each other that you can do it, we can do it, and to work harder.
But you guys played a good game against University of Houston, even in a loss. What was the most disappointing thing to you?
We were prepared to win, and we didn't. We had multiple opportunities to win, and we didn't. However many minutes we had, that second to last drive, with the unfortunate fumble that they called for a touchdown. And, that put Houston in the lead. Our defense got another stop, and we had a second chance, 24 seconds, and got the Hail Mary, got 1 extra second, 1 extra play, and we still didn't get it done. So I think being prepared to win and having those opportunities to win, we just have to capitalize.
All right, let's flip it. What was the best thing about that game?
The best thing about that game is that we didn't give up. We kept going to the last second to, the clock hit 0. So even though we didn't capitalize on those opportunities and win the game, we were fighting and doing our best to.
All right, well, let's talk about the game today versus UAB. Tell me at least 1 or 2 keys to winning this game today.
Focus on the little things, especially in those critical moments, and then just straining through the whistle. I think we have to strain just that extra inch to get those holes open, get the backs through, have our guys make their plays.
Very good. All right, very good. He is Shea Baker, and I am Nate Griffin. He's been a blast, and you're listening to Rice Football on Learfield.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you prevent wildfires.
Dude, I've got this. I've been camping since I was 5 years old.
But I am a camping influencer.
You know what? I'll bet you $5. Assistant Smokey, what is the best way to put out a campfire?
To put out a campfire, drown with water, stir, drown again. Then make sure the fire is out cold by feeling with the back of your hand.
Wait, really?
I'll take the $5.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
It's time for today's STEM tip. Okay, recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your... Oh, hold on. Just got a video of my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
What I would like to tell you is that we have some DoubleTree by Hilton Medical Center scores. They will have a few of the top 25 in just a bit. But how about around Conference USA? North Texas leading the Owls' next opponent, FAU, 42-28, nearing that middle point of the fourth quarter. UTEP leading at Charlotte 10-7. They had some remnants of Hurricane Ian when it whipped back around the Atlantic coast, but everything looks to be dry there in Charlotte, and they got that game underway. Western Kentucky going to taking on an old conference foe, but out of the CUSA ranks, they're taking on the Troy Trojans, and that is a 6-0 Western Kentucky lead, just getting started. FIU making that long trip over to Las Cruces, taking on New Mexico State tonight. And UTSA last night beat Middle Tennessee 45-30. That final score a little deceiving. That was a little closer than that going to the final minute or so. And last night, Tulane beat Houston 27-24 in overtime. And that's all I have for now. Hey, what you got?
I got something that you want to know. Alabama right now leading Arkansas 49-26 in the fourth, 4:51 remaining. Mississippi State leading Texas A&M 35-17, 4:45 remaining in that game. Michigan over Iowa today 27-14. Right now, Ole Miss defeated Kentucky 22-19. Ole Miss is 5-0. That's exactly what they are. TCU all over Oklahoma today. You should be saying, they were ranked number 18, 55-24.
And it wasn't even that close.
It wasn't even
That was
close.
a rout.
And look at this, man. Oklahoma State, that's a good team, though. They beat Baylor 36-25. That was a heck of a game there.
And you got the State School in Austin hosting West Virginia later on tonight. Was that it?
Later.
I know I kind of jumped
for
in
now.
on you there.
For now.
All right, that's it for now. We'll be back more here of our Houston Methodist Hospital pregame. My chat with Dunleavy Family Head Football Coach Mike Bloomgren coming up next. It's Rice Football from Learfield.
We interrupt your top 40 hits to issue this alert from the Karbach Brewing Company. In our efforts to brew our distinct and popular Hopadillo IPA, we have unwittingly created a monster with an insatiable thirst, a monster that will not stop until it gets what it wants, an ice-cold Hopadillo IPA, just like the one I'm holding in my hand. Bold, flavorful, dry-hopped, irresistible. Go, sweet Mary! Hopadillo. Find it before it finds you. Bravely brewed in Texas by the Karbach Brewing Company.
Hey, Oscar, wake up. Hi, this is Otis and Oscar, the talking spokes oysters for Acme Oyster House. You've probably seen us on TV. My friend Oscar is, sleeping. You know, we oysters like our pets. Anyway, drop by tonight for a dozen raw, a dozen char grilled, a seafood platter or po' boy, and maybe a few laughs. Come Acme, bro. Not you. Acme Oyster House. Life's more fun with seafood.
Join us each Monday of a game week for the Mike Bloomgren Show from Acme Oyster House. It's at 1201 Westheimer. It's aired live at 7 o'clock on the Varsity Network app, RiceOwls.com, and the Owls Game Day app. Coach and I will recap each game and preview the Owls' next opponent. Players and assistant coaches also join us throughout the season. And get this, it's also streamed live on the Owls Facebook and YouTube channels. The Mike Bloomgren Show, 7 o'clock every Monday of a game week at Acme Oyster House.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Kickoff is moments away, which means it's time for a visit with Rice head football coach Mike Bloomgren. Brought to you by Yingling Flight. Raise the bar with the next generation of light beer. Now, alongside the coach, here's J.P. Heath.
Dunleavy family head football coach for Rice Owls, Mike Bloomgren. This chat, as always, brought to you by Yingling Flight, the next generation of light beer. We'll preview Coach Vincent and his Blazers, the CUSA opener, in a second. But how was the week of practice, Coach? How'd the guys look after that last one?
Yeah, it was a really good week. It was a really good week. I think we attacked things largely like we have all year. Really good Wednesday practice. Really kind of put everything together there, and then the mental stuff came together on Thursday the way you want it to. And ended with a good Fast Friday yesterday, and everything's been great at the hotel. So just like I guess every other game this year, I'm super excited for this one.
TJ McMahon making his fourth straight start, keeps getting better and better. Is it just the reps that he keeps improving? What's he doing that keeps going up and up? Through for 334 last week?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of the reps and the confidence, and just anytime you've lived this concept in a game and had success on this, and then you get the same look. So I guess at the end of the day, that is reps. But I think with the reps comes the confidence, and I think we're seeing TJ play at a very high level right now, and need him to eliminate the turnovers from his game, and then we'll be talking about some rare air. So that's what we're hoping for today.
On the other side of the ball, I talked to Chris Conti during the week. He led you with 11 tackles against Houston, but he said he's getting used to your scheme and getting used to things. What's he done? We haven't talked much about him, but how has he fit in there on the defense?
Yeah, 11 tackles, right? Like, just affected the game tremendously. Really playing between the tackles extremely well, but also the thing that doesn't get on the stat sheet is how he's playing in the pass game and how he's covering these backs out of the backfield and just doing a super job. So I'm really proud of Chris. I think he's stepped right in there. He is a week better in the scheme. That's the good news, right? And playing beside Myron Morrison, and certainly anytime Aiden Ciano steps on the field, we got confidence in him as well. So it's a good group in that room right now, but excited for Chris to continue to take another step forward.
UAB interim head coach Bryant Vincent, how has that changed any look, the more film you look at, or is UAB, run the ball, play good defense? What have you seen, if anything, different, or is much the same?
Much is the same. There hasn't been as many play action shots, but if you listen to Coach Vincent talk during the week, he talked about their first game was a blowout so quickly against Alabama State. The second game was played in a driving rainstorm. And so it sounds like they just haven't had those opportunities. I think largely this is the same UAB offense. From what everybody says, he's still calling it and still designing it. So I don't expect it to be very different from what we've seen in years past, which is going to be pound the rock, and take some shots. So we've got to do a great job keeping those receivers in front of us and then really taking away those lanes in the outside zone scheme they run. The more penetration we can get with our D-line, the better off we're going to be.
Looking at the numbers, they outscored their opposition 42-0 in the first quarter. Some of that could be the schedule, of course, but Captain Obvious here, but how big is a big start in limiting them from a big start too?
Yeah, I think we're at our best, as everybody is, when you start fast. And that's something we've certainly talked about is don't wait. Don't wait. We're going to be focused from the opening kickoff. We're going to be physical from the opening kickoff, and we're going to make a difference to affect the game from the opening kickoff. So there is certainly that mantra of let's start fast.
Brown and McBride for them, great combo of backs, different kind of style, and how do you stop them?
They're both dynamic. They run through things. They have speed to finish. And so the biggest thing you can do, the best thing you can do is not let them get started.
Finally, Coach, some keys to this salute to service game here.
Yeah, I think the big thing for us is going to be about the ball. Like, can we take this ball away from them? They've had games where they had 4 turnovers, 4 fumbles, actually. Can we continue to do that and keep our turnover streak of taking that thing away alive? And then can we protect the ball? That's going to be a big deal, as we know. Defensively, we've got to stop the run and not let the ball go over our head just like normal. And offensively, we've got to be physical. We've got to protect when called on to protect. We got to move the line of scrimmage when it's in the run game. And then we got to be explosive when we get those opportunities.
Thank you, Coach. Get that done.
Thanks, bud.
Dunleavy family head football coach for Rice Owls, Mike Bloomgren. That chat, as always, brought to you by Yingling Flight, the next generation of light beer. Rice and UAB. Stay with us. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Rice fans need a place to stay while watching your Owls play ball? Located just steps from campus is the Hilton Houston Medical Center. Visit us today at houstonplaza.hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special Rice discount. Again, that's houstonplaza.hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special Rice discount now.
Build it, price it, own it. Go online and see Shop Us in John Deere's new way to get a John Deere tractor just the way you want it. Google Shop Us John Deere and let your John Deere tractor story begin. Build the tractor you want with the attachments you need to get your work done. Price it, no hidden costs, and financing options available for any budget. Own it, and Shop Us will deliver your John Deere tractor. Build it, price it, own it. It's Shop Us' new way to get the John Deere tractor you want your way. Shop Us, all things John Deere.
Howdy Homemade Ice Cream is here. Howdy is an ice cream shop in Katy, Texas that makes ice cream in-house and has a unique mission to employ individuals that are differently abled. Stop by and enjoy some ice cream. With every scoop you buy, you help support employment for special needs. Coming to Rice Athletics venues in the fall.
Your one stop for all college sports is the Varsity app and the brand new Varsity Network website, thevarsitynetwork.com. Keep up with your favorite teams and the rest of college sports, no matter where you are, with thevarsitynetwork.com. Live and on-demand broadcasts, your favorite college-centric podcasts with stories and video around college sports and your favorite teams. Be sure to download the Varsity app and check out the brand new Varsity Network website, thevarsitynetwork.com.
Looking at our Houston Methodist injury report, Rice and UAB about to get cranked up here in just a second. The big one is that John Long will not be starting at right guard. Isaac Klarkowski will be the Owls' right guard. Talking to Shea Baker, who will start at center. He and Klarkowski have not played a lot of time next to each other, but Klarkowski starting in place of Long at that right guard. Cedric Patterson still out of the Rice Owls receiving core. Still haven't seen him yet this year. And good to see that Isaiah Esdale is back. Turns 25 years young this month. He turned an ankle against the Cougars, but he will be okay to go. And on the Owls front, they also got good news on the defensive line. It's feared Trey Schumann might miss this game, but he's going to suit up and he's able to go. And looks like KK Orji is back on the Owls. Anything that puts an extra body out there to stop McBride and Brown for the Blazers.
Yeah, I think so. And I think today, though, JP, when you start talking about trying to stop those two guys, especially when you talk about McBride, who has actually rushed for over 200 yards in the first two games, you want to get a hat on the ball.
Yeah, each game. Yeah.
Each game. And you want to get a hat on the ball. And that's what we saw Liberty do. And I was, I watched the game. I watched the video. I watched the film. I've been watching all week. How did they do it? And so you have to be willing to sacrifice your body. So you're going to have a lot of that today. I think you're going to have a lot of guys sacrificing their bodies today, this defense. But the Rice defense, as we saw last week, they're salty. U of H against Tulane, they had 3 guys who were out. So that just tells you just how I guess how physical that game was last week.
Rice and UAB coming up next. 3 of the Owls' 4 wins in this series come by a combined 9 points. Stay tuned coming up next. Owls and the Blazers here in our Salute to Service game. This is Rice football from Learfield.
What do you do when you need safe, reliable team transportation? You go Win. Win Transportation is one of the largest group transportation providers in Texas, a leader in charters, shuttles, and special events of all sizes. 5 people or 5,000. Win offers customizable team transportation with a wide range of motor coaches, minibuses, and vans. So, for safe, reliable team transportation, do like the Owls and go Win. Book at GoWin.com. GOWYNNE.com.
Have no post-game plans? You do now. Head down the street to Little Woodrow's in Rice Village and relax over indoor and outdoor games, sports, and drink specials that a college student can't refuse. All you have to do is bring your student ID to enjoy $2.50 domestic drafts. Also, don't miss out on our Thursday college nights as we've got $2 domestic drafts and $3 shot specials. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram to stay up to date on all of our upcoming events and specials. Little Woodrow's, the official Rice Owls game day headquarters.
Hey y'all, this is Michael Felder, co-host of College Sports Now. We're breaking down all the action from around the country every week during the football season. We'll look beyond the box score and keep our finger on the pulse of college football from September all the way through the national championship game in January. Listen all season long on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you love to get your favorite podcast. And be sure to follow along on Twitter at CSNowTweets.
Hey, It's JP here to tell you that, yes, there's more Rice Owls content out there for you to consume. Subscribe and download the official podcast of Rice Athletics, Rice Owls Insider. Rice Owls Insider provides a unique new look at a variety of head coaches, players, and other integral voices inside the Rice Athletics department. Plus, you can find archived coaches shows as well. For the best in Rice Owls content, subscribe to Rice Owls Insider, the official podcast of Rice Athletics. Available on Apple, Stitcher, and Spotify.
Zero, nada, zilch. No moral victories around the Patterson Center this week after the Owls' tight loss across town. Dunleavy family head football coach Mike Bloomgren is seeing growth, though.
I loved our mindset. I loved our approach. And, I loved how we attacked the game. We were fearless. We went in there and we did so many of the things I thought we were capable of, and we came up just short. But the best parts to me are the growth year over year, the fight that we show. We break it down on Rice Fight Never Dies. I thought we exemplified that.
Sixth-year senior and co-captain Shea Baker says his guys aren't sulking. It's about moving forward.
A loss is a loss, and that doesn't sit right with us. So we're focused on getting better, fixing our own mistakes, improving, and becoming the best players that we can be every day.
The UAB Blazers come to South Main today with revenge on their minds after the Owls dealt them, in the words out of Birmingham, an unexpected loss last season. Blue and gray linebacker Myron Morrison is ready.
We're going into the conference with a chip on our shoulder. Definitely want to capitalize on every opportunity we get to achieve our goal of the conference championship.
And Coach was asked this week about the reports that UAB has his post-game quote from last season about them being the bullies in the conference up in their locker room.
So they can put up whatever quotes they want. They've got to come down here to Houston. They've got to play these guys. These guys are a physical football team. It prepares incredibly well. And I have no doubt it's going to be a physical football game. But I don't think any words in the locker room are going to win or lose this game.
The Owls and Blazers open their last season of CUSA play, and that is next.
On the Rice Sports Network from Learfield, welcome to live play-by-play coverage of Owls football.
Active pass is Constantine looking deep down the left side. In stride Patterson catches 25, cuts at the 10, just like that. Touchdown, Rice Owls.
Owls football is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 716, lighting up Rice University and Houston for over 100 years. Carbach Brewing Company. Carbach, it's crafted for fun. And by The Parking Spot. The Parking Spot. We have airport parking covered.
McCaffrey back at quarterback. Snap, fake, roll out to the short side, right, walk the dog into the end zone, touchdown, Rice Owls. Green takes the snap, fakes to Myers, nothing there to right, goes over the middle, caught, it's caught, touchdown, Rice Owls.
Now, let's head inside the stadium alongside Nate Griffin. Here's the voice of the Owls, J.P. Heath.
Rice and UAB open their final season in Conference USA here tonight. The Owls are 2-2. UAB is 2-1, and they come in after an off week under the direction of interim head coach Brian Vincent. From the Frankie Hicks radio booth, joined by Nate Griffin, Jason Metko, and Walter Donaldson. Bob Schlanger on the stat board, of course, and great to have Michael Kidd back as our spotter. Ashley Gentry keeps us on air back in the network controls. Last season, the Owls knocked off UAB 30-24 at Protective Stadium. It was their first loss at home to a conference team since rebooting football in 2017. So UAB extra motivated, so much so that they reportedly had Coach Bloomgren's bully quote from last season hung up in their locker room. This will be a physical one, Nate. I can't wait. Your Adidas earn your stripe key to a Rice Owls victory.
Right. Number one, stop Dwayne McBride, number 22. You got to be able to get a hold of him. He's rushed for 200 yards in the first couple of games, but he turned the ball over a lot against Liberty. So I'm curious to see how this Rice Owls defense is going to respond to him. Number two, they cannot allow the passing game of UAB to take over should they decide to go to the passing game. Hadn't really been dominant this season, but that's going to be a big key in today's game. And let me add a third one. I think TJ McMahon learned a lot last week against U of H. He needs to come out, get started quickly.
UAB has won the toss. They deferred, so the Owls will have the football to start. They had the captains Trey Schumann, Shea Baker, Josh Piercy, and George Nyaqual out there. Let's take a quick check down on the Rice Owls sideline. Jason Metko, this salute to service game. The Owls have some nice headgear, and you, sir, here have earned a great night here at the office. How is it down there?
It is remarkable. 20 degrees cooler than it was this time last week at U of H when we were in the sunshine. The shade is out. The crowd is out. This team is fired up. Might we have another close one here tonight, gentlemen? 3 of Rice's 4 wins in this series have come in the end of each game. 44 seconds in 2010, 3.5 seconds left in 2006, and the last play of the game, which was in overtime of 2013. I know this sideline's going to be rocking. Should be a good one, fellas. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Jason Metko. Juma Ottaviano lined up on the wrong end of the field, so he gets burned some extra calories. He'll go to the other end, and the Owls will be moving from right to left. Juma actually had his first career kickoff return go for 50 yards last season at UAB. They got them started. The Owls won 30-24 at UAB when UAB was first place in the conference. And Ottaviano will be back deep at around his 3-yard line. The officials, referee Kevin Vignair and company, about to get this one started here. Beautiful Rice Stadium here, crystal clear, blue skies. And as Jason mentioned, a good crowd turned out here today. The Owls in their all blues, blue jerseys, blue pants, and they've got those silver helmets with that state of Texas logo and that R insignia, but with the nation's flag on top of there. As UAB has its all white with the gold numerals and green trim. They've got the white headgear. Kicking it off for the UAB Blazers will be the young man named Reese Burkhardt from Andalusia, Alabama. Underway, a high kick sputtering to the right of Ottaviano. Looks over his right shoulder as that one goes out of bounds, back of the end zone. And the Owls will bring it out. Another direction of T.J. McMahon, 6 foot 197, junior from Anaheim, and Cerritos College out west. 4th straight start today. Had a career high in completions, attempts, and yards last week. Threw for 334 across town. Clay Servin, his left guard. Right guard, Ethan Onyanwa. Getting the start at right guard is Isaac Clarkowski. Shea Baker at center. Trey Filippi, his 2nd straight start at left guard. And the Owls receivers look to have Rosner, Esdale, and McCaffrey, and Broussard is the running back to the left as the Owls start up in an empty set. 5 wide. Now he comes down in the backfield. Broussard to the left of McMahon. Hands out in front. Takes the snap. Gives to Broussard. Churning right tackle. He cuts his way upfield in between the hashes. And he breaks the 30-yard line for about 5 yards on that first play. 2nd down and 5. The Owls tight end Jack Bradley also. Fish McWilliams brought down Broussard. The UAB defense coming up in just a second.
I like what I saw from the Rice Owls, getting out to a nice 5-yard carry. Got to do it against a defense, probably one of the biggest defensive lines the Rice Owls has faced this season.
Broussard the back, 11 personnel, 1 back, and 1 tight end means 3 wide receivers. 2nd and 5, their own 30. Back to pass McMahon. Hums a spiral to the left, waiting at the 39, and hailing that football in the stomach of McCaffrey. He squats down, and he is stopped at the 39 for a first down upfield of 9 yards. That starting lineup for the UAB Blazers, their coordinator, longtime guy David Reeves. The jack end is Kelly Sanders from Independence JC. The right other defensive end on the Sam side is Michael Fairbanks from Powder Springs, Georgia. Fish McWilliams, big fella on the nose. Isaiah Forte from Montgomery is the other tackle. Wilder, the reigning Conference USA Defensive Player of the Week, the middle linebacker. Back to pass McMahon again. He hums a deep out, right side, caught at the 40. It's Rosner, sheds a tackle, and then the corner holding on to a piece of his jersey. That's the safety Cash, who gets drugged a good 2 or 3 extra yards downfield to the 32-yard line, 29 yards on the pitch and catch for the Rice Owls.
Again, the Rice Owls wanted to get out quickly. You see TJ getting very comfortable. They're getting good blocking up front against that strong defensive line of UAB, and TJ able to get it out to his receiver, Rosner, on the opposite side of the field. Nice job.
Rosner last week, crosstown at the Cougars, 5 grabs, 123 yards, his 6th career 100-yard game. And the rest of the UAB starters in a defense, standard in a second. Jerry Johnson blocking back there for Broussard. The handoff went to Ari, and he got spun around and then drugged down by the shoulder pads at the line of scrimmage, the 32. The tackle for Isaiah Forte, no gain. Rest of that starting lineup for the defense of UAB. Their secondary, the number 2 team in the nation in pass efficiency defense. They got Mac Williams and Starling Thomas, the corners, Cash and Key, the safeties. The star safety is Keandre Swopes from Hartsville, Alabama. Wilder, who I mentioned already from Bessemer, 6'2", 240, 6th in the nation in tackles, and Tyler Taylor is the other linebacker. 2nd and 10, no score. Owls first possession, 12:48 to go. Play action right, roll out to the left, throwing on a hop is McMahon. It's high at the 22, incomplete. Trying to go to the tight end, Bowden Grun, and it'll be a 3rd down and long, 3rd down and 10 for the Owls. On the season, 26 in the nation at 48% on their 3rd down efficiency.
Yeah, I like that rollout that time. A little bit of a bootleg action there to try to throw the defense, but they weren't fooled that time. But I like what I'm seeing. It's good play calling at the very start of the game.
Got to wonder here, is this 4-down territory as the Owls are right on the outside of Christian Van Sickle's field goal range. 3rd and 10, the 32-yard line. And they've got the shotgun McMahon. They put McCaffrey to the left side alongside Rosner and Esdale. Wide side of the field is to the left. 3rd and 10 to 32. Back to pass McMahon. Looking. Moves out of the phone booth. Dashing up the middle. Takes a cut at the 29-yard line. Dashes left to 25 and picks up the first down. And he got just enough, and maybe an extra yard or so. Out of bounds at the 20 as Jalen Key, junior from Tallahassee, gave him that escort. Went for 9 yards. Checked that 12 yards downfield, and the Owls have a first down at the UAB 20.
And that's the thing that you have to be able to do against UAB, a good tackling team. They can stop the run, but when you have a quarterback that can run like TJ, that's what you get. That's exactly what you see, and that's what you get. Liberty did the same thing.
Good block by McCaffrey, springing him up for those extra few feet. No score, just getting underway here. Rice hosting UAB in the conference opener. Hand to Broussard, left side, spins his way back up the middle, and Tyler Taylor meets him there. The LSU transfer teams up with his buddy Wilder to stymie him at the line of scrimmage. So no gain, 2nd down and 10. Ari Broussard has been a great back inside the red zone, but he's only averaged, 2.7 yards per carry, but he's almost at his home there. Get him in the red zone.
Have to be able to open up the holes for one Ari Broussard. Now, he's very good between the tackles. If the big guys can get it done up front, if you got Clarkowski starting today at the right guard position, Shea Baker in his normal center position, they normally get good leverage against a good defensive line.
Grun, the tight end right. You got McCaffrey in motion. 2nd and 10 to 20. 3.5 minutes in, the scoreless. McMahon back to pass. Heaves it left side, looking to Rosner in double coverage. Incomplete on the sideline in the end zone, but there is a flag that is resting just below the R in that blue red zone, that blue end zone. Starling Thomas there was the guy in coverage.
I think that's going to be pass interference against the defense. Let's see what they call here. That flag, though, kind of suspect.
Pass interference, number 4, defense.
Go.
15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic. First down.
Kevin Vignair on that call. Umpire Chad Craig in this one. Stephen Henley, the headlinesman. Line judge Jordan Whittington. Clarence Cotton, the field judge. Side judge Adrian Carson. Byron Adams, the back judge. Center judge is Josh Larson here. Owls get maybe a break perhaps on that contact.
Well, the one thing you cannot do, you can't impede the progress of the wide receiver. That's what we saw the defensive back doing.
1st and goal at the 5. Broussard the back to the right of McMahon. Rosner single coverage on the outside to the left. No score. 11:22. Clock stop first quarter. End zone to our left. Snap and a handoff Broussard, and he runs it left guard. And he gets bear hugged from behind. He got a yard down to the 4. Might give him the 3. So 2nd down and goal around the 3 as Kelly Sanders from Lacey, Washington, the first one to hit him there. 2nd down and goal. 4 minutes in. This is a defense that 2 weeks ago, they played Georgia Southern. They had 3 interceptions. They allowed 214 rushing yards. They've been vulnerable against the run.
Well, the one thing about this Rice Owls offensive line, and we'll talk more about that once they score this touchdown here.
I love the optimism. 2nd goal at the 3. Bradley and Grun, the 2 tight ends as McCaffrey goes in motion. Broussard, the back 8 to snap it. Comes to the knees, rolling to the right. Throwing is McMahon. Throws towards the 2. It's caught by McCaffrey, but he is stuck by Thomas and thrown out of bounds right at the 2. So he got a yard. So it's now 3rd down and goal at the 2.
You talk about the offensive line, and you heard Shea Baker in the pregame. Talk about how much he loves his brothers. He's talking about that offensive line that works as one cohesive unit. They have been really good this season in terms of being able to get leverage. They're bigger, they're stronger, and that's why you're seeing them be able to work up and down the field a little bit better against these strong defensive lines.
Going to the jumbo package, 5 Pepe coming in there. This 10th play of the drive coming up. Jerry Johnson will be blocking for Broussard in the backfield. No receivers in the set. They put Pepe, the big 360-pounder, in motion. Hand to Broussard. He's been automatic in the red zone this year, but he is stymied here inside the 1. Owls have a big decision coming up yet. I think I know what they're going to do. Probably go for it as Tyler Taylor there to prevent 6. Owls do not show any indication of settling for a field goal. They want the touchdown here. 4th and goal coming up.
Yeah, you got to punch that in. You see Micah Barnett coming in. There's the fullback, and you know what's coming.
And the big fella Pepe, inverted bone in the backfield. Broussard back there. McMahon turning back that swaying sweat towel behind his white number 7 on his blue jersey. 4th and goal at the 1. Scoreless. Owls looking to break the seal first. Handoff right side, jumping into the end zone. The ball might have popped loose. UAB saying that they have it. We have no signals for a touchdown just yet. But the ball did travel into the end zone one way or another. But the arms are raised. They say they scored. Ari Broussard, automatic in the red zone. His 7th touchdown of the season. He leaps in from a yard out, and Rice has the early 6-0 lead.
And that's good for Ari Broussard's confidence. Good that they were able to call that touchdown. I guess right up on contact and being able to cross the line, you get the touchdown call from the refs. Good call by the refs. Good run by Ari.
Yeah, we get a look at it. The ball did come out, but
he was already down.
It was just barely across there. UAB is going to look at this one. That was not clear evidence, but luckily it was called a touchdown on the first call. Michael Fairbanks right there to swat it away. Right when I was watching the UAB Blazers players as they looked up at the big screen to see that one. Yeah, this isn't automatic, unfortunately. They'll probably take a look at it. Here's Kevin Vickery. At least we think so.
I think they're going to say on first contact he was over. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, all that matters is breaking that plane. It goes up in the air and around the world in infinity.
Did that last week against University of Houston, same kind of play, if you will.
So the officials are discussing this, and we're not sure. We don't see the green vest guy coming out for a replay situation, but Kevin Vickery is he's got the white hat. He's standing around the 7-yard line now. Another one of his zebra buddies coming up to chat. Keeping us in suspense, Nathaniel.
They really are, and this is a long time, long suspenseful wait, if you will. I think it's going to go Rice's way. I feel pretty confident in that. He broke the plane based on what I saw, but let's see what they say.
We think the mic's working.
Well, the mic's working.
Not making
They're
a call
taking
yet.
Good look at this thing. They have to be right, JP. They can't get wrong.
Okay. Jason Metko, what have you seen down there on the field?
The instant replay guy, the guy in the green, wasn't moving. You can probably hear the UAB fans not too pleased with the call. He gave a thumbs up to the referee, and it's a touchdown, fellas.
Said we're good. Yes, indeed. So Broussard, Mr. Automatic in the red zone, gets the score.
The play has been reviewed, and replay has determined that the ball, with the player in control, broke the goal line plane before it came loose.
I do believe
for a touchdown.
So interim coach Bryant Vincent wants the guys to look at this.
He just had to break the plane. That was all that was necessary. And from first look, it looked like he had control of the football after he broke the plane. Now, he wasn't really that far into the end zone, but again, all you really have to do is break the plane.
Well, Kevin Vickery spoke in the present tense there. He said it is being reviewed.
Right.
But we had confirmation that it looked like it had already been reviewed. So it looks like they will actually officially review it.
The ruling on the field of a touchdown is being reviewed.
So why did we take that long to go to look at it? Anyway, now they will take a gander at that. Rice 6, UAB nothing. For now, what's at stake is UAB either getting the football, that would be a touchback too. They get it back at the 20-yard line, or a Rice touchdown, early 6-0 lead in this one.
Well, I feel confident that this is going to be a touchdown. Now, here's the only thing. If they go back, they look at it, they say, well, okay, he barely broke the plane. It still should be a touchdown, but it has to be conclusive that Ari did break the plane.
Yeah. And I guess you're right. I should have been myself. They could have it at the 1 if they say it was knocked out before that, because we saw a few different Blazers around that. Goodness gracious, starting, we knew this one would be a chippy, emotional one already, and it started just like that as the Owls plunged in from a yard out. It would be an 11-play, 75-yard drive. Took up almost 6 minutes, but The Owls leading the Blazers, at least for now.
Well, the mindset of Ari, after slightly, regardless of whether you slightly break it or you break it, the mindset of Ari was, I need to get in here, but he obviously got hit. You take the hit, and then he tries to get back in there. He goes down. Elbow was down on the ground. He was able to recover the football. Actually, he did recover the football, but he was actually down on the ground. Elbow touches the ground. So the ball is dead at that point. So it's not a turnover. So I'm thinking that he at least, at minimum, did break the plane. Let's see what they find out once they do the review. And hopefully the camera is going to be clear enough and show. The camera view is going to be clear enough to show that he did break the plane.
Well, this worked against the Owls last week on that disputed fumble recovery that they ruled in favor of the Cougars across town, and now we have Kevin
Griffin was
Vickery.
able to get another angle, camera angle. After further review, the ruling of a touchdown stands.
Hey, took the words out of my mouth. They didn't have the angle. We always talk about this in the non-TV broadcast. You have these web stream or these app broadcasts. You don't have the extra cameras. At the UTEP game, when we have the CBS Sports crew in there, they'll bring in a bunch more cameras. So it worked against them last week, and it works for them in this case here.
Yeah, you want that goal line view if you can get it. Worked on several television broadcasts where you have that goal line view, and certainly you want it.
Owls take up almost 6 minutes of this first quarter clock. CBS, Christian Van Sickle swinging that North Carolina leg through and booting up the extra point, and it is good. At the 9:06 of this opening quarter, we have a stoppage of play. Rice 7, UAB nothing. Hope you don't have any late-night movie reservations. We could be here a while. Stay tuned with us. This is Rice Football from Learfield.
You've got a lot going on, so how do you find time to take care of you? At Houston Methodist, we work around your busy life. There's same-day primary care appointments, online scheduling to see our world-class specialists, access to all your records through MyChart, and video visits 24/7 if you need urgent care, bringing you Houston Methodist's expertise wherever, whenever you need it.
Visit HoustonMethodist.org to find the care you need at locations throughout Houston. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
With MyFit Foods, meal planning isn't hard. We've got options on options for ready-to-eat meals. It's no secret why MyFit Foods is the best choice for meal prep. We have the best products, price point, and people dedicated to serving you. Stop by our store, only a mile down the road from Rice University, and fuel your body the Rice way today. MyFit Foods. Give a fit.
9:06 remaining in the first quarter. Beautiful, historic Rice Stadium. The Rice Owls have a 7-0 lead on UAB. 11 plays, 75 yards. Took 5 minutes and 54 seconds off the clock. Ari Broussard with a 1-yard touchdown run. Of course, it had to be reviewed to show conclusive evidence that Ari did break the plane of the end zone. And, of course, UAB did not like it, but it is a touchdown. And Rice leads UAB 7-0 early in the first quarter.
Yeah, don't schedule anything for the rest of the night. One benefit of these night games, I guess, I'm an early morning guy with the games. In life, I love getting the rest and sleeping, but I wish they would play these a little earlier, but that's when we have the rest of the way. But, yeah, for this night one, the last one lasted a while at home against the Raging Cajun McNeese. Went by rather swiftly, but, hey, we're here. Owls opening up Conference USA play against these UAB Blazers. How about Broussard with his – he had 2 touchdowns last week. That's his 7th on the season. 7 of his 10 career touchdowns have come in these first, 5 games, 4+ games. He hasn't gotten the big yardage games that'll eventually come, but he's been automatic inside the 20.
Well, you got to have a lot of different guys with a lot of different talents. He's a grinded-out kind of a runner. And if you watch him run, he's the guy you want running between the tackles. The other thing he does really, really well, JP, he secures the football. So when you have big defensive lines like you're facing today, he's the guy you want in the lineup.
Got Jermaine Brown back deep, standing in that blue-painted end zone, and another touchback for Tim Horn. Matthew Bartlett of the Roost fame pointed out a stat to me this week. 63% of Horn's kickoffs have been touchbacks. Big-legged Jack Fox, 60% when he was here. So he is up in that upper echelon of kicking territory. Get to the starters both ways. Dylan Hopkins, the starting QB, a redshirt junior from Maryville, Tennessee, 6'2", 215. Last season, a career-high 318 yards against Rice. He's got Let's see if they have Telford or Badowski, 77 or 79. Help me out, Metko, there on left tackle. But Reichard, the center, Trey Hearn, the left guard, McGee at right guard, Wells is the right tackle. They have Badowski starting as their left tackle. The clap and the snap. Hopkins turns, hands it on the short side left, and McBride can't get out of the garage. A flag comes in on the play as the Owls did a good job of stringing them out wide. Chris Conti and Isaiah Floyd over there. Looks like a hold against the Blazers.
Number 61, offense. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Repeat, first down.
He will not turn that one down, so second down and very long here for Hopkins in the offense. Bryce Damas is the tight end. All 3 touchdowns that they have thrown on the season have been by the tight end crew. They are a red zone passing team. And on the receiving side, they've got T.J. Jones, Ryan Davis, and Trey Shropshire, among others. They're in the pistol set right now. Owls defense in a second. Owls have that one safety high, Nyaqual right now, and 4 down on the line. Left to right, Hopkins, 8 seconds to snap it. Rice leads 7-0, 8:32 to go. First down and second down, and should be a first down and 20 play as a pass to the right side to T.J. Jones. Or they get, Seven Rudolph actually brought down by Gabriel Taylor on this near side for 5 yards. Second down and 15 from the 20 for the UAB Blazers.
These guys will not throw the ball a lot. They are the number 1 rushing offense in Conference USA, number 6 in the country. They want to run the football, but right now you're seeing a very salty defense of the Rice Owls.
Yeah, 253 rushing yards a game. They average 36 points per game. Terrell McDonald, the tight end to the left. Owls defense in a second. They put 7 down the line. Play action. Hummett left side. A quick slant. It's caught by the Blazers. That's the 30-yard line, and a first down signal to Shropshire. Nope, just shy. He was wrong there, but Jordan Dunbar shows me for trusting the opposition. It still goes for 14 yards to the 34. Third down and 1. That Owl starters in Chuku and Piercy on the outside. Quentin Tidd and Isaiah Floyd on the tackles. Conti, the middle linebacker. Myron Morrison from Atascocita, the weak side linebacker. Trayshawn Chamberlain, the Viper. Taylor and Nyaqual, the safeties. And Dunbar and Fresh, the lockdown corners. Third down and 1. Left to right, UAB, trailing Rice 7-0. McBride in an offset eye. The snap, a hand to him. He sprints off the right tackle, trying to drag an out. Conti, he does for a little bit. Conti drags him down for a 6-yard gain to the 40. Oh, that Dwayne McBride was looking to rear up and go. Ciano helping out on that tackle, too. But first down to the 40.
22nd best running back in the country in regards to yards. I mean, this guy gets it done. But, again, very salty. And Conti doing a nice job there with the tackle because normally McBride can break away from one-arm tackles. That's not the guy you want to try to one-arm tackle.
Jermaine Brown comes in there now for McBride, but the combo of Brown and McBride, the only running back duo to combine for 2,000 yards last season. Back to pass, thrown left side and almost intercepted. They did give it to Taylor. Taylor jumps that route and picks it off. Intended here to Palmer. And it is a pick. Mike Blumgren wondering before the game, can we take the ball away from them? And they had. The Owls take over in a short field for the blue and gray.
Yeah, that was a near side hash to the far side pass, if you will, and Gabe Taylor able to break in front of that out route and bring that ball down for an interception. And we talked about takeaways at the very beginning of the game. Remember, JP, we talked about takeaways. You can get takeaways against this UAB team. They gave it up about 5 times against Liberty, and they've already given it up 1 time against the Rice Owls.
A short field for the Owls. It's at the 38-yard line. Rice leading 7-0, 6:37 of this first quarter. The tight end is Jack Bradley. Broussard the back. They put Johnson, the fullback, in motion. Toss pitch, right side Broussard. Gets turned around clockwise and then goes downfield a couple of yards. First bump came from Sanders, that Jack defensive end. So second down and 9. They only gave him a yard there on that play. But how about the Rice Owls? The early touchdown, the long-awaited review, and then they eventually gave Broussard that 1-yard touchdown run. And then Gabe Taylor, who last year was the Jim Thorpe National Defensive Player of the Week against UAB. 10 tackles and a forced fumble, gets a pick. Broussard, the back, second and 9 at the 37-yard line. Snap, a little hip fake to the right side, thrown right on the 30-yard line and incomplete to the tight end Bradley. Wilder there, the linebacker, shading him in coverage, brings a 3rd and 9 to 37.
Yeah, that time you saw their safety try to jump the route, couldn't get his hands on it because TJ put a little mustard on the throw. That's what you have to have. But I think our receivers, the Rice receivers, are going to have to be very well aware that the two corners on the ends, they're very, very good. We're talking about Williams and Thomas, and they will try to jump routes as well.
Owls 1 out of 2 on third down so far, 48% on the season. Shotgun is McMahon. Takes that snap from the right hash, looking left, pressed out to the right, though. A flag comes in as he dashes along the sideline to the 40 and dips out of bounds near the line of scrimmage around the 36. But a flag coming in the area of a Rice hold. We'll see as Raynard Ellis was playing a game of tag with him, trying to chase him down there on that sideline.
Boy, wouldn't you love for that to be a hand to the face?
I wouldn't turn it down.
But I don't think that's going to be the case. I think that's going to be holding. See what they're doing here.
They're talking to the interim head coach, Bryant Vincent. You may have heard us say that a couple of times. He stepped in for Bill Clark. Had some back problems and stepped down the late part of the summer.
Number 71, offense. 10-yard penalty for the previous spot. Repeat, third down.
It's a rare penalty on Clay Servitt. So the good news is the Owls have another crack at third down, but the bad news is it goes back to the 47. So a third down, and we're looking at 19 for the Owls as Cam Montgomery checks into the offense along with Kobe Campbell.
Well, that probably would have been an issue last year, not this year. When you have the speed, you got the size, the Rice Owls can deploy offensively, wide receiver, running back. I think you stand a good chance.
Rice goes empty here. McMahon standing on top of that Conference USA, that Owls logo. Old English R, back to pass. TJ looking left, standing his own territory, shimmies his hips, spins around, and he is sacked. Back at the 45-yard line, he gets brought down. And Raynard Ellis, the first to get to them there after that 8-yard loss. Fish McWilliams wreaking havoc underneath. He's a great one. 5 minutes, the clock moving down to this first quarter. So Rice can't take advantage of that early turnover. They lead UAB, though, 7-0.
Yeah, there were no running lanes for TJ to bail out, so they did a nice job of downfield coverage against the Rice Owls receivers, and, of course, didn't fool anybody, so TJ gets thrown for a loss there.
Connor Hunt back to punt. 10 punts, 42-yard average on the season. Spins this one up high, a little backspin to it, as going back is Starling Thomas. Squats down around the 11-yard line. Maybe they'll give the 12. Yes, indeed. For the UAB Blazers to bring it ahead. We got a timeout on the field. Back after this, Rice 7, UAB nothing. It's Rice football from near field.
Hey, Oscar, wake up. Hi, this is Otis and Oscar, the talking spokes oysters for Acme Oyster House. You've probably seen us on TV. My friend Oscar is, sleeping. You know, we oysters like our beds. Anyway, drop by tonight for a dozen raw, a dozen char grilled, a seafood platter or po' boy, and maybe a few laughs. Come Acme, bro. Not you. Acme Oyster House. Life's more fun with seafood.
Big trip on the horizon? Before you depart, you gotta park. The Parking Spot is a simpler, easier way to navigate airport parking, and you can save when you book online. You're guaranteed a spot, and we even pick you up at your trunk in our yellow and black spotted shuttles and take you straight to the terminal. Parking and saving come full circle at the Parking Spot. The Parking Spot, proud sponsor of Rice University. Visit theparkingspot.com to reserve your spot today.
4:34 to go, first quarter, Rice Stadium. It's Rice leading UAB 7-0. Jason Metko on the sideline with Evan Fetter of LowerMyTexasPropertyTaxes.com. Mr. Fetter, good to have you here. Let's talk protesting property taxes. First, why should someone protest property taxes, and why should they hire, I would assume, you to take care of that?
Everybody should be protesting their property tax every year because you never know where the appraisal district has you rated, how your house is, what you have done or haven't done, improvements that haven't been made, and you want to get it as correct as possible so that you're paying what you should be paying and not anything more.
What's the timeline on protesting for this year?
The 2023 proposed values will come out in April. The deadline to file is May 15th, and then the appraisal district will be working on it after that.
And if you're going to sell your home, is that going to hurt you?
No, you have several different values. You have an insurance value, your sale value, and your appraisal value. So if you go on and look and see what most homes are appraised for, they're selling for more than that.
And do you have a prediction on the game?
I hope Rice wins.
There you go. You heard it from the man himself, Evan Fetter, LowerMyTexasPropertyTexas.com. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. JP, a good start for the boys in blue down here. Back to you.
Yes, indeed. 7-0. Rice leads UAB. Mr. Fetter joined us in baseball season as well. Great partner here with Rice. 4:34 to go in this first quarter.
And you love it because right now Rice is playing good football. You would have loved to have seen them get some points off the turnover, but what they did do, they were able to pin UAB deep in their own territory. So you still have an opportunity for some defensive scores here early on.
You got Brown the back, right behind Hopkins. Trip set. One of those is Shropshire. He is from Zachary, Louisiana, and Blinn, JC. And they also moved the tight end Damas out to the right side. Back to passes. Hopkins, swing out pass to Brown. Cutting up the digits. Missed tackle by Conti up past the 20. And Jermaine Brown can do that. Trayshawn Chamberlain eventually brought him down at the 24. Goes for 13 yards. Brown is more of the receiver. McBride rarely catches the football. Doesn't have any on the year. But suffice it to say, they can both scoot with it when they have it in their hands.
I'm going to say kind of a change of direction back as well, and he's good, catching the ball out of the backfield, but he's also, as you mentioned, got a little speed too.
And McBride has moved in there. Last year, a 1,400-yard rusher. Davis, receiver in there. Handoff left side. Brown shedding one tackle, goes past Inachuku, turns around the 30, and the ball squirted out for a second. Now scrambling for it, but UAB recovers past the 35 if it was even out. But 12 yards upfield, Inachuku brings down McBride, a guy that, Nate, 7.4 yards per carry for his career. That's number one among active running backs. And he averages 105 yards a game. That's number 4, all the backs in the nation. He is a dandy.
Well, they average 6.23 yards per carry, so stands to reason.
First down and 10, their own 36. Rice leading UAB 7-0. Back to, no, they did give it around the left end, and McBride just jumps in, makes the first, past the line of scrimmage, brought down by Conti there. Second down and 9 at the around the 37-yard line. McBride, 5'11 junior from Stark, Florida, Vanguard High School. The Conference USA Player of the Week, had 223 rushing yards against Georgia Southern. Lee Witherspoon is the back end there right now. Trips set. Here's back.
Offensive line to stop this run because that's what they're going to do. They'll call for a run here more than likely.
Third down. 1 for 1 on third downs. They need one. Ball is dropped out of the shotgun. Hopkins has to hop down on it. That's a huge one as it goes back to the 39-yard line, and they drop 6 yards on that play. Massive play there as it sets up a fourth down and 7 situation, and they're forced to punt here.
Yeah, I mean, that goes from a possible first down conversion to a fourth down punt. And so that's what you want to see, from the opposition, and a bad snap on their part.
Sean Fresh was a hoot. He joined us at the Mike Bloomgren show at Acme Oyster House, and he goes back to return this punt. The spiral comes down, landing in front of him. He gets knocked down. The ball scoots by him. A flag comes in there, a couple flags actually, as UAB races down to down inside the 5, down it at the 1 yard line. But this will be interference with the returner Fresh, as he got plowed over there by Dexter Boykin.
No doubt that's going against UAB. 2 flags down on the field right now. And Sean Fresh didn't even have a chance. He fair caught it to begin with, or called for a fair catch, and he still was touched by one of the guys coming down. I want to say the gunner.
I think he was telling Chike and Abogo on the special teams, hey, watch out. They have their different phrases they say to get out of the way, but then he looked up and he got knocked around by Boykin, waiting for the call here. All right, Kevin McNair. And
let's see what they call.
We think this is against UAB. Flag has been picked up.
It's going the other way. That's not good.
During the kick. In the back. Number 9. Receiving team. Half the distance to the goal from the end of the kick. Stop.
So you can make out most of that. That goes on Kurt Lockhart for legal use of hands block in the back there.
Well,
and it'll go down to the 1.
I thought that was going differently that time, JP, based on what we saw. But sometimes the eyes fool us. That's why the refs are down on the field and we're up here in the booth.
Timeout on the field.
We'll take this break. Timeout on the field. Rice 7, UAB nothing. 1:34 this first quarter. Back in a moment. It's Rice football from Learfield.
Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment. 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, the official beer partner of Rice Athletics, and now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. The Yingling Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Please enjoy responsibly.
Your one-stop for all college sports is the Varsity app and the brand new Varsity Network website, thevarsitynetwork.com. Keep up with your favorite teams and the rest of college sports, no matter where you are, with thevarsitynetwork.com. Live and on-demand broadcasts, your favorite college-centric podcasts with stories and video around college sports and your favorite teams. Be sure to download the Varsity app and check out the brand new Varsity Network website, thevarsitynetwork.com.
A couple of the same guys now that I've played them multiple times, and they're always a very good opponent to play against. Very experienced D-line, very sound and physical, and we're physical too, so it's going to be a great game, great battle in the trenches.
Al's sixth-year senior co-captain Shea Baker on that talented UAB D-line telling us during the week, Rice here leading UAB 7-0. You could not have a longer drive coming up here. That I know Jason Metko, you got that look down the line. It looks like that nose of the ball from our angle is almost touching that paint there. Is that pretty close?
It's about a foot away from it. The referee's left foot his heel was just on the line itself, and the tip of his toes made the football. So roughly 1 foot, we'll say 12 inches, 1 foot.
There you go, Mr. Math there. Rice 7 and UAB nothing. House football this year brought to you by our friends at Karbach. Karbach Brewing Company, proud supporters of Rice football. With Nate Griffin, I'm JP Heath. You looking for a safe play here to get out of the shadow of your own goalposts? What are you thinking, Nate?
Well, I think, first of all, you have to go with a run unless you're going to go play action or roll him out. Roll him being TJ, roll him out. Which isn't a bad play. You want to roll them out, but you got to make sure if you roll them out, it's got to be to a safe spot on the field. Far side is probably the best way to go.
Got both the fullbacks, Barnett and Johnson back there with Broussard. McMahon looks to be coming under center. Rice 7 and UAB nothing. Waiting for our TV friends to allow us to get this one going here. As the Rice Owls got it, Ari Broussard. 1-yard touchdown run for the only scoring of this game. Owls 1st and 10 from their own 1-yard line. Under center is McMahon. Put that mouthpiece back in. Got the center Baker pointing at the linebacking crew. They've got 2 safeties up high. Under center, under the lights here, 10 to snap it. McMahon waiting and waiting. Takes the snap, hands to Broussard, and busts free to the right side and lost the football. It is loose. It is around the 3-yard line. And looks like UAB has possession just like that. Went from bad to worse, and UAB picks it up.
That's what you didn't want to happen.
You're really going to feel is a fumble recovered by the defense.
You're running right into the defense. UAB. You're running right into the teeth of that defense. And when you do that, especially deep in your own territory, those are the things that you have to guard against.
C.D. Daniels from Homewood High School there in Birmingham, 6'2", 200, recovered that fumble at the 3-yard line. So first down and goal at the Owls' 3-yard line.
Clock operator. Reset the game clock to 1 minute, 28 seconds.
Owls had a penalty on that punt return that put them in that situation. And now goal to go here for UAB offense led by Dylan Hopkins. McBride the back.
1-2-8. 2. Thank you.
1 minute and 48 seconds now. Yeah, okay, 1:28. Yeah, they put it. Take 20 seconds off it just like that. Rice 7 and UAB nothing. Blazers a huge break here. Twins to the right side. They snap a hand. McBride dips that shoulder, runs to the middle of the line of scrimmage and gets in from 3 yards out. They give him that 6, and they're an extra point away from tying this one up, just like that. They didn't waste any time.
Yeah, we just talked about Ari Broussard being a guy who protects the football. And, of course, UAB is going to be getting their hands in there. They're trying to strip that ball out of there. They were successful and created an opportunity by the defense to allow them to score on offense.
Ruling on the field is a touchdown.
So not to take any away of the luster from Bob. I wasn't a Rice guy, but even I could do that drive. 1 play, 3 yards. Just a matter of seconds there as they've got Quinn coming on for the PAT. 13-13 on the season. He was yanked last game, missed some short field goals, and then Burkhardt came on late, but they've not taken away the kicking duties from him just yet. Minute 21. Owls had a turnover, could not take advantage of it, but then they cough it up, and UAB does immediately. Has some youngsters scramble for that football above the vomitorium as it goes through. And it's a 7-7 score.
Yeah, a little disturbance on the field, JP.
And get chippy as we would be shocked if that was the only one of the game so far.
Not at all.
The Owls will get it back as Trey Schumann was in the middle of that fracas there and talking to the Zebras as he comes off the sideline. 7-7, minute 21 of this first quarter. Owls about to get the football back.
And what's really tough about that, JP, is that the defense worked so hard to keep UAB out of the end zone. And all of a sudden, because you get the penalty on the special teams play, the block in the back, illegal use of hands, now that puts you deep in your own territory, and now everything is at sacrifice.
So right now, Owls will go back deep. Ottaviano has the return duties yet again. Looking to flip this script here for the Owls to get some momentum back on their side of things alongside Mr. Tyson Thompson for the Scholars. And that to be kicked away by the young man, Reese Burkhardt. UAB clad in those road whites, little patches of green on their shoulders. Owls in the solid blue with the silver headgear. The salute to service helmets as that ball goes over the head of Ottaviano, and they'll bring it out to the 25-yard line. Right to left, a minute 21 of the first quarter. Rice 7 and UAB 7. This is the 11th meeting between these two squads. UAB leads the series 6-4. They've won 4 of the last 5 games. The last game played here, we talked a lot about last season, but the last game played here was the in 2020, the season finale. 21-16 UAB win. Owls had 3 Colin Riccatelli field goals. Giovanni Johnson started that game at quarterback and got injured. The last start of his career at quarterback. So right to left, McMahon, little more breathing room, brings it out to the 25. Broussard still there as the back. The Owls have twin receivers to the right. Left hash, snap, play action, stopping in the middle, dodging a little Olay, Matador move. McMahon heaving it deep down the left side and tipped incomplete at the 30. He was going for McCaffrey, but Williams, the corner, got both hands on it, but just could not inhale it to get that deep pick. But it'll be 2nd and 10, their own 25.
Well, first of all, TJ did a tremendous job of being able to scramble and get away from the rush because they were really coming at him. And you saw a defender actually had his jersey, in his hand. So he was able to get out of trouble and get the ball downfield to number 10. And Luke McCaffrey could not make the play. He couldn't catch the ball. You got 2 defenders on you.
7-7, a minute 11 left, still the first quarter. 2nd and 10, their own 25. McMahon hands out in front, takes the waist high snap, looking right all the way, moving those feet, dashing to the left, and a coverage sack. He is brought down, wrapped up and tackled by Drew Twazama, junior from Raleigh, North Carolina, Syracuse transfer. And that's their 2nd sack of the day. Drops him for a 5-yard loss. Back to the 20. 3rd down and 15 for Rice.
Again, we told you about those corners for UAB. Mac Williams and Starling Thomas, and those guys right now are doing a phenomenal job of being able to cover the receivers because TJ has not had anyone open, deep or intermediate to go to.
Yeah, remember what Mike Kershaw told us, Owls wide receiver coach said, these corners, Thomas and Williams, they make them go. 3rd and 15 to 20, back to pass is McMahon. And unhoisting one deep down the right sideline, incomplete at the 39. Thomas there with McCaffrey in coverage. And the Owls will have a quick turnover, at least punting it away here. 20 seconds left of this first quarter. Very quick drive in response to that UAB give touchdown, so to speak.
Yeah, first of all, UAB is not giving up anything deep. So now let's see what happens with Tui. Let's see if he decides to change up the game plan a little bit and maybe shorten the field in the second quarter.
Hunt his second punt. They've got Thomas standing at their own 35. Owls will punt it right to left. Just 20 seconds left in this first quarter. Rice and UAB squared up 7 apiece. Hunt takes the deep snap to his right, coming from Jacob Wilson. And this is not a deep punt. It skitters at the 45, takes an advantageous Rice bounce, turns inside the 30 to the 25, and Nyakwal kills this one at the 24. Good punt there by Hunt, going for 56 yards as it was killed, and there is a flag kind of blending in to that lighter green shade of turf there above the CUSA logo.
I'd love to know what their discussion is going on down there on the field. That's what I want.
Well, if they turn on the mic, we can hear in a second.
I'd love to hear it. It's in the Rice backfield is correct. I'd like to see what it is.
Yeah, they're looking to Coach Vincent on the UAB sideline. Looks to be against the Owls, but no official confirmation yet.
During the kick, holding, number 30, kicking team, 10-yard penalty for the previous spot. Repeat, 4th down.
So that goes on Broussard. That's the third penalty for the Owls. We're just ending this first quarter.
Yeah, but 2 on special teams. So they've got to really be aware of what they're doing. I'm sure they're going to get a good talking to along the sideline down there. But right now, special teams, they're kind of putting you in a compromising situation here.
This brings something to mind. I'll defer to you. It's probably part of a longer conversation, but other teams can bring out those penalties too, like UAB style and physicality. Is that the easiest way to put it? That Owls are committing these penalties?
But I mean, U of H gave the same thing last week. You just have to be really, really careful, in not committing those penalties.
All right, now Hunt standing inside his end zone, and they've got Thomas standing at the Owls 47 as Hunt will angle it to his right, calls for the fair catch, and he makes the catch at the 46-yard line. And so that's a 26-yard move there. 36, excuse me.
That's the end of the first
Get
quarter.
that one, and that will end the first quarter. Rice 7 and UAB 7. 0-0s on the clock. Second quarter coming up next. UAB the ball in Owls territory. When we return, this is Rice football from Learfield.
Have no post-game plans? You do now. Head down the street to Little Woodrow's in Rice Village and relax over indoor and outdoor games, sports, and drink specials that a college student can't refuse. All you have to do is bring your student ID to enjoy $2.50 domestic drafts. Also, don't miss out on our Thursday college nights as we've got $2 domestic drafts and $3 shot specials. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram to stay up to date on all of our upcoming events and specials. Little Woodrow's, the official Rice Owls game day headquarters.
Rice teams and traditions are legendary. Our team as strategic wealth designers are proud to be a partner of Rice Athletics. What an honor to be working together. When you're ready to discuss your financial future, call the team the Owls trust. We look forward to creating your winning strategy for retirement. Visit us at swdgroup.com today. And go Owls.
First of all, we got to control the front, and you got to leverage your gap integrity. They're really good physical players. They're fast. They got great balance. They got great jump cuts. They know how to set up their blocks for the cutback. So it's going to be a lot of stuff up front to control and dominate and try to dominate the line of scrimmage. It's going to be a great battle. So they're really good up front. Looking forward to the opportunity.
Wish it wasn't perfect timing for Cedric Calhoun there, talking to the Owls defensive line coach earlier this week on that great backfield for the Blazers. Rice 7, UAB 7. I tell him to his face, and I tell the other assistant coach, well, you obviously know Ced is my favorite. Right? That's kind of understood. But fresh 15 on the clock, no surprise, a great game shaping.
Yeah, but what's happening is now it's becoming a battle of field position with UAB winning 2-1 so far. Rice Owls not able to convert points after that last turnover from UAB. That's really what you need. You have to be able to get out fast on these guys. Rice Owls did that, but special teams, a couple of penalties have slowed it down a little bit. And all three phases of the game, they have to work together. Offense, defense, and special teams. Offense can give you the points off the turnover, okay, with the possession, and then special teams hurt you. And they've given UAB really, really good field position. And now here you are with your defense having to face this could be potent UAB offensive, especially their rush game.
Owls are so proud again to be partnering with IBEW, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 716, lighting up Rice University and Houston for over 100 years. Starting this second quarter, tied at 7. That's Nate Griffin. I'm JP Heath. We got Bob Schlanger. Michael Kidd has not lost his fastball. He's back as the spotter. Jason Metko down on the sideline. Walter Donaldson, engineering. Ashley Gentry is back in Winston-Salem, keeping us on air. Reminder, you can catch us on the Rice Owls Game Day app, the Varsity Network app, and also if you're tooling around the house and want to see what these pretty mugs look like, you can go to the Owls Facebook and YouTube pages. Take your pick there. I think we're also on the Owls Twitter feed as well to watch us in the booth. As UAB flip into the field, they've got McBride to start this drive in the backfield. Fresh 15 on the clock. Rice 7, UAB 7. First down, UAB at the 46. Swing out pass left side to McBride. Catches on the run, the 40, 35, the 30, and down to the 25. And a piece of cake. Check that Brown, not McBride. I should have known that because McBride rarely receives the football out of the backfield. That went 21 yards. Just like that, downfield to the Owls 25.
That's a great play by them. They decided to go with a little swing out pass there near side, and you had nothing but running room for, this guy Brown, who that's what he does. I mean, he actually is a very good pass catcher.
It is McBride there. He is explosive in tight quarters. They've got trips set. First and 10 at the Rice 25. Tied at 7. 14:28 to go. Clap in the snap. A straight handoff as they spread it around the right tackle. And McBride falls down sideways as he was hit that way by Blake Bainish. But he got about 3 yards downfield. Second down and 7.
Now, you notice the last play they ran away from the coverage. Last play they ran to the coverage. So, look, you can take those chances on first down and running to the coverage. That was an absolutely brilliant play, running away from the coverage on that last play.
McBride again in the backfield, and Shropshire out there to the right. Second and 7 at the Rice 20, a minute into the second quarter. Back to pass, standing tall, running to his right is Hopkins, and he gets caught from behind. He could not run by Trey Schumann. Loss of 3 on that play. Gets his first sack of the season, and that was a big one as it moves it back to a 3rd and 10 to 25.
Oh, you have no idea how big that was, JP, because on the move when you have the momentum, you need a momentum-changing play like that. And Trey Schumann, that time, I call him single-digit, you and I both. That was good to see that. He's number 7. Good to see him coming through just when you thought that there were going to be big yards run by Dylan Hopkins.
Trey, senior co-captain, redshirt senior from Burleson, one of the few holdovers from Coach Bailiff. He has been here a while. 3rd and 10 at the 25, tied at 7. Back to pass, looking left. They set up the screen. It's caught by Jones in traffic. He's turned back up the middle and stopped at the 25. No gain. They're now 1 for 4 on their 3rd downs as Myron Morrison there was there to track him down. So that ended rather nicely for the Owls. It was an inauspicious start, and they're going to try a Greenwell field goal here. Check that Quinn field goal, their kicker. Career-long 51 earlier this year, but an odd note, that's the only field goal he's made. He missed 2 short ones, made a long one. This will be a 43-yard attempt. Left hash, the hold is put down by Greenwell, and the kick is up end zone to our left, and it is good. 43-yarder, up and good, and the tie has been broken by the UAB Blazers, a 10-7 mark.
Oh, boy, we got the same kind of game we had last week where you had punch for punch. But I like the defense that they were in to prevent the touchdown that time, the Rice Owls. You had a 5-man front, single deep back. They knew it was probably going to be a run, but they were able to defend against the pass because you had every lane covered. Nice job by the Rice Owls to only give up 3 instead of 7. You prefer not to give up any, but that was a 5-play, 21-yard drive. And, you had UAB kicking the 43-yard field goal.
Yeah, the first points by UAB was after that gift turnover, and then they get the great field position, but then after the big run, they're not able to punch it in. The Owls bent but did not break defensively. And UAB leads by a 10-7 count. Quinn now 2 of 4 on his field goals. That's his 24th career field goal. He has been around there a minute. As Rice will get it back here at the 12:23 mark.
Tell you what, it's a beautiful night for football. Rice Owls ought to feel pretty good about not giving up 7. You don't want to give up any, but they should feel pretty good right now.
Here comes the kick, and Ottaviano wants to take it from the 1-yard line with Thompson, the blocker, in front of him. Past the 20, got hit around the shoulder pad to be slowed up, and then he was chopped down before he could cross the 25-yard line. So the return of 24 yards there for Mr. Ottaviano, and Rice will have it a first down coming up.
Rice Owls number 1 in Conference USA in time of possession. Right now they hold that edge. 9:24 to UAB's 8:13. However, UAB total yards 78. Rice Owls for 51. Passing yards 61 for UAB, 39 for Rice, and rushing yards. Neither team has over 20 yards rushing.
Montgomery out to the left for the Owls. 1st and 10 at the 24. To the near side right among 5 wide receivers. Here's the snap. McMahon humming at left side. It's caught at the 28 by McCaffrey. He is in traffic, though, and pushed back to the 27. He gets 3 yards going upfield. 10-7, UAB leads Rice. First 3 minutes in this second quarter, and a beautiful Houston night here. Swopes on that last tackle.
TJ needs to be really, really careful throwing from hash line to hash line, far side, especially the way that UAB is playing up with their secondary. You got to be aware of what's underneath. That way you don't want to throw that pick.
Montgomery now down in the backfield. Esdale and Rosner out wide to the right. 2nd and 7. The Owls there 27. Left to right, trailing 10-7. Snap at the knees. Swing out to Montgomery. Trying to turn around the corner. He plows into 3 different Blazers. Splits through the saloon doors. Past the 30. Around the 32. Just shy of the first down. Swopes and Taylor each got hands on him. Went for 6 yards, but still a yard shy. 3rd down and 1 for the Owls, the 33.
When he swung through the saloon doors, did he say howdy, partner? I think 6 yards is not bad.
He's a Texas guy.
Yes, he is a Texas guy. That's not bad at all. It's a short 3rd down opportunity for the Rice Owls.
Owls go with the crowded jumbo backfield. Johnson in there, one of the blocker backs. The Owls only 1 out of 4 on 3rd down so far. 3rd down and less than a yard, the 33. Snap, hand, jumping up high is Broussard. Holds on to the football. And it looks like he crossed that 34.
Number 30,
all the way to the 35. So he 2 yards on that goal line-like play. He just leapt up and hit the friendly spot up to the 35. So there you go. Ari Broussard, that big leap over the pile and move those chains. The Owls have it left to right here. This one's shaping up to be a good one. UAB leads 10-7. The Owls had the first 7. UAB has scored the last 10.
Yeah, this is a physical game, punch for punch. It's going to come down probably to the very end.
McMahon in the gun. Tight end goes in motion in front of him. 1st and 10, they're 35. Snap. They fake the handoff. Throwing left side. McMahon bumped as he throws high left sideline to Rosner. Incomplete at the 50. Goes into enemy territory there. Starling Thomas there on the coverage. Senior from Birmingham, Magic City. Went to Ramsey High School there. 2nd down and 10. The 35-yard line. McMahon so far, look at the Houston Methodist leaderboard. 5 of 9 passing for just 48 yards. Broussard 9 touches for 14 yards. He does have that touchdown. Owls move a receiver to the left. 2nd and 10. They're 35. Broussard still the back. The 35-yard line. Gun snap. McMahon hoisting it left side. It's caught. And running outside the numbers is Esdale is shoved out of bounds.
Number 6, Isaiah Esdale.
Near the chains. The chains fell down, so it's hard to tell with that perspective. Jalen Key there to force him out. Just shy of the sticks. It went for 8.5 yards there. 3rd down and very short coming up for the Owls at that 44.
I thought that should have been about a 3rd and 1, but looks to be about a 3rd and 2. Esdale doing a nice job there, driving the secondary member off the ball.
Owls 2 out of 5 on the 3rd down opportunities. McMahon extended his hands high in the air, so the Receivers shift around. 5 minutes into the second quarter. Back to Passix McMahon on 3rd and short. He's covered up. He runs right into Taylor, the linebacker, in traffic. He gets shoved back. Another coverage sack. Easy for me to say. Lots for 3 yards for Tyler Taylor, the LSU transfer. Also played at Holmes Community College. Getting his name called in this first half. And the Owls will have to punt here. It's a 4th down and about 5.
TJ has a lot of confidence in his receivers. He's doing all he can to give them every opportunity to get open. But right now, he's going to have to realize that he doesn't have as much time to take off at 1,002. He's been sacked 3 times already. So now, 3's a charm. He should be able to recognize the coverages now.
Thomas back to receive this punt from Hunt. It spins high above his head inside the 10 and takes a left turn out of bounds. A pretty nice boot by the youngster from Lihu, Hawaii, the Hawaii Prep Academy, Georgetown transfer. He pins him his first time pinning the opposition inside the 5. It goes to the 3, 57-yarder, a season high for Connor Hunt. And we have a timeout on the field. It's UAB 10 and Rice 7, 9:06 of the second quarter. Back in a moment here, the salute to service game. We'll return after this. This is Rice football from Learfield.
DoubleTree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites is the preferred hotel for anybody visiting the medical center, the museum district, or Rice University. We offer the largest suites in the medical center, complete with full kitchens, and our full-service restaurant and outdoor pool will make your stay complete. We look forward to having you experience the DoubleTree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites soon. And if you need a group rate or 10 or more rooms, don't forget to call 713-528-7744. That's 713-528-7744.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
9:06, second quarter, UAB 10 and Rice 7. How are things looking down there, Jason Metko?
It is a bit melancholy down here, Mr. Heath. Looks like the guys have been punched in the mouth pretty good. However, still plenty of time left in this first half. And now you've got your defense coming up here with UAB having to go 96+. Might be a good time to bring out the turnover cape and the cane again, fellas. Back to you.
Wouldn't turn it down. And especially to give UAB a dose of its own medicine after the Owls coughed it up. And then UAB got a short score just a short time later. I'm going to check a score or two. UTEP is leading Charlotte 34-21. Wow. That is in the Queen City there. Charlotte 1-4 on the season. UTEP looking for its 3rd win. At half, Western Kentucky and Troy. It's an old school Sun Belt matchup, but Western Kentucky leading 17-13. North Texas has defeated FAU today 45-28. FIU leading at New Mexico State 7-0 last night. Middle Tennessee fell to UTSA 45-30.
Got a shocker.
I'm listening.
After this play.
Shotgun is Hopkins. I'm on the edge of my seat as McBride is in the backfield, and we had some movement on the offensive line on the left side for the Blazers, like the left guard or maybe the tight end McDonald, actually.
It's going to be a great call if they make
it. Number 10, offense, half the distance to the goal. First down.
So first off, they had it somehow marked at the 5, but it was at the 3 we went to the commercial break. But now it's going back to where it should have been before at the 3. So 1st and 13.
Rice House changed up the defense, got bigger on the ends.
Got man coverage in the slot here for Dunbar. Snap, a handoff right side. And McBride will plunge his way near the original line of scrimmage. They mark him back behind there. Quint Titt there, ACU transfer, native here of Houston, from Missouri City.
No,
Two-yard gain. 2nd down and 11. Looks to be a Blazer down on the field at that 10-yard line. You were saying a couple of plays ago, sir.
9:50 remaining in the second quarter.
Timeout on the field.
Missouri is leading Georgia. Number 1, Georgia.
Shut your mouth.
10-0. Now I will shut my mouth.
Well, you know, Kent State for a while, played close with Georgia there.
Yeah.
Last week, was it?
I think what they do is wake up and realize, hey, wait a minute. We're in a football game here. We need to turn it on.
Wait a second.
Yeah. But this is the SEC. Missouri's an SEC foe. And they're in Missouri. They're playing at Missouri. And they're leading 10-0, second quarter.
How about last night? Tulane had that walk-off win, 27-24 at TDECU Stadium. And Tulane with Horton, their third-string quarterback, the former Carthage Bulldog. The second-string quarterback had started. He got knocked out, so he comes in and engineers that game-winning drive as Tulane, Willie Fritz and company blowing and going. They're 4-1. And American play today, future Rice Conference foes. East Carolina beat South Florida. They moved that one from Tampa to Boca. And East Carolina won by a 48-38 count. UAB player is up, and he was walking off the field. Look, Trey Hearn, the redshirt senior from Saraland, Alabama, and Northeast Mississippi Junior College, getting tended to on their side.
There's immediate timeout on the field.
We do have a timeout on the field as well. 8:44, second quarter, UAB 10 and Rice 7. Back after this, it's Rice football from Learfield.
North Star Pressure Washing, the only power washing company you will ever need for all your commercial and residential properties. Serving Houston and the surrounding areas for over 10 years, and now a proud sponsor for Rice University sports programs. Call us today for a free quote at 281-989-9244, because at North Star Pressure Washing, we never forget that your image is our business.
Hey, it's JP here to tell you that, yes, there's more Rice Owls content out there for you to consume. Subscribe and download the official podcast of Rice Athletics, Rice Owls Insider. Rice Owls Insider provides a unique new look at a variety of head coaches, players, and other integral voices inside the Rice Athletics department. Plus, you can find archived coaches shows as well. For the best in Rice Owls content, subscribe to Rice Owls Insider, the official podcast of Rice Athletics. Available on Apple, Stitcher, and Spotify.
And she said, like, this is the school that you're going to go to. This is a middle school. She's like, this is the school you're going to go to. And I denied it. I was like, I don't know, Mom, you know. And then it ended up happening. So it felt like it was destined. So it feels great to be like, it's a great school. Once I got the offer, I could see that that Rice was building something great here, building something special here. Like I said, it was just destined.
Sean Fresh had us captivated at the Mike Bloomgren show. He took a lot of field trips to Houston and Rice when he was a youngster in school in Austin. And on one of those trips, his mom took a picture of him on a field trip and said, "This is the school you're going to go to." Mama knows, Nate. Mama knows.
That's right. Mom always knows. Sean Fresh is fresh. You know, we like Sean. But I'll tell you a little bit about Sean a little bit later. I'm going to tell you about Acme Oyster House after this play.
UAB has the football. McBride in the backfield next to Hopkins. 17 to snap at 2nd and 11. UAB 10, Rice 7. Snap and a handoff. And almost DeBraylon Carroll made a tackle at the 1-yard line. But McBride shifted his way back to the line of scrimmage. He very fortunate there. He got to the 4. Third down and 10, they say, for UAB.
Yeah, I was looking at a safety. I'm telling you right now.
So close.
I was looking at a safety. I thought that was going to be 2 points for the Rice Owls. It didn't quite work out that way. But you love this third down and 10. UAB operating from their own 4-yard line. You still have an opportunity here.
UAB 10 and Rice 7. 8:08 to go in this second quarter of play. McBride the back. And that pistol now he moves to the left side. They've got 2 guys in motion in front of the quarterback Hopkins. 1 to snap it. They do not get the playoff, and I don't see any flags. Now I do from the back judge, and this will be delay a game on 3rd and 10.
Offense. Half the distance to go. Repeat. I'm sorry. 3rd down. Oh, my goodness.
So back to where they originally started, around that 3-yard line. 3rd down and 13.
Discipline. We've seen a lot of highly penalized teams. UAB also one of those teams highly penalized. And now here's an opportunity for your defense to actually play offense. And I'm quite sure that's what Rice defense is thinking right now.
Owls rush to bring Orgy in off that defensive left side. Morrison in there as a backer. Conti moves him out of the way. 3rd and 12 from their own 3. Back to pass. Hopkins looking right, throwing right. The ball is caught to 20. Up the sideline, the 40. Streaking Shropshire down to the Owls 40. And he's being chased by Marcus Williams, the safety, all the way down inside the 30. The Owls were late scrambling to get some other guys on there defensively. And UAB gets down to the 37. It was Tajon Palmer for 71 yards.
The defense was not settled. And as a result of that, you saw the quarterback had plenty of time to get that ball off. Hopkins delivered a perfect pass in between 2 defenders.
That's that veteran. He recognized that confusion and took advantage of it.
In between 2 defenders. He didn't have another defensive lineman coming in his face, and he had time.
Under the 7-minute mark, UAB leads 10-7. 1st and 10 at the Rice 27. And that is the longest pass play against the Owls defense this year. Rushed around the right side to McBride. He dashes and gets inside the 25. Ikenna Inuchukwu and Trayshawn Chamberlain team up to force him out of the 23. 4 yards on that gain. 2nd down and 6.
All right, so the play has happened now. Now the defense has to play discipline. You can't let down. That takes a lot of air out of your defense if you allow it to. Right now, Rice House need to make a stop. They have a 2nd down and 6, easily converted possibility for UAB because right now they have the momentum.
McBride the back. Twins to the left. One of those is Rudolph. 2nd and 6 to 23. Back to pass Hopkins. Dumping it out to the left. Too long and incomplete to McBride, the 25. Looking to bail out. I don't think that was the design play coming in, but the Owls gave him some pressure right up the gut and made Hopkins think about it. 3rd and 6 to 23.
It wasn't. Hopkins was looking deep. He wanted the man in the slot position running straight down the field as big receiver. That's who he wanted, didn't have him. And so he tried to check down to the running back, and unfortunately it was thank goodness.
Davis and Boykin receivers to the right. 3rd and 6 to 23. Back to pass is Hopkins dumping it right to Davis underneath, and he streaks around the right sideline. 1st down inside the 15 and bumped down to the 12 by Jordan Dunbar. Redshirt sophomore from Tarrytown, New York. 11 yards just like that. They were 2 for 4 on 3rd downs before that conversion.
Well, right now, the momentum is going their way. They seem to have their offense in order and in line with what they want to do. The defense of Rice, a little confused here the last couple of plays.
Carroll and Banish check in on the D line. 1st and 10 at the Rice 12. 13 to snap it, end zone to our left. That's where they're driving. McBride the back, takes the handoff, spins away, but Schumann that's 8, Chamberlain there to wrap him up and bring him down at the 9. Got 3 yards downfield. 2nd down and 7 inside the 10.
Yeah, they're deep in Rice's red zone now, if you will. And this is also a constricted area of the field where the Rice House defense can play offense. Now they should be looking at a big turnover takeaway opportunity here.
They can get the 1st down without getting a touchdown, so it's not a goal-to-go situation. 2nd and 7 to 9. 5.5 minutes to go. Rice down 3, 10-7. UAB's got Twins just off the line to the right. Damas is the tight end. Here comes the snap from Hopkins. Gives it to that up back, and he dashes to the left, and the ball is popped out, and the Owls have it. Sean Fresh sprinting down the right sideline, but they say he was down.
Yeah, he was down.
But they're not going to give him the fumble either way. They say that T.J. Jones was that up back that took that little short pitch. He was down.
Yeah, and he's down. So that's not going to be considered a fumble. Good play, good try.
Owls.
The ruling on the field is that the runner's knee was down prior to the ball coming loose.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vickery. They're an echo in here. I think we said that. 2nd and 7 at the 9.
3.
Check that. 3rd down and 7. McBride is the back in that pistol set. 2 receivers to the right, UAB. 3 for 5 on their 3rd downs. Tight end Damas to the right. Big play for the Owls defense. Back to passes Hopkins, airing a spiral right side. It is caught with 2 hands on that right side by Rudolph, the sophomore from Mobile. His first touchdown of the year. He just beat Taylor in that lower right part of the end zone near the pylon. Made that catch, and now UAB's up 9, 16-7.
Yeah, Rudolph running wide, very, very wide, far side. And not a man over to cover, and unfortunately Gabe Taylor couldn't get there soon enough.
Think about Hopkins. He's not going to beat you with his arm all the time, but he can make some good decisions. And if he's going to put it on a dime, he can do that if he has to.
Well, he looks the receivers off, and he's doing a nice job of doing that and kind of, misleading the safeties.
Be a 97-yard drive. Under the 5-minute mark, UAB trying to go up 10. Al scored the first 7. It's been unanswered by UAB since then. Drive started at the 3. They looked like a couple times. They converted, what was that, a 3rd and 13 inside the deep in their own territory. They got a 71-yard gain, and eventually a few plays later, they get that touchdown to Rudolph. The extra point try is good. That's only Rudolph's 3rd catch of the season. The UAB goes up 17-7. Timeout on the field. 4:58 to go in this second quarter. Back after this from this is Rice football from Learfield.
Buy the best for less at Shoppers. Shoppers has the lowest prices on John Deere tractors. Don't leave money on the table with the best tractor at the best prices of the year. Shoppers makes it so easy with just a few clicks at our website. We dare you to compare. Go see our specials by Googling Shoppers at SHOPPAS. Build the tractor package of your dreams with our Build It, Price It, Own It tool. And we'll deliver your John Deere tractor for free. The best for less at Shoppers. All things John Deere.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
9 plays, 97 yards, took 4 minutes and 8 seconds. 8-yard touchdown pass to Rudolph from Dylan Hopkins, and now UAB has a 17-7 lead, 4:58 remaining in the second quarter. And the thing about Rice Owls right now, they haven't been able to put together a good drive. The first scoring drive they had, 11 plays, 75 yards, it took 5 minutes and 54 seconds. Ari Broussard scored a 1-yard touchdown run. Rice takes a 7-0 lead. All of a sudden, here comes UAB, and they have put together some good runs and some good drives. But you look at a couple of penalties. You look at the long pass in that last drive that really kind of sparked this run, sparked that last drive to a touchdown for UAB. And right now they stand on top, JP.
Yeah, just keep coming back. Obviously, the 71-yard play was big, but the special teams penalties, it's bizarre. That's what's come back to haunt the Owls so far. Not the only thing, obviously. That's Nate Griffin. I'm JP Heath, just south of the 5-minute mark here. Salute to service. Owls trying to get hyped there on the sideline here. Yeah, the drives since that start. The Owls' opening 75-yard drive, it non-existent. Rice, the first 7 of this game, and UAB the last 17. Their first one was 75. They had a 7-yard drive. Then they fumbled on the first play, and then a negative 10-yard drive. And then they just had 16 yards. So the offense not doing its part right now. Ottaviano returning this one, crisscrossing the 15 near sideline to 20. Meets a wall at the 25 and sheds that defender and falls down to a friendly Rice sideline nearby. He'll be in the neighborhood of that 25, 27-yard line, they say, to begin this one. Left or right, 4:51, second quarter. UAB 17, Rice 7 in this Conference USA opener. Nice upper 70s temps right now. The Owls looking to get the receiving game going. Cam Montgomery there in the backfield. McMahon being held to 6 of 11 passing for 57 yards. Montgomery standing to the left of McMahon. Hands out in front. The solid blue jerseys. Silver headgear. Snap. Hand to Montgomery. Gets a good block around the right end, but then he gets sandwiched and crunched down as Trey Filippi can't pull over there to spring him for some extra space. Wilder and Sanders on that tackle for no gain. 2nd and 10 to 27.
Yeah, they're trying to run some type of a little fly sweep there near side, and it didn't work out. You've got those big UAB linemen up front, and those guys are able to spread out and spread that play out, and that caused, a little bit of, we're not going to give up a lot of yards here.
Rosner and Uncle Isaiah Esdale out to the left. 2nd and 10 to 27. Back to pass McMahon, looking to bail out. Runs up the middle, gets tripped up by Wilder, and then does not get any favors as Fish McWilliams and Kevin Penn sit on him. 2-yard gain upfield. 3rd down now and 8. That's 600 pounds plus laying on you. 3rd down and long now for the Owls.
Remember I talked about in the last quarter, we talked about getting out of there quickly if you don't see anything downfield. That time TJ did try to get out of there, but not a lot of space to run. Not any running lanes at all.
Owls only 2 of 6 on 3rd downs. They stack the receivers, twins to the left. Esdale, receiver right. Snap, looking left is McMahon. Trapped up in the middle, rolling out to the right. Pressured against the sideline. Stops at the 20 and flicks it near sideline. Incomplete, skips to the 35. Had Bradley as his nearest receiver over there. And good defense in coverage there by this secondary. Wilder put that hit on him here, this near sideline. Owls will have to punt it. The Owls drives, as we just gave you that yardage listing earlier a few plays ago. They're not taking a lot of time off the clock.
Well, it's interesting how the corners have done a nice job of defending downfield. And then that gives the defenders, the defensive linemen up front, the front 7, it gives them a chance to put pressure on TJ.
Yeah, Owls just 128 at TOP in this quarter. Down 17-7. Hunt getting a little too much use. Here he kicks this one deep to Thomas. Catch of the 21. Great coverage down the field by the Owls.
That's a great stop for the Owls. Loss of the Owls.
Kobe Campbell there on special teams. Flagging down Thomas there in special teams. UAB has it at the 20 when we come back. 3:20 to go. Remember, UAB gets the football to start the second half. You don't want them to double up. 17-7, UAB leads Rice. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Howdy Homemade Ice Cream is here. Howdy is an ice cream shop in Katy, Texas that makes ice cream in-house and has a unique mission to employ individuals that are differently abled. Stop by and enjoy some ice cream. With every scoop you buy, you help support employment for special needs. Coming to Rice Athletics venues in the fall.
The newly renovated Houston Marriott Medical Center Museum District is a proud new sponsor of Rice University Athletics. For visiting families and fans, the closest hotel to Rice University is delighted to offer preferred rates. Guests will enjoy 2 new restaurants, an indoor pool, a new exclusive M Club lounge, and complimentary shuttle service within 2 miles of the hotel. Visit Marriott.com to learn more.
And watching film, he's definitely a very talented back, but it's the same preparation every week, trusting our coaching, trusting our fundamentals, wrapping up, tackling fundamentals.
That's the former Atascocita star, Myron Morrison, this week, talking about Dwayne McBride and the talented UAB running game, which right now, 35 yards rushing McBride. You wouldn't turn that down, but that has not been the story. It's been the efficiency of Hopkins, 10 of 12 for 152 yards. And as we have the view inside the booth. We'll charge extra some year. We'll figure it out. You can hear the little discussions in the commentary during the breaks, but those corners for the Blazers, Thomas and Williams, could be the story of the game because that frees up their line. Just like Coach Kershaw was telling us, they make the rest of the defense go. And they've had a great game.
The safeties don't have to work that hard. All they really have to do is just play center field. You got any deep balls coming out, the balls are going to be angling that way, but that hasn't been the case because TJ hasn't had the time because the corners are taking away your wide receivers. And when that happens, now you need some checkdowns. You're not getting them because the front 7 is putting pressure on TJ, and he doesn't have time to look for him. So now you got a problem. You got to figure something out here.
How would you like to be able to listen to us while synced up to your TV? Comfort of your own home. Go to syncmygame.com, syncmygame.com to find out how. Late second quarter, 3:20 to be precise. UAB leads Rice 17-7. McBride is the back. Hopkins has been out of the shotgun. TJ Jones, one of those 2 receivers to the right. The snap, they fake the handoff and hand on an end around to Jones around the right end. The 20 beats Taylor to the edge and sprints up the field for a first down to 30. Late flag comes in that UAB sideline. This could be a late hit out of bounds unless it's a late hold somehow, but I don't think so.
No, defensive back pulled up. I don't know what he's going to call here.
Personal foul, face mask. Number 26, defense. 50-yard penalty from the end of the run. Automatic. First down.
Yeah, we don't have the in-the-booth monitors. We don't know, but that's to the far away as well. We weren't able to get an eye on that, but it's another penalty on the Owls. It's their fourth of the game. Went for a 14-yard run, and then you tack on the face mask, and that's another 15 yards, gets it up to the 49.
Right now, penalties really hurting. You look at the Rice Owls, penalties, they have 4 for 35, but they have been a critical 35.
Former Baylor Bear Jacob Zeno is in there at quarterback for the Blazers. He pitches it on the fly sweep around the 50, near side the 45-yard line. The Owls, Dunbar, Nyaqual, and company ride Jones down out of bounds near side, but they got that little pop pass that counts as a pass for 7 yards downfield into the Owls territory to the 44.
Did not want to see Zeno on the field because we know what he can do. He's 6'4", 215 out of San Antonio Jr., and he knows this offense.
Yeah, went to Jay High School and a former Baylor Bear. That's the old Baylor play there, that little pop pass
Baylor
there.
Play right there.
3rd and 10, the 44. Owls down 17-7. Zeno in there. McBride behind him in that pistol. Twins left, short side left. The counter turn. Hand to McBride. Sprinting around the right end. Morrison slams him down. Gives him a Tascasita thump in there. Down loss. Back to the 49. 5 yards. Morrison taking out the whole team's frustration on that play.
Yeah, Myron Morrison, really good play. Play for Craig Stump out there at Tascasita. And right now, you know what a Tascasita is doing in the state of Texas. They're wreaking havoc. One of the top-ranked teams in the state. And, of course, Myron Morrison was part of that when he played there at Tascasita. But right now, Rice Owls need a lot of guys to step up like that and make some big plays.
3rd down and 8 coming up for the Owls. UAB, those been efficient. 4 of 6 on 3rd downs. On the season, they're 38%, which is respectable. Zeno is the quarterback still. Snap and a fake to Jones. Zeno back to pass. Slant right side. Incomplete for Shropshire at the 40. Late flag comes in. If that was any later, it'd be thrown in Sunday school. That was so late. Sean Fresh on that coverage.
Now, what are they calling? Late hit? A personal foul? After the play was dead, he did kind of push the receiver, but let's see if they call that.
Sean Fresh can't believe it. Looking back to the outside line, they have not made the call yet, but it looks like it's against the blue and gray.
You got to be careful, man. That's 2 15-yard penalties if that's the case.
Pass interference, number 1, defense. Ball is placed at the spot of foul. Automatic. First down.
See, here's the thing, JP. When he released the receiver, it was a little bit of a shove that brought attention to the play. But you got to look at what happened before that. And if Sean Fresh didn't impede the progress of the receiver, if he didn't hold him as the ball was coming his way, that's kind of hard to make that call. But, of course, the receiver's talking trash.
1st and 10 at the Rice 40-yard line. UAB leading 17-7, last minute 39, and they've got all 3 of their timeouts. Zeno, his series, takes the snap, and a quick turn gives to McBride. He trucks his way downfield, and Blake Bainish squats on him. But as McBride is so good going downfield, downhill, he gets the extra yards. He picks up 8. Now 2nd down into Pro Football Focus, talking about Dwayne McBride, one of the top running backs in college football. Great after contact, at around 5 yards in 2021, over 5 yards this season. 385 bench, Nate, just like you, 550 with the squad.
I benched 325 as a freshman. Yeah. 325, not 385, buddy.
2nd and 2, the 32. Back to pass, Zeno, airing it going for broke, deep right side, incomplete. It's a little long. Back in coverage.
Good coverage by
for the Owls is Sean Fresh on Shropshire there. 3rd down and 2 coming up. Quick pause of the action. Did you know Walter could throw some weight around back in the day?
Oh, I do believe
he set his junior high and his high school bench press record. We got on that topic on the coaches show off there. He can throw some weight around.
I do believe it. Walter's a big guy, so it does not surprise me.
340 on the bench at one point? 320. Oh, up higher, he says. Oh,
yeah,
gosh.
it's got to be higher.
3rd and 2 to 32.
Heck, if I could throw 325 around, I know what he could do.
Back to action here, the 58-second mark. McBride, and they're 4 for 6 on 3rd downs. A hand to McBride. Hops over Now's defender to the left. What quick feet in traffic there as he just jumps over Inachuku. Could be facing each other in the league someday. 3 yards and just enough to get the first down to the 29. 50 seconds, clock's moving.
If you're going to tackle McBride, you have to intentionally tackle him because this guy, he has such great feet, and he's so quick.
Timeout's called. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's so quick. You really have to wrap him. You can't try to foot tackle him because he has such great feet. He can just step over your hand, so it's really not a big deal. You got to wrap this guy.
Stay tuned. Coming up here, we have our halftime festivities. We'll hear from the Dunleavy family head football coach, Mike Bloomgren. Then we'll have Bob have our update around Rice Athletics. A lot of updates on soccer and volleyball to tell you. Our IBEW Local 716 halftime show coming up here, 49 seconds. Well, we've already told you about Quinn. He's got the leg. They're at 29. They're essentially in field goal range right now if they don't gain another yard, and they've got plenty of time remaining with the first down and 2 timeouts that any extra yardage they get is a bonus.
You can't give them any more points at this point. You cannot allow them to score.
With getting the ball back in the second half.
Yeah, but then and the thing is, I do like Rice's chances of being able to score quickly twice, but you just cannot allow this to happen, period.
One safety high Nyaquan back there. 49 seconds left. Time really not a factor. Zeno still in there at quarterback.
Yeah, that's the defense against the run. More guys up right now.
He's played in all 3 games. 5 of 9 passing for 56 yards coming into this one. McBride his back. And they got Davis going in motion. Snap, play action. Zeno wanting to throw it. Sprints out to the right side. Chased by Conti. Throws it right sideline. Incomplete. The 25-yard line. But there's a flag thrown by the side judge here to this near way. 42 seconds left. Morrison out there in coverage of Mr. Davis. Could be an offsides against Rice.
It's not anything else but that. It's a 5-yard penalty here.
We started this game at 6:32. We might end next Wednesday.
I don't have a problem calling a football game for 3 days. I mean, we could easily do this. I don't know possible like that.
Second down.
Well, I know the talking-wise, we can cover that one.
Absolutely.
That's the nourishment and the rest.
Yes, we do need that.
Got cookies up here.
Both.
So they did not have the flag. They took up the flags. And what we say we saw, we didn't see. UAB 17, Rice 7, 2nd and 10 to 29. Got McBride there to the right of Zeno. And they put Davis in motion again. Trip set, 2nd and 10 to 29. Left hash, 11 to snap it. Zeno back, gives to McBride. Hit hard in the backfield, and he is shoved back. Yow's doing a better job of making that initial contact, and Inachuku playing with his pants on fire there, keeping up with Morris and a loss of a yard. 3rd down and 11 to 30. They call another timeout. 32 seconds left. Ball at the 30-yard line here. So this right now would be about a 47, 48-yarder for Quinn.
Can't take them with you, so you may as well go ahead and use them now. You can't use them in the second half. You get 3 in the first half, 3 in the second half. And so you look at UAB, and they're thinking,
UAB,
hey, we can put 3 more on the board because our guy kicked a 46-yard field goal earlier. So, yeah, you got a shot. But, again, Rice Owls, man, anything you can do to prevent them from scoring at all, even a field goal, is what you need to do.
Yeah, probably a short play here to get a couple yards, and then try to maybe get it where his spot would be, unless they think they'd go for it if they got a bigger chunk of yards there. But you imagine being on the road, interim head coach Brian Vincent would do that. He stepped in for Bill Clark, who resurrected this UAB program. Brian Vincent was their OC that won the Conference USA titles in 18 and 20. His second stint at UAB, he was their OC when they got rid of football, took a detour to South Alabama for 3 seasons. Former head coach at Greenville, Alabama, and Spanish Fort, Alabama, made his way up the ranks, and now head coach in his hometown state.
Need a stop there, maybe even a sack or tackle for loss.
Wouldn't turn it down. 3rd and 11 at the 30. They're 5 of 7 on third downs. 3 receiver set. Snap. Hand right side. McBride. Good block. Well, he's a hold. The flag comes in. The 25 and the 20. McBride sprints out of bounds. Now, that play takes them out of field goal range.
It does. It should. Because otherwise, lined up on the 30 would have been a 47 initially. And additional yards here definitely would have put them in field goal range. But not now.
Holding, number 66, offense, 10-yard penalty.
It's only a 17-7 game, and that is the 5th penalty by
Correction.
UAB.
3rd down.
So, 3rd down, and they'll move it back to the 40-yard line. So 3rd down and 20 coming up at the 40.
He'd stop them here. Don't even give them, the thought that they can kick a 50-yard field goal. So you need a big stop here.
Yeah, right now it'd be 57. His career long for Quinn is 51. So they need about 8-9 yards to be comfortable. Zeno still the quarterback. Pointing guys moving around. Damos, the tight end, goes in motion in front of him. 3rd and 20 to the 40. Snap. Play action McBride. Zeno wants to throw it. Another flag comes in. They throw deep over the middle. Caught the 22. Streaking near sideline the 22. Stiff arm the 20. Near sideline. Out of bounds.
But there's a flag.
Goes that guy Palmer again. Flag though. See about this laundry. Is Lamont Narcisse there? Al's a nickel back.
Number 62, offense, 10-yard penalty for the previous spot. Repeat, 3rd down.
What I was going to say before that previous penalty, so I'll say now, UAB has not been playing a great first half either, but they still lead Rice 17-7 on the road here.
Well, they took advantage of a couple of things. Turnover, and then you had the 71-yard pass, and they were able to score. And sometimes it hedges on, being able to take advantage of a turnover or two, even if you're not playing well on the road.
And I'm wondering, with it being on the road, you get the ball back. Why don't you just take the knee now? This started at the 29. Now it's a 3rd and 32 at midfield for
lead isn't big enough.
UAB, I guess. Trying to get a little distance here. The snap, a handoff to McBride, short side left, and he just spins around. Again, I asked, why did you not just take the knee? But he falls down, and a timeout is called. Because now it's 4th down, you can give Rice the football back. Well, not a lot of time there. But 4-yard gain, and that was an Owls timeout, I believe. UAB had one more. You think it would behoove them to let the clock run down?
I know Coach Bloomberg's
timeout. Right. Their first in the half.
That's Quez Yates, some bonus commentary from the Jones JC from Crystal Springs, Mississippi. You ever been there?
Crystal Springs? No.
I don't know Crystal Springs.
I don't know of anyone who has.
Well, I bet the Yates family has.
Oh, I'm pretty sure.
So now we have another timeout on the field. 13 seconds left. And, yes, that was a Rice stoppage. But 4th down and 30 for the UAB Blazers at the 46-yard line. So just got to say it, put it out there. It'd be a 63-yard field goal. Quinn obviously has a good leg. Nope, they're bringing out the punter Greenwell here. And Fresh will go back to return this punt.
That's why they want to call the timeout. Get the right guy taking the punt. Let's see if we can return it. But, if you're going to take a shot down the field, you got to get out of bounds in about 6 to 7 seconds. So let's see what happens here.
Fresh standing at his own 10-yard line here. 4th down and 30, the 46. He'll be punting from right to left. Greenwell from Thompson Station, Tennessee. Arcs a high run. And end over end when Fresh gets away from it. It lands at the 13, takes a Rice bounce, 3 seconds left, and it is stopped. Down around the 20. The Owls will
3 seconds left in the half.
Make a stop. You couldn't imagine the UAB coaches wanted that one to be touched.
But I heard the groans over here.
Yeah.
No. You could hear that. They did not want it to be touched at all. Because that ball could have easily gone down to the 2 or the 3 yard line.
Well, all right. We saw the late game magic from TJ McMahon. What's he got here? That was last week. What's he got here with 3 seconds to go? First half.
Out.
Rice down 10, 17-7. Snap it from the 19-yard line. Comes to McMahon, gives to Montgomery, sprints up the middle, and he will go to the 24-yard line, and that will end the half. We'll hear from Coach Bloomgren here in just a matter of seconds. 17-7, UAB leads Rice. It was Rice early, but then UAB 17 unanswered points.
Well, you know what he's going to say. He's going to say, we can't make the mistakes. Bottom line, we can't turn the ball over. We can't make mistakes against a team like UAB. Jason Metko currently looking for head coach Mike Bloomgren, and he is walking his way, but he's taking his time. Where we go? Got him right now.
That struggle there in the first half. What needs correction first in your mind?
Everything. I don't think we can play worse fundamentally than we are right now. They're not a team that we cannot stand toe-to-toe with and beat, and that's what we've got to make sure we have in our minds. We've got to go out there and do our jobs in the second half because all three phases have not done their job to the level we expect.
TJ's been pressured, sacked 3 times. How does that get alleviated in the second half?
Yeah, I think a couple times that he's had some good looks and he needs to get the ball out, and other times, they're doing a great job covering us down the field too. They're doing some drop 8 stuff, so we need more strain everywhere. We got to work together with the protection unit, and then we've got to get the ball out of our hand when people are open.
Appreciate it, Coach. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Jason. 17-7, UAB leads Rice at the break. Stay tuned. Our Rice Athletics Update with Bob coming up next. It's Rice football from Learfield.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Rice teams and traditions are legendary. Our team as strategic wealth designers are proud to be a partner of Rice Athletics. What an honor to be working together. When you're ready to discuss your financial future, call the team the Owls trust. We look forward to creating your winning strategy for retirement. Visit us at swdgroup.com today. And go Owls.
We interrupt your top 40 hits to issue this alert from the Karbach Brewing Company. In our efforts to brew our distinct and popular Hopadillo IPA, we have unwittingly created a monster. A monster with an insatiable thirst. A monster that will not stop until it gets what it wants. An ice-cold Hopadillo IPA. Just like the one I'm holding in my hand. Bold, flavorful, dry-hopped, irresistible. Go, sweet Mary! Hopadillo. Find it before it finds you. Bravely brewed in Texas by the Karbach Brewing Company.
Hey, Oscar, wake up. Hi, this is Otis and Oscar, the talking spokes oysters for Acme Oyster House. You've probably seen us on TV. My friend Oscar is, sleeping. We oysters like our pets. Anyway, drop by tonight for a dozen raw, a dozen char grilled, a seafood platter or po' boy, and maybe a few laughs. Come Acme, bro. Not you. Acme Oyster House. Life's more fun with seafood.
On the Rice Sports Network from Learfield, welcome to the IBEW Local Union 716 halftime show. Coming up, scores from around the country, highlights, and stats from our first half. Now, with a look at what's going on across Rice Athletics, let's go back to the stadium and join Bob Schlanger.
UAB leading Rice by the score of 17-7. Bobby Schlanger in the booth.
Yes, sir.
So happy to be here with you, Bob. It's a
Beautiful
night. I am Nate Griffin, by the way. And, hey, what do you think about the game?
Well, I think, UAB had first and 10 at the 29 on that last drive, and they ended up, losing 21 and didn't even attempt a field goal. So I think we're going in the right direction. We got to move the ball a little bit, and I think we'll be okay.
Right strategy not to allow them to score here before the half. Leave it
They
at
get
17.
the ball to start the second half, but if you get a defensive stand, you're back in the game.
You feel comfortable with where we are right now?
Yeah.
Can they make up the 10 points?
Well, I like being down 10 as opposed to being down 17 or even 13. So I think things game's still in the balance. So.
Yeah, no question.
So
let's talk about what's happening.
Well, let's take a look at the last week since we last met.
Yep.
At TDECU Field last week at U of H. We had the women competed in cross country and in Pennsylvania at the Paul Short run, and Grace Forbes improved her time by 10 seconds. It was Rice's top runner. Finished 9th out of 410 runners. It was basically a mob scene.
She's amazing.
She's amazing, and she's had a tremendous career, and the best is yet to come. So, soccer. One thing, soccer played Thursday night against FAU, and one thing to consider is Rice has a lot of players. Brian Lee recruits a lot in Florida, and we had Maddie Allen, Natalie Gorgie, Jaden Roberts, Carson Martz, and Callie McKinney are all from the Tampa area, and that Hurricane Ian was right in their face all day Thursday. So it's tough coming out and playing a soccer match when you've got concerns about family and friends and neighborhoods at home, and we've been through it. We know what it's like.
Yep.
But they came out and played hard and defeated FAU 1-0. Grace Collins is amazing, and she intercepted. There was a bad pass from a defender, and she put it in the back of the goal. And so Rice is now 4-0 in Conference USA, playing well, getting all the players back, and they make a trip up to College Station tomorrow night at 7:00 to play A&M. A&M struggled a little bit. They've lost their last 4 in a row. So, and then volleyball had a tough 5-set match last night at North Texas, but they play tomorrow at 1:00. They're 13-1. They only lost the one 5-set match to Oregon. They're 3-0 in Conference USA, and they're rolling. And let me tell you what: if you're on the fence about whether you want to see a volleyball match or not, come out tomorrow, and it's a great show. It's every person contributes, so it's 1:00 tomorrow.
There you go. UAB leading Rice 17-7 at the half. We'll be right back with JP. Stay with us.
Guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the Lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care would love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Ready for our little forest adventure?
Yes! So much waiting for me. Yeah, I wanna go outside. I wanna be.
We're here.
Whoa, that was fast.
There's a forest closer than you think. Find a park or forest near you and music inspired by nature at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by USDA Forest Service and the Ad Council.
You're not too cool for me. And in return, I reciprocate that sentiment. I'll never be too cool for you. I was a man with a plan, but now I'm a dad with a decree, and you can't take that from me. Please let it be noted that I told my job they can dock my pay. Right now, it's just too important to take you to school every day. I want to be legendary for you. I want you to puff out your chest when you go to school, the same way I do. I walk taller because of you, because I found everything to live for.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
You are listening to the IBEW Local Union 716 halftime show. And this is what happened last time on the Mike Bloomgren Show.
Quarterbacks coach Gerard Wiltshire joins us. Finally, Coach, we are reunited. First time in like 3 years. Nate's hogged the other interviews.
I know. I'm excited. I actually thought you was kind of hiding from bumping.
No. Discuss, like I've asked for them, but a different perspective totally. What you've seen, not just from Sean and Jordan, but the unit has been very consistent this year.
Yeah, one exciting thing is both those guys had about 700 snaps last year. And when you play college football, nothing beats real experience, practice is great, and practice helps you prepare, but those live reps against somebody else is really what helps you prepare. So they both had 700. I think they truly understand the defense. And then this year we can have really high-level conversations in the secondary, which is exciting.
Discuss the rest of the guys, though, in the unit, how they haven't played as much, but you still got a deep unit out there.
Yeah, it's a really competitive, fun unit. Like you mentioned, Lamont, he's done a great job playing some nickel snaps. JoJo Jean has had a few nickel snaps in the game. Miles McCord, he started some for us over the last 2 years. He's still in the room. Then Trayshawn DeVones, we're slowly working him back into the mix. So, right now that's 6 guys that can flat out play that I'm excited about. We go to work every day, and, sometimes some guys got to go to scout team, but it's just part of the process. Every snap gets you better.
Is the position still the position after the game's changed so much, emphasis mostly on throwing with some of the rule changes benefiting the offense for the most part, but has that changed anything that you teach and coach on a day-to-day basis?
No, not really. At the end of the day, we got to cover them. No matter what happens, it's our job to cover and get that D-line a chance to get there. So by hook or crook, we'll figure out how to get it done.
You coach the goldfish mentality. Coach says it all the time. You just heard them talking about it too. But in the heat of the moment, is that tough sometimes to do, or is it an easier thing to do because of the coaching and drilling it into that mentality?
No, it's tough. The hardest thing is, we want to stop everything. If it's a hitch, we want to win. If it's a curl, we want to win. If it's a go ball, we want to win. So you want to win everything. But sometimes, like I tell my wife, the other team, they practice. They want to win too. So, they're going to try and do things to get away from us. But, hopefully at the end of the day, we will have done more than them.
Coach in his segment I was asking him from his perspective, your story. So give your perspective from your story coming to Rice, been 5 years now, and how not only have you seen the unit grow and the defense grow and the team grow, but what have you liked about Rice and how'd you get here?
Well, first, working with Brian Smith, having coached him, awesome, and we just kept a relationship over the years. And then, like you mentioned earlier, I recruited and coached Cedric Calhoun. So when I walked into my interview, I think we kind of shocked Coach Bloomgren that I knew so many people in the room. And the time Pete Limbo was here, I had worked for Pete Limbo at Lehigh. So to me, it was a natural fit. I just needed Coach Bloom to say yes. It's like getting married. You need her to say yes too.
Yeah.
So it was good.
Coach Calhoun, the same back then, and was Coach Smith the same back then? Obviously, people change, but
no, they're the same.
Okay.
They're the same people. Coach Calhoun is Coach Calhoun, and Coach Smith has that quiet intensity. But no, they're the same.
Listen to the Mike Bloomgren Show Mondays at 7 during game weeks, live from Acme Oyster House on the Rice Sports Network from Learfield.
What if your preferred hospital could also be your primary care provider? At Houston Methodist, we go beyond hospital care, offering you everything from flu shots to well-woman exams to managing your weight and cholesterol. And our primary care doctors and specialists are connected all across the city. So whatever the need, wherever you live, we can be there for you.
Visit HoustonMethodist.org to find the care you need at locations throughout Houston. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Build it, price it, own it. Shoppers and John Deere makes it as easy as 1, 2, 3 to get the John Deere tractor of your dreams. Number 1, go to shoppers at sfstractor.com. Select the John Deere tractor you want, add the attachments you need. Number 2, select your terms, see the price along with monthly payments, and apply for financing. Number 3, buy your John Deere tractor from Shoppers, and Shoppers will deliver it for free. Shoppers makes it that easy to purchase your John Deere tractor. Build it, price it, own it. Only at Shoppers. All things John Deere.
Big trip on the horizon? Before you depart, you gotta park. The Parking Spot is a simpler, easier way to navigate airport parking, and you can save when you book online. You're guaranteed a spot, and we even pick you up at your trunk in our yellow and black spotted shuttles and take you straight to the terminal. Parking and saving come full circle at the Parking Spot. The Parking Spot, proud sponsor of Rice University. Visit theparkingspot.com to reserve your spot today.
Have no post-game plans? You do now. Head down the street to Little Woodrow's in Rice Village and relax over indoor and outdoor games, sports, and drink specials that a college student can't refuse. All you have to do is bring your student ID to enjoy $2.50 domestic drafts. Also, don't miss out on our Thursday college nights as we've got $2 domestic drafts and $3 shot specials. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram to stay up to date on all of our upcoming events and specials. Little Woodrow's, the official Rice Owls game day headquarters.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by Rice University. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of Rice and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by Rice University.
Nate Griffin, I'm JP Heath, IBEW Local 716 halftime show, UAB 17, Rice 7. Looking at some scores around Conference USA. They are a service of the Doubletree by Hilton Medical Center. Two teams coming up on the Owls schedule playing in Charlotte. UTEP leads the 49ers 41-35. Last couple minutes of that game. Western Kentucky knotted up at 20 with Troy. That is a third quarter score. Also across USA in action, FIU leading New Mexico State 21-7 out in Las Cruces. North Texas has defeated FAU today, 45-28. And last night, UTSA defeated Middle Tennessee by a 45-30 count. In American Conference play, not the full scoreboard, but Cincinnati leads Tulsa 24-20. That is a third quarter count. And East Carolina defeated South Florida 48-28. And Tulane bested Houston. That was last night, 27-24. Willie Fritz has the green wave at 4-1, and Houston drops to 2-3 on the season. And I won't spoil anything other to say. Nate has a few other scores as well.
Yeah, I was going to say Tulane's a good football team, man. Do not mistake. They really are. Alabama knocks off Arkansas today, 49-26. Looked like Arkansas was going to make a comeback at the end of the half in the third quarter, but Alabama obviously pressed the accelerator and took that one home. Mississippi State over Texas A&M today, 42-24. That's right, 42-24. Mississippi State over A&M. Also, Ole Miss over Kentucky, 22-19. Georgia down to Missouri right now at the half, 16-6. That's sort of a little bit of a shocker there.
Number one Georgia, right?
Yeah, number one Georgia we're talking about here at Missouri, and they right now are down 10. Kind of a very similar game to what we have here. Kansas State all over Texas Tech today at Kansas State, 37-28. That is a huge win for them. Kansas State is now 4-1. Texas Tech now 3-2. And Oklahoma State over Baylor today at Baylor, 36-25. Man, that's a little bit of an upset, if you will, but Oklahoma State ranked higher than Baylor at 9, Baylor at number 16. Can't say it was expected. When you go to Baylor, you better play well so you can win. So certainly they did today.
Sorry, but Oklahoma State,
jump in there.
They had the worst non-conference schedule in the country. They had the worst strength of schedule. And then to go in there and do that, that's why that's impressive.
No question about it. Coach Gundy, I've always liked his coaching style. I mean, he's – he wears what's that thing you guys call on the back? The long hair back
mullet.
Yeah, the mullet. He's got the mullet.
You guys, like I have any hair.
Yeah, you call it the mullet. I don't. But, you could turn it into a ponytail. But, the thing is, underneath that mullet is a football brain. So there you go, guys. Coaching well.
All right, we'll be back. We'll have more scores. We get back to it. Stay tuned. Coming up next, second half, UAB 17, Rice 7. Second half next. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Rice fans need a place to stay while watching your Owls play ball? Located just steps from campus is the Hilton Houston Medical Center. Visit us today at houstonplaza.hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special Rice discount. Again, that's houstonplaza.hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special Rice discount now.
Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment. 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling. the official beer partner of Rice Athletics, and now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. The Yingling Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Please enjoy responsibly.
College sports fans now have access to hundreds of weekly podcasts that zero in on the college sports world. Now available in the Varsity Podcast Network and part of the new Varsity app. The app is free and available from wherever you get your favorite apps. Download the Varsity app today to have access to hundreds of national podcasts as well as your favorite team-focused podcasts. The Varsity Podcast Network, now available for free on the Varsity app. Download from the App Store and listen today.
Join us each Monday of a game week for the Mike Bloomgren Show from Acme Oyster House. It's at 1201 Westheimer. It's aired live at 7 o'clock on the Varsity Network app, riceowls.com, and the Owls Game Day app. Coach and I will recap each game and preview the Owls' next opponent. Players and assistant coaches also join us throughout the season. And get this, it's also streamed live on the Owls Facebook and YouTube channels. The Mike Bloomgren Show, 7 o'clock every Monday of a game week at Acme Oyster House.
Our first year here in 2018, we couldn't move the ball seemingly an inch. And they were an outstanding team in 2018. And so you talk about they were the standard. They were the one we pointed to. They were the bully. And the facts are we went up there last year and we won the game. And we put some physical stuff on film in that game as well. So they can put up whatever quotes they want. They've got to come down here to Houston. They've got to play these guys. These guys are a physical football team. It prepares incredibly well. I have no doubt it's going to be a physical football game. But I don't think any words in the locker room are going to win or lose this game.
Mike Bloomgren this week to Matthew Bartlett of the Roost when asked about UAB putting up his quote from last season in the locker room about the Blazers being the bully of Conference USA. And UAB gets the football to start the second half. Looking at the Houston Methodist leaderboard, UAB 208 on the total yardage. Rice just 75. The other side of that is the Owls had 75 on their opening drive of the game, and no net yards since that opening drive. McMahon 6 of 12, 57 yards. Broussard a touchdown, but 9 carries, only 14 yards. As UAB will take this kickoff, but it goes over the head of the deep man, Jermaine Brown, and they'll bring it out to the 25. Flags coming in. There is a down owl. Gabe Taylor is down on his knees. Jason Metko, I hope you saw that because I was following the ball on the other end, but there's a down owl on his knees and 3 flags surround him. No doubt a cheap hit by the UAB Blazers. We'll see.
Yeah, sometimes those are intimidation tactics, and there's a lot of bad blood right now kind of stemming.
That's Gabe Taylor. He is up now.
Between these two teams. And he's upset. Yeah, he's upset right now.
Yeah, Gabe having to be denied from going over there, and this could be a case of targeting or
after the play. Personal foul. Late hit. Number 13, UAB, with charge. The previous play is under review.
So a cheap shot from Reese Collier there.
And you know what they're trying to determine right now.
If he's tossed, but the automatic rule is they get the automatic review to see, confirm what it is, a stipulation. But, yeah, Gabe Taylor, he is Miami Gulliver Prep tough. He was he bounced up. He was incensed. I mean, he's an intense competitor as it is, but he was one to go after that whole UAB sideline. I don't know if you remember that baseball, Amir Garrett for the Cincinnati Reds. Yeah. That he went into the dugout of the other team. That's what I thought of immediately when I saw Gabe Taylor, but he got held back by like 3 people. Yeah, that's half a field away.
That's also knowing your teammates are coming to your aid. Because when you go into another team's dugout, you got to know, wait a minute, they outnumber me like 26-1. So your teammates have to come over and help you out. But in this particular case, so UAB is going to start the second half with a penalty. And if you remember, the Rice Owls ended the second quarter, I believe, between the first and second quarters. You had about 3 critical penalties. I'm not just talking about all the penalties. I'm talking about 3 very critical penalties. Rice in the first half had a total of 5 penalties, but 3 real critical penalties. All penalties are critical, but 3 critical penalties that help to give the other team scores, and what I'm talking about. So let's see what happens in this case.
And now one of the officials steps in front of Taylor again as he was halfway on the field, still barking at that UAB huddle. And the officials right now are looking at the merits of this targeting. We don't get that replay up here in the booth. And again, our eyes were going to see that ball go over the head of the return man, Jermaine Brown. Then we look down, and Jason is shouting in our ear, rightfully so, that Taylor is down on his knees if you're just coming in at the 45-yard line. And it took him a minute or so to get up.
Makes a player mad because he thinks it's a dirty shot. It's not a clean shot. It's a dirty lick. And on top of that, now
there's no targeting on the play. However, foul for the late hit is enforced half the distance to the goal from the 25-yard line.
So naturally, you think there's a guy here who's trying to end my career. And that's why Gabe Taylor is so angry.
Jason Metko is down on the Rice Owls sideline. Yes, Mr. Metko.
Gabe is sitting down on the bench right now, talking with his teammates, got a towel versus now he stepped right back up. He is very animated, fellas, but he is medically cleared to come back in. The trainers looked at him and he gave him a thumbs up, and they replied yes.
Mike Bloomgren talking to the officials around the 35-yard line now, backing away. So that penalty moves them back to the 12. It's right between the 12 and the 13-yard line is where they start this drive in this second half.
But see, Gabe's going to have to calm down quickly and get back in this game because they will pick on that area of the field.
Williams in for him at safety, the Alabama native. Snap and a handoff short side right to McBride, and he gets bullied up around the line of scrimmage and might get a yard or two. Give him a yard of field. Second down and 9. McKenna Inachuku there with Quentin Titt. Second down and 9 now.
Rice Owls need to figure out what's going on here very quickly and limit the time of possession for UAB. Right now, UAB leading the Rice Owls in time of possession, 15:38 to 14:22. They need a big play here.
Hopkins, the quarterback. Zeno had that one series towards the end of the first half. Second and 9, their 13 snap. Hand to McBride. Sprinting around the right end. Breaks a tackle past the 20. A first down. Late flag comes in here as McBride went past the 25-yard line.
Flag on the play.
Myron Morrison on that tackle.
But where that flag is concerns me.
And towards the end of the play, too.
Right.
Holding, number 51, offense.
Okay.
10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Repeat, second down.
Don't have a 51 on the depth chart, but UAB getting pressed back. That's their 8th penalty of this ball game, but that is
we'll take it.
Their 51 is on the defensive side, so it's probably 61 Traherne there with that penalty.
More than likely, and it happened down the field. The hold happened down the field late.
So after that, it goes back to a second down and essentially 10 situation. The tally markers moved just past the line of scrimmage. Jermaine Brown, the back end there, right behind Hopkins, threw for a career-high 318 against Rice in Birmingham last season. Here's the snap. Hand, wide side of the field to the left, and Isaiah Floyd and company pushing back. Brown, he got a yard of field.
Picks up a yard.
Trayshawn Chamberlain being helped out there by Ikenna Inachuku. Fired up defense right now. Third down and 9.
Yeah, Trayshawn Chamberlain was actually taking on a block and made that play. Was able to shed it just a little bit and made the play with a little bit of help from his teammates.
UAB 5 for 8 on third downs. Hopkins tonight 10 of 12. Very efficient. 152 yards passing. A touchdown and a pick. UAB looking to take all the time in the world out that play clock down to 20 seconds. McDonald, the tight end. There, hand down to the right. And Brown, the back. Receiver the way. Snap, middle of the field. Handoff to Brown. Shifts away from Inachuku, and he got planted at the line of scrimmage.
That's going to bring up
Morrison coming
down.
up there to lay the lumber down. Fourth down and 9 coming up for UAB.
I tell you what, they did a nice job also of shutting down the lanes. They were able to shed their blocks. That front four, they ran a front four, and at that time, they were able to shed those blocks. And when they did, they were able to make the tackle.
13:03 of this third quarter of play. UAB 17 and Rice 7 here. Scoreboard, for some reason, has been too generous to give UAB 6 extra points as the Greenwell punt comes down to Fresh at the 44, runs up the 50, gets a block, and then gets trapped up in between 3 different Blazers and slammed back near midfield. So however you slice it, however you dice it, it'll be a good starting field position.
Pressure on the return.
Looks like we have a
Down at
drone
midfield. That's where Rice will take
over the top of the field right now that I don't know if the facilities folks have seen right now. A 42-yard punt and a 6-yard return.
That's interesting. That drone is up there as well. And is that a drone?
I think that's
a helicopter.
Drone. Yeah, that's a copter. That was very close to us. Okay.
Yeah.
What am I talking about?
In the flight space, I'm sure there's probably a little concern going to the hospital, medical center, if you will.
All right, Rice, short field, first down at the 48-yard line. Got to get something going. A handoff to Broussard near way, and he puts the shoulders down and runs downfield for a few. Picked inside around the 45. Check that, 20 West, not 30 Broussard. That was West's first carry of the game, and it goes for 3 yards down to the 45. Second down.
It's important that the Rice Owls play well on first down. They have a short second down opportunity to convert to third down. You got to be to convert to first downs. You got to be very efficient in this second half if you're going to put points on the board. Can't hope for the points. You have to put them on the board.
Esdale alongside McCaffrey and Campbell out to the left. Shotgun. Here is McMahon. Second and 7 to 45. Here's the snap. Quarterback draw. 45-40. TJ running down to the 30. He gets sandwiched inside the 25-yard line. Says, yep, first down. And drops the football as Cash and Key sandwiched in there, but not before he went for 20 yards to the 25.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Quick decisions, making these decisions a whole lot quicker. If you're TJ, that was the play, intended play for TJ, and of course that time he used his legs. Now it's 11 on 11.
That's his longest run as a Rice out. Previous long 17-7. Some big boy ball down there on the Rice Stadium turf. West is the back. Got Johnson blocking for him. Under center is McMahon. Receiver either way. The snap. Handoff. West starts running left. He got chipped there by Forte, the defensive tackle, but wiggled his way inside the 25, around the 23. Got a couple. Second down and 8 for the Rice Owls.
I didn't see anybody put anybody down on the ground. I mean, you got to be able to do that. And the one thing I liked about West, the first defender, he did put him on the ground. But other than that, you got to be able to knock guys down.
11:03 this third quarter. UAB 17-7. Lead over the Rice Owls. UAB got the ball to start the second half, but they went backwards. McMahon in a 5-wide situation. Rosner's been quiet. One catch. It went for 28 yards. He slot right side. Second and 8 to 23. Shotgun. He'll run it again. McMahon, takes a detour to the left. And he sees a lot of green and white and gold as he does not get a gain sliding to the left, barring from his brother Ryan a baseball slide there as he avoided Eason. Third down now and 8.
Well, they ran the empty backfield a couple plays ago, so the defense had seen that play. You didn't fool them, and I know what they're trying to do. You got to allow TJ to make decisions quicker, but you also need some plays where you can just drop it down to guys.
Groon, the tight end to the left. Broussard back in there as the back. Owls only 2 of 7 on third downs. They need 8 here from the 23 of UAB. At the 10-minute mark, shotgun snap. McMahon looking over the middle, looks right side, throws. It's caught by Esdale. How did he catch that in traffic? The 15 and a first down. Oh, Isaiah stuck on his hands. Went for 11 yards. Got drugged down by Tyler Taylor. What a catch by Mr. Isaiah Esdale.
Yeah, defender was overplaying Isaiah Esdale, and he was able to make the catch underneath. But that was a great throw by TJ because he had a defender in his face. He's looking at bigger guys, and he's able to actually get that pass out in front of bigger guys.
Esdale, his third catch here of the game. 1 of 3 receivers to the right side now. First down at the 12. Broussard, the back to the left of McMahon. Again out of that shotgun. Ball's middle of the field. The snap. Hand to Broussard. Clings his way to the right side. Keeps those legs churning. Slamming his way down to the turf at around the 7-yard line. He got 5 more yards before being corralled by the UAB Blazers safety, Jalen Key, and Jackson Bratton in on the play. An Alabama transfer. Second down now and about 4.
That was a good A-gap run, but a better block, if you will, by Shea Taylor and Trey Filippi. They really did a nice job of sealing off the left side or the right side of that UAB defense.
McCaffrey and Rosner, receivers to the right. McCaffrey in motion, Broussard to the left of McMahon. Second and 4 at the 12. Snap. McMahon looking right. Nothing there. He gets chased, running to the left side and trying to cut it back up the middle. And he gets the first down. Almost got the goal line, but he got stopped short. They say his knee was down at the 3. First down, Rice Owls.
Now you see what he's doing. You see what TJ is doing. TJ is doing a nice job of reading the defense. If he's not seeing a wide open receiver, he's taking off and running and not waiting for that 1,003 count. 1,001, 1,002, I'm out of here. And he's able to get down the field.
So he did not get the first down. They had a bad spot. He was just outside the 3-yard line. Third down, less than a yard. Johnson coming in there as the blocking back for the Scholars. Third down. Got Fai Pepe out there as well. 8-minute mark. Rice down 10 to UAB. Snap. Hand. Right side. Again, Broussard. He's got a nose for that end zone. A touchdown. Rice Owls. Touchdown. Ari Broussard. He gets it in from 3 yards out, and the Rice Owls, 17-13. They trail UAB.
So impressive by the Rice Owls offense that time because you had a 9-man front from UAB, but you got the big offensive line of the Rice Owls. They were able to get their blocks down, get better leverage. Ari Broussard at 205 pounds, able to get it to the end zone, got it done. And that's what we were talking about earlier. That 10 points, not insurmountable. Got it done.
Does he have a nose for that end zone?
He's got a nose for it. Yes, he does.
It's his third multi-touchdown game of the season already here. We're just in game number 5 as McMahon goes back there to hold for Christian Van Sickle. This is kicked up, and it is through the uprights to our right and right past the top of the vomitorium. There is a cluster of kiddos there wanting that loose football. One of them got it. They have to give it back. 8:01, third quarter. Got a game again. UAB 17, Rice 14. Come back right after this. It's Rice football from Learfield.
Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment. 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, the official beer partner of Rice Athletics, and now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. The Yingling Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Please enjoy responsibly.
With MyFit Foods, meal planning isn't hard. We've got options on options for ready-to-eat meals. It's no secret why MyFit Foods is the best choice for meal prep. We have the best products, price point, and people dedicated to serving you. Stop by our store, only a mile down the road from Rice University, and fuel your body the Rice way today. MyFit Foods. Give a fit.
I didn't really know what to expect of Texas, and especially Houston, because I'm not sure if I was expecting country or city vibes. But once I got my feet wet, and my roommate or my old roommate Kobe Campbell did a great job getting me used to it. So definitely as it continued, got a lot smoother.
Owls corner, Jordan Dunbar on the Mike Bloomgren Show, getting used to life in the big city after coming from Tarrytown, New York, which is actually closer to New York City than I want to give him credit for. But Rice back in this one, UAB 17, Rice 14.
That's right, 8 plays, 50 yards, 445, a 3-yard run by Ari Broussard. Nice job by Ari to get it into the end zone. We knew that 10-point lead that UAB had was not insurmountable. Thank goodness the defense able to shut him down. Let's go down to Jason Metko. Jace, what you got, buddy?
Thank you, Nate. Yeah, you mentioned the defense making the great stops to end the first half, and then the cheap shot that Gabe Taylor took to start the second half here. And this bench area is now much more electric, probably as fired up as they were before the game even started. So using that motivation as fuel, and they pulled off one of their best drives of the game, fellas.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Getting that extra lean Broussard there, getting some push there on that drive. And Owls trying to take hold of that momentum. 8:01 to go, third quarter, still an eternity to go in this game. But UAB leads Rice 17-14. Blazers going to get it back. Big-legged Tim Horn punches this one very deep, and yet another touchback. Brown can only watch that one sail over his right shoulder and out of bounds. And now we got a little more talk. Gabe Taylor is being approached by a UAB guy who's backpedaling away from the 5 or 6 Owls. And that was Reese Collier, the one that hit him, and by all right should have been ejected, but was not.
You know what they're doing. They're trying to provoke him. they're really trying to provoke him. I mean,
who to who, though?
But that's their game. I mean, that's the way they want to play. They want to provoke players, get the flags, try to get that 15 back that they lost, all that stuff, man.
Well, Gabe Taylor's back out there on defense for the Owls as Marcus Williams had that last series. Dwayne McBride in there as the back. Snap. Hopkins wants to throw it. He's going top shelf, deep down the right sideline, too tall. Incomplete. Looking to go to Shropshire, the former Blinn Junior College Buccaneer. Fresh, though, with them stride for stride. 2nd and 10 to 25.
I love it when they waste a play like that because now it's 2nd and 10. And, what you have to do if you're Rice, you're playing now to either keep them at 2nd and 10 or maybe even drop them back a little further. Tackle for loss wouldn't hurt. Long second down opportunities sometimes prevent third down conversions. So that's what you're looking for.
7:55, third stanza, UAB 17 and Rice 14. They put Shropshire back in motion. Boykin also out there in that receiving core near way. 2nd and 10 to 25. Hopkins swinging it out right side. Ball is off the hands of McBride and in the backfield. It looked like it was going backwards. An Owl scoop it up at the 5, goes into the end zone for a touchdown, but will they count it? The arms are in the air. The Owls have a scoop and score. The ball went backwards. Trayshawn Chamberlain attentively saw that one as it squirted off of McBride's hands and scooped it up, went in for 6, and the Owls have the lead. The fireworks going off.
Covered by the defense for a touchdown.
It was a backwards pass, and the Owls looking to keep that old ball on their side.
Behind the line of scrimmage, exactly. That's exactly what it was. And you love that. You have to be aware of what's going on. Defense turned offense that time, and now they get 7 points. Trayshawn Chamberlain, very alert to what was going on. He knew, hey, man, here's an opportunity for us to put 7 more points on the board. Got it done. That's right.
They are going to look at this one.
Oh, I think it's going to be good.
But it was clear, again, it clearly looked from our angle that Hopkins had turned, went back and chunked it. Yes, indeed, they'll let this one stand. The last time the Owls returned a fumble for a touchdown, Cody Bauer against FAU, a 7-yard scoop and score back September 28th of 2013. Remember old Cody Bauer, that wacky Pottsboro guy?
Yes, I do.
Here it goes. Owls have the lead, 20-17, looking to kick this one through. And we think, as now, UAB will go to its side. Rice will come to its side. They're going, I think, Coach Vincent wants to challenge this one and review it again.
Yeah, they want to give the refs a chance to look at it again. But I tell you what, I think it's going to be good, JP.
Still haven't seen another look at it.
Well,
obviously, if the pass went forward, it'd be incomplete.
But it wasn't. I don't believe that pass was forward.
But the way he turned, Jason
There's
Metko
no timeout on the
Rice House sideline.
We'll proceed to the try. No timeout.
1 second. Sorry. I thought the official was going to talk over you. But go ahead, Mr. Metko. The floor is yours.
That's all right. Looks like things are being resolved here. The Van Sickle kick is upcoming. I was right here where the quarterback went back to pass. It was clearly a backward pass. Touchdown's good, fellas. Got the lead.
Owls get 2 touchdowns in the span of 18 seconds here to swing that smack-talking game back in their favor. Rice 20 and UAB 17. We've got a Donnybrook down underneath as the kick is up, and it is through. Rice 21, UAB 17. Back after this 7:43 in the third quarter. This is Rice football from Learfield.
So how do you find time to take care of you? At Houston Methodist, we work around your busy life. There's same-day primary care appointments, online scheduling to see our world-class specialists, access to all your records through MyChart, and video visits 24/7 if you need urgent care, bringing you Houston Methodist's expertise wherever, whenever you need it.
Visit HoustonMethodist.org to find the care you need at locations throughout Houston. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
What's up, fans? This is Roddy Jones, co-host of College Sports Now. We're breaking down all the action from around the country weekly during the football season. We'll look beyond the box score and keep our finger on the pulse of college football from September all the way to the national championship game in January, from the East Coast to the West Coast. Listen all season long on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you love to get your podcast. And while you're at it, be sure to give us a follow along on Twitter at CSNowTweets.
7:43 of the third quarter. Rice, they're bringing it. That's right. They're up 21-17. The last score on the strength of a negative rush of 21 yards because the pass was a lateral thrown behind the line of scrimmage. Touchdown scored by Chamberlain, picked it up and took it in. And the Rice Owls have scored 2 touchdowns in 18 seconds, JP. And why? Because we talked heavily about this before the half. Don't allow them to score. Don't allow them to score a field goal or touchdown. You got a shot to come back.
Yeah, UAB on that second down play, Trayshawn Chamberlain gets the score, his first defensive score as a Rice Owl. And again, Owls had not had almost 9 years ago to the day, September 28, 2013. It was the first time the Owls ever played FAU. I do remember that one off the top of the noggin. But Cody Bauer, really good defensive end for the Owls, scooped it up from 7 yards out, and the Owls ended up winning that one. And here they lead 21-17.
That's amazing. Again, the lead was not insurmountable coming out of halftime. They knew it. Coach Bloomgren talked about what the team had to do. He says none of the phases, offense, defense, nor special teams, playing well enough to beat this team. You're not going to be able to just step on the field, put on your uniform, step on the field, and beat UAB. You have to make sure that you carry out your game plan to the T. And to this point, starting the second half, they come out a completely different team.
Tim Ford.
A bobbled backwards pass, pulled the fumble, scoop and score for Trayshawn Chamberlain. Rice 21, UAB 17. More of those plays, please. As Tim Horan, we're just doing this. He is back to kick it yet again for the blue and gray. From our left to our right, and I think Brown wants to return this one. You can see it in his posture across the 10, the 15, cuts it up the middle, and he is strung around by Andrew Alway on special teams, the 25-yard line. So a 22-yard return, and Al is down on the field in between the 25 and the 30. Injury timeout. 7:36, third quarter, about halfway through. Rice 21, UAB 17. Owls trailed 17-7 at the break.
I think that's going to be Ishmael Joseph. 19.
Could be Peyton Stevenson. He plays some special teams as well. I don't want to.
True.
7:36 of this third stanza. Still tending to him around the 30.
I'll tell you what, I love the way the Rice medical staff gets out to the players. It's within 2 seconds, seemingly. I mean, they're out there and they're making sure their players are tended to.
Yeah, Stevenson getting helped off there around the 30-yard line. It'll be a slow trek coming from those far numbers. This game, Rice, 17 years ago to the day, Rice and UAB played the first ever game for the Owls in Conference USA, and that's ironic as both teams play their last ever Conference USA opener against each other here. As both teams will be going to the American Athletic Conference coming up July 1 of 23.
They asked him if he could actually put any pressure on that ankle, the right ankle, and he told them no. But he is gingerly walking off the field. And so I think it's a matter of the shock that, those kinds of licks bring to an ankle and the brain. And it's a matter of being able to recover once you get to the sideline. So I think Stevenson will be able to recover. Don't know yet. Not a doctor. Just kind of understanding how this stuff works.
Wait. You're not?
Nope. Okay. I'm just like Bill Belichick. I'm not a doctor.
Here's the snap. Hand to McBride around the right end. Bounces off the right side and moves past KK Orji and sprints into his own territory. Myron Morrison, Blake Banish there on that far sideline, went for 5 yards upfield. Second down here. 7:29. Rice leading UAB in this third quarter, 21-17.
Well, if you saw the reaction of Bill Belichick being asked about his quarterback, Mac Jones.
Missed that.
During the press, yeah, it was funny. He said, I'm not a doctor.
I'm not a doctor. Right? 7:10 to go, 7:09. Here's Hopkins in that pistol set. Takes the snap and puts it, and McBride takes it and sprints straight up the middle and trips over Marcus Williams. And another Allen there, I believe, Fresh playing that run from his corner spot. And some post-play revelry there. A lot of trash talking there. Myron Morrison for the Owls, woofing it up with one of the UAB Blazers. Shropshire for UAB still talking to the Owls linebackers there. This game, Nate, as it was a first down run, by the way, for 6 yards, as Telford's there woofing it. Whoever can control their emotion the best might end up winning this game, as it is
that's true, JP.
Emotional one down.
You can't let guys just get in your face and just talk smack. I mean, you got to say something. Oh, my goodness.
The bravado of youth, yes, indeed. 1st and 10, the 36. Snap, and a hand to McBride. Sprints around the left end, and he breaks 2, 3, 4 tackles, and he gets body slammed by Aiden Ciano down the 46. Sophomore from Prosper, a good tackle, but it was 10 yards upfield to the 46. UAB trailing Rice 21-17, 6.5 to go. This game has some pep in its step. It's a great game.
Yeah, that's a big run, though, that time by UAB. Aiden Ciano coming in at the very end, making the tackle. With the slam, but they're making some nice runs. You got to stop that run.
1st down and 10, the 46. Shotgun snap. Hopkins play action looking right, and a 48-yard line catch by Shropshire turns it outside the hashes inside the 45. 1st down to the 43-yard line. Check that. They got a 19. Palmer there, 11-yard gain.
Yes,
that was Shropshire.
This is what the trash talk does. It throws you off your game a little bit. You got to make sure you stay disciplined, stay in your lane, and do your 111th if you're the Rice Owls defense right now. Get lined up and make sure you're making plays.
Shropshire here near side. They got the running back Brown. 1st and 10, the 43. Snap Hopkins gives it to Brown. Sprints his way right in. Ran through an arm tackle of Conti.
Brown is the ball carrier.
Waved at him. Chamberlain finishing him off at the 34-yard line. 9 yards on that 1st down run. 2nd down and 1.
Yeah, defense needs to get lined up here. They've allowed UAB to make 3 big plays in a row, back to back to back. And somehow you got to stop this and get the momentum back on your side.
Brown, the hot hand, staying out there. The UAB backfield. 3rd down. Check that. 2nd down in less than a yard. Pistol set. Snap to Hopkins. Turns. Puts in the belly of Brown. Runs past into Chuku. 1st down. Takes a somersault inside the 30. And now more little friendly exchanges of social media handles for Christmas well wishes. Ciano and Chamberlain there on the tackle. I was trying to think. Kids these days probably don't send letters, so you got to get on the social
text messages and Insta face and all that kind of stuff. You got to be real careful. But right now, UAB winning the battle on the field and the battle of trash talk, because now they're in the heads of the Rice Owls defenders. They need 1 or 2 really, really big plays right now. Does the defense?
Be the time for it. 1st and 10, the 28. Snap. Hand to Brown. Turns away from Ciano. That's the numbers. They got strung out on the wide side, and a flag comes in as Fresh forced him out wide with the help of Piercy. Could be the area of a hold. Yes, indeed. UAB has done that a few times. That's their 9th penalty of the ballgame.
Now, though, there you go. You couple that with the play of Fresh and the flag. Now you get it back. So just keep your head on straight here. Make sure that you stay focused with the game. Sean Fresh is one of the leaders on the squad. He's got to make sure he keeps his team on the field and making sure that they play disciplined football.
4:41, clock stopped to the 3rd. Moves it back to a 1st and 20. You don't turn that down. That moves them probably just outside of field goal range. McBride the back had 95 yards against Rice in that game last year in the Magic City of Birmingham. Rice by 4, 21-17. Palmer is the receiver to the near side. Rice sideline, right to left UAB. Snap to the right. He pulls it back down, throws that slant to Shropshire, juggled a bit, caught it inside the 30. Middle of the field Got to the
Number
28.
11,
Jordan Dunbar brought him down. He got 10
Proctor
yards
with the
back.
catch.
Got the penalty yardage returned back to the original line of scrimmage, 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, they threw a slant
Stop for Rice.
to the receiver that time,
Gain of 10.
and
It'll be
they were able to get
2nd and 10
inside of
from the
that defense, just sit there, and that slant route was there, near side.
Malik Bryant's checked in, backup tight end. And Dwayne McBride back in there in the backfield, 2nd and 10 to 28. 10 to snap it. Hopkins plenty of time. Receiver either way. Snap, hand to McBride around the right end, follows a big block, and surges a few more yards and gets 8 yards going downfield.
22, McBride, the ball carrier.
It's a grown man
number
game
91.
down there. It's 8 yards there. They've almost got the first down. So,
stop for Rice.
3rd down and 2 coming up for the Blazers on 3rd downs tonight. They're 5 of 9.
I can hear Brian's
down and 2
we got to tackle better.
20-yard
Guys
line.
are missing tackles and missing plays. Can't give up that big yardage. It's 3rd and 2. This is a manageable 3rd and 2. You're also in field goal range, but they're not going to settle for a field goal.
Carolyn Bain is checking in on the Owls D-line. 3rd and 2 UAB at the 20 of Rice. Near the 3-minute mark. Snap, hand to McBride. Easy first down. Pokes his way on the right end. Broken tackle from Fresh down the right sideline. Angling for the end zone. But he stepped out at the 4.
22, the ball carrier.
And they are getting paid by the penalty tonight, apparently, as another flag comes in from the defensive backfield post-possession.
Oh, that's going to be taunting. That should be taunting against UAB.
They put a big clamp down on that on the collegiate ranks.
Let's see what they call here.
Unsportsmanlike conduct. Number 22. Offense, taunting. 15-yard penalty. From the spot of the 5.
He was wagging his finger at Gabriel Taylor back there. And that would have been a 1st and goal at the 4. Rice 21, UAB 17. Exactly 3 minutes left to go in this very physical and emotionally charged 3rd quarter of action. So as it is now, and that'll be from the spot, so they have a 3rd down and 5 coming up at the 25.
It sounds like they tossed the player from the game. I doubt it, but they're going to call a timeout.
It's a UAB stoppage. The clock is still moving. Now it's stopped at 2:55. The mic was cutting out.
UAB, their first of the half.
It's hard to hear Mr. Vignair, but a 30-second stoppage, so we'll keep it here. 2:55, 3rd quarter, Rice 21, UAB 17. Jason Metko is down on the Rice Owls sideline. Jason.
Guys, I'm pretty sure it was a indication of whoever the unsportsmanlike was on. That was his first of the contest.
Okay. So the Rice Owls defense, they've gotten their emotions in check. You've not seen much more from them, but now UAB wants to keep this thing going. And so it cost them 15 yards where they were down inside the 5-yard line. It could have been an easy touchdown for them, quite possibly, or a field goal. And now you've got a situation where the Rice Owls defense is sort of in control. That's the taunting penalty that they're showing on the big screen as looked to be McBride. Was headed towards the end zone, but got pushed out of bounds at the 1-yard line, and so that takes them back to about their own the Rice 23-yard line.
3rd down and 5 coming up right now after that stoppage to cool things down. McBride is in there as the back. The Owls can stop him here. There, it could be a field goal try. Hand to McBride. Flag comes in, and now the play is halted. A Bainish signaling that it's against UAB, obviously, and it was stopped, so that would be a motion against UAB.
Bainish is going to need to just settle down now, guys. Make sure. I love the humor in all of this, but let's not draw a flag.
Well, it's incumbent on the teams to emotionally handle the game. The officials have an equal task here, trying to keep this one in line too.
It's their job to make sure this thing doesn't get out of line.
So it was
so it's going to be a movement.
Third down and 10 is what it should be.
Should be a movement penalty on UAB.
Delay of game. Number 7, defense. Making verbal sounds to cause the offense to false start. The 5-yard penalty results in the first down.
Never had that one.
Well, I didn't see that coming.
Nope. just when you think you know, you don't.
So here's
First
what
down
happens.
now.
You got Rice out there calling the signals, and that's something you can't do, and it's during the snap count for UAB. So that's a 5-yard penalty. It gives UAB a 5-yard penalty. Excuse me, UAB 5 yards on the first down.
7th penalty against Rice. Right hash, 1st and 10 at the 18. McBride, the back behind. The quarterback, Hopkins, redshirt junior from Maryville, Tennessee. Handoff to McBride. Sees part up the middle, and another flag comes in as he breaks a slew of tackles and streams in the end zone for the touchdown. But this one is going to come back.
They saw the flag.
What I would wonder here are we going to have back-to-back plays without a penalty? The officials can't get caught up in the game themselves, and them being emotional. They've got to be the ones that settle things down here.
66 offense. 10-yard.
Not turning that one down. That goes against UAB. And it's like each team can make the mistake. On top, they just keep going back and forth.
Well,
it's amazing.
Okay, so if you do the math on that, JP, and I dare not do the math on this, but right now, I think Rice is winning this thing. It's 1st and 15 or 20. Check that.
On the Rice 28.
Yeah, Rice does lead where it counts in the scoreboard. They had 2 touchdowns within 18 seconds of each other. Rice 21 and UAB 17. First down and 20 for UAB at the Rice 28 at the 2:38 mark. Back to pass Hopkins. Want to go deep left side. He got a step Shropshire over the shoulder. Great.
Touchdown.
Pretty catch.
UAB.
Makes that touchdown on Dunbar. 28 yards, and UAB takes the lead back.
Number 11.
Yeah, that was on the fly route. They ran a 9, and
Blazers.
unfortunately, you saw the secondary get beat. Knockwall was coming over, couldn't get over fast enough, and the corner got beat on that play.
Great play by Hopkins to drop it in there. His second touchdown pass of the day. And Quinn looking to boot it through the Patterson end zone side to our left to make it a 3-point game. Snap is down. Hold is put down by Greenwell.
Kick is good.
Kick is up, and it is in. UAB takes the lead back 24-21. 2:36 left. Back more after this. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Houston, we have a cocktail. All Hands Canned Cocktails are made with 6 times distilled craft vodka at a sturdy 10% ABV to ensure you never have to sacrifice the quality of your provisions. Now available in 6 natural flavors, including raspberry lemonade, ruby red grapefruit, cherry limeade, cranberry and vodka soda, and vodka tonic classics. Follow the adventure on Instagram at @DrinkAllHands and try these bar-strength cocktails for yourself at the next game. All Hands, damn fine cocktails. Proud sponsor of Rice Athletics.
Build it, price it, own it. Go online and see Shoppers and John Deere's new way to get a John Deere tractor just the way you want it. Google Shoppers John Deere and let your John Deere tractor story begin. Build the tractor you want with the attachments you need to get your work done. Price it, no hidden costs, and financing options available for any budget. Own it, and Shoppers will deliver your John Deere tractor. Build it, price it, own it. It's Shoppers' new way to get the John Deere tractor you want your way. Shoppers, all things John Deere.
2:36 to go, third quarter, and we've got a ball game on our hands here tonight at Rice Stadium. It's UAB 24-21 over the Rice Owls. That last touchdown scored by Trey Shropshire, and he was just staring down his defender, and the back judge was asking for the ball back numerous times. Trey finally threw it back without even looking at him, and after the PAT guys, the entire coaching staff for UAB was waving their hands, saying to their team on the field, all right, come on back. We don't need to get any more trouble. It is very feisty down on the field here, fellas.
All right, guys, 10 plays, 74 yards, took 5 minutes, 28-yard pass to Shropshire, and from Shropshire. Yeah, Shropshire. From Dylan Hopkins. And UAB has taken a 3-point lead.
All right, it's now
24-21, 2:36 remaining.
We never did our second quarter shout-outs, but wherever you might be watching and or listening in, give us a shout there. You can tweet us at Rice Owls Voice, at Color Analyst, or at Jason Metko, or all the above. I know our guy Billy tweeted in, looking that in. He was a nice view from the back porch. Billy tweeting us in, but let us know. I got some folks up around the Dallas area, as always, watching in. So thanks for those shout-outs, but we'll get those to you the rest of this third quarter. 2:36 to go, and Nate got an old-fashioned rock fight underneath.
Yeah, you can't. The one thing you can't do, you can't allow your emotions to take over. So UAB won that battle. The question is who's going to win the war. They won that battle, getting the Rice Owls emotionally involved in the game, of course. And the game of trash talking doesn't work if you give up points. So you got to get them back.
Thompson back deep for the Owls. So is Ottaviano. UAB kicking from our right to our left. Burkhart teeing this one up. And is a high spinning one that's going to come down to the 2. Ottaviano will return it at a 50-yarder last year in Birmingham. It gets cut down past the 15-yard line. A wonderful job that pursuit by Ellis on special teams for the Blazers. And Owls deep in their own end will take over.
Ottaviano not happy with himself. You want to see him break one. Got a lot of speed, on the kick return team. But it just needs to happen. You need to see, the guys really, really have a nice return. At least one a game would be great, especially in a game like this.
Before that return, the average field position starting for the Owls, they're on 28. UAB, it's 32, so relatively the same. West is the back. 3 receivers set. First down, the Owls started from their 19, trailing 24-21. Handoff to West to the big fella from Douglasville, Georgia.
Number 20,
Jacksonville
Uriah
State
West.
Transfer falls backwards up
Picks
to the
up about 4 yards
23.
on that carry.
Gains 4 yards. The tackle was made by the UAB Blazers, Kevin Penn.
98 Howard.
We were at practice, was that Wednesday. West walks by. I turned to you and go, that's a big guy right there, West.
Yeah, he's stocky.
Big
6
fella.
feet, 232. And kind of back you like seeing toting the rock for the Rice Owls.
The most career rushing yards in that Rice Owls stable of backs. Almost 1,500 career rushing yards and 5.6 per carry. This time at Jacksonville State and here on South Main briefly. 2nd and 6, the 23, and West stays out there. McCaffrey in motion, takes the fly sweep around the left end, sprints the 25, and he is somersaulted down by Key up around the 30. McCaffrey, his 4th carry of the year, his shortest run so far, gets a good block from West for 6 yards and a first down to the Owls, for the Owls up to the 29, they said.
That's a nice little play running.
7-yard gain to the 29. That's good for Rice Owls. First down.
Doing a nice job there blocking to give him the lane to be able to run.
Owls,
jet sweep.
Owls slowly out of the huddle. Bradley, the tight end, moved out in wide receiver formation. Back to passes, McMahon. Looking right, throwing right. Caught at the 35-yard line. And they slam down McCaffrey. Tyler Taylor.
Up to the 35.
Said his name a lot tonight. Approaching the last minute. 6 yards for the Owls. But 2nd down and 4 coming up. They're on 35.
Getting a little bit more physical out there, JB, if you notice.
Whole third quarter, right?
Guys are slinging guys around now instead of just making the hit. But, look, it's a lesson on how to tackle. Good fundamental tackling has never hurt anyone.
Connors the back in his first reps of the game. McCaffrey in motion far side. 2nd and 4, the 35. Shotgun snap to the right of McMahon. Hands to Connors. He runs in traffic. Filippi trying to spring him for that extra yardage for the first down. They had to get to the 39. This looks like it went for about 5 and should get them the first down, but we'll see as Tyler Taylor at the bottom of that pile.
Number
yes,
0,
indeed. They moved the sticks.
Connors on the carry. He picks
Connors
up another Rice Owls. First down.
18 carries, 95 yards. Goes over the 100-yard mark on the season, and that'll probably do it for the third quarter. Owls don't look like they're in a hurry to get one more playoff in the third.
No, I think they're going to let this clock just go. But, look, it's nice to have Broussard, Montgomery, West, and Connors in your backfield. You got different types of running backs, all of them have a different talent and different speeds. It's good to see that.
Had some fireworks, some near fisticuffs in that third quarter. Both teams will try to lay ownership to the fourth, raising the number 4 up in the air. UAB 24, Rice 21 as we go to the fourth. Fresh 15 on the clock. This is Rice football from Moorfield.
The newly renovated Houston Marriott Medical Center Museum District is a proud new sponsor of Rice University Athletics. For visiting families and fans, the closest hotel to Rice University is delighted to offer preferred rates. Guests will enjoy 2 new restaurants, an indoor pool, a new exclusive M Club lounge, and complimentary shuttle service within 2 miles of the hotel. Visit Marriott.com to learn more.
What do you do when you need safe, reliable corporate transportation? You go Win. Win Transportation is one of the largest group transportation providers in Texas, a leader in charters, shuttles, and special events of all sizes. 5 people or 5,000. Win offers customizable team transportation with a wide range of motor coaches, minibuses, and vans. So, for safe, reliable corporate transportation, do like the Owls and go Win. Book at GoWin.com. GOWYNNE.com.
24-21. Now we're going to the fourth quarter. Acme Oyster House. Here's to Red Beans and Rice University. Acme Oyster House is a proud sponsor of Rice football. After the game, come join us for a fried seafood platter, a shrimp po' boy, or a dozen char-grilled oysters. Acme, the best little oyster house in Texas. JP?
Great grub over there. I like the meat pies. I love their Boom Boom shrimp.
Boom Boom?
As well, too. It is some really good stuff. Char-grilled oysters are really good. Bob loves he gets like 5 wedge salads a night. He's over there. He's just
5 wedge salads.
Hoarding all the wedge salads.
Bob does this.
It's a really good.
So he's eating the people out of salads over there? Is that what Bob is doing?
He has a few courses.
Okay.
Here we have UAB 24 and Rice 21 taking a gander at this Houston Methodist leaderboard here. The Owls had 70 yards in that fourth quarter. You're like, well, big deal. What are you talking about, announcer man? Well, they only had 75 at the half, so they did a little bit better in that third quarter. UAB has still outgained Rice, 302 to 145 on the game. The Owls only have 70 rushing yards on the game, 17 combined penalties. Hide the women, hide the children in this one. UAB 6.3 yards per play, and Rice 3.6 yards per play in this game. In the time of possession, UAB's had it about a minute and a half longer than Rice, 23-17 to 21-43. Hopkins for UAB, 13 of 16, 201 yards, completed 81% of his passes, 2 touchdowns and a pick. And McBride, 21 rushes, 94 yards. Their leading receiver is Palmer, 2 catches, 82 yards. And on the Rice side, Broussard, 22 yards rushing. And saw a note from the SID folks a few minutes ago. Broussard with the 2 touchdowns. All of his touchdowns on the season, all 8 of them have come 2 yards and less. That's like we know, we've seen, he's been Mr. Red Zone guy, just even inside the 5-yard line. But Rice here trailing UAB 24-21, entering the fourth quarter when the Owls trailing after 3 on the season. They're 0-1.
That's those tough touchdowns, JP, you have to be able to get. If you're Ari Broussard. Run between the tackles. Look, in this particular game, it's about efficiency and quality. And certainly that's what the Rice Owls have right now, only being down 3. Because UAB has doubled them up in terms of total yards, also doubled them up in terms of penalties, 11 for 105, Rice 6 for 49. So you got to be able, and first downs, 19-10, UAB. So you have to be able to be efficient when you have the football, and the Rice Owls have to be that right now.
A lot of scores to get to, but UTEP defeats Charlotte tonight, 41-35. Owls ball started this fourth quarter, 1st and 10, the 39, continuing this drive. 24-21, they trail UAB. Flag comes in, so only appropriate as we spent most of the third quarter. A false start on Rice, making it 1st and 15.
I just said you have to be efficient.
Why don't they listen?
Oh my goodness! You can't do the 5-yard penalties. They kill you. I mean, 1st and 15. First and 10 is hard enough. You got to get 1st and 15.
First down and 15.
Yeah, especially in a night you're averaging less than 4 yards per play in this one. But Owls have Johnson, the fullback, in there. Offset eye behind McMahon. He'll be under center. Montgomery is the back. 1st and 15, they're 34. First play of the fourth quarter coming up now, and it's a play action. McMahon throwing it left. Comes back to McCaffrey at the 50. They say his knee was down when he made that catch at the 50, and we're getting confirmation it was. He caught it in front of Taylor, the linebacker, 17 yards. Good to see McCaffrey, his 5th catch on the night.
That's one of the best plays I've seen tonight by the Rice Owls, because you got McCaffrey in open territory. So you got to know where the defense is lining up, where they go, where they like to play, where they can move laterally across the field, and that defense could not stretch that far. That's a good play by the Rice Owls.
McMahon back under center. Johnson blocking for Montgomery. 1st and 10 up near midfield. Snap and a handoff, and Big Cam sprinting his way around right in 45-40. First down, a block, 35, cuts it in the numbers, the 30, and he slams into the safety key down to the 28-yard line. 20 plus yards for Montgomery there. Call it for 21. Big number 1, Cam Montgomery.
Second best play, he's quick as a hiccup, and so you don't see him. He takes the ball, bursts through the 4-hole. He's gone.
Owls go no huddle. 1st and 10 at the 28. Montgomery still has the back. The snap, hand to Cam, gallops left side. He sprints his way inside it. Bumps some bellies there with Key, the safety again. Move down to the 24-yard line. 2nd down and 6 coming up after that run of 4. Cam gets spelled. He checks out.
Rice Owls responding quickly. You got a tight end going in right now. So you got to figure, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a shot down the field to see if we can go ahead and score right now. They're trying to get it down early.
You do that on 2nd and 6, though?
Yep, you can.
All right. Oh, no, you can. 2nd and 6, the 24. Minute and a half into this fourth quarter. Owls down 3. What a game it's been. Thanks for listening. Snap. Play action, Broussard. McMahon. Oh, there's your shot, Nate. He throws high. Right side at the 10. Mac Williams there in coverage of big bad Bradley Rosner. 3rd down and 6, the 24. And where have you heard this? A flag is on the field.
Well, you got to understand the personnel. So when you understand the personnel, you kind of know what they're going to do. So when you look at that play, let's see if they're going to call something here. On 2nd down in a situation like that, I'm waiting for the refs to interrupt me here, but a 2nd down in a situation like that, you want to take a shot down.
Don't worry, they take their time.
They do. You just don't know when they're going to say something. Like
Here we go.
now, maybe?
Ineligible receiver downfield, number 72, offense. 5-yard penalty for the previous spot.
He's just trying to do his job.
Goes on Trey Filippi, the Owls' 8th penalty here of this game. 13-23 fourth quarter. UAB 24, Rice 21.
But he's in pass protection. Filippi is in pass protection.
And that happens sometimes. You have a mobile quarterback like that extending a play, right?
Right. True. But he's in pass protection. It's a little different than run blocking.
Montgomery to the right with Rosner. 2nd down and 11 after that penalty. Owls at the 31 to the Blazers. Trips left. Bradley, the tight end, one of those. Snap, hand to Montgomery. Stops, starts again. It gets twisted down to the 27. Got maybe a couple yards. Got bent into that pretzel by Taylor, that linebacker again.
93
Fairbanks helping out on that tackle. A junior from Powder Springs, Georgia. 2 minutes into this fourth quarter. So what are you drawing up here on 3rd down and 9?
Well, first of all, I want to say this about Cam. He's so much more quicker when he could just hit the hole instead of having to find the hole. That's what he had to do that last time. But I think, let's see what you got. You got 2 receivers in the slot. And you got twins right and a single receiver. I see a single receiver over here.
McCaffrey, far side, snap, throwing that direction. Screen to Rosner, actually. And flag comes in as Rosner, top of the USA logo to the 21-yard line. So it'd be a 6-yard gain, but I think this one will be coming back.
They had the right play
maybe
on the bubble screen. They had the right play on the bubble screen. I like that. That's good. You go inside, try to get the tough 6. But did they have to hold to do it, or was that against UAB?
Bradley down there saying it's against the Blazers. He promptly comes out now.
He may be right.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, number 25, defense. That penalty goes half the distance to the goal.
Yes, sir.
Automatic. First down.
Maynard Ellis seemed to be the most surprised guy here at Rice Stadium. Wait, what? Talking about me?
You know, you got, again, they're still emotionally charged. Oh, yeah, he hit it right across the head. Right across the helmet is where that big arm of his went. So, naturally, the refs are seeing that and they're throwing the flag.
First down and
10, just outside the 10. They're at the 11-yard line. Rice driving, trailing by 3. Got Bradley and Gruen, both tight ends in the game. Twin receivers right. McCaffrey comes in motion near side. Broussard just to the left of McMahon. Hands out in front. The shotgun. Hands to Ari. Starts right. Curls back to the left side. And Taylor grabs a hold of his waist. But Ari's not letting him go the direction he wants to. As Broussard gets down to the 6. 5 yards on that run. He just kept going and going. And Key finished out the tackle for the Blazers.
Have to. You got to keep those legs moving because those guys are being physical out there. And if you don't, you will get hurt. And you could see on the replay on the big board that a defender actually went after Ari's mask and thought thought better about it and didn't grab it. That would have been another 5 or 10.
A very low-key fourth quarter compared to that third quarter, but Gruen, the tight end, 2nd and 5 at the 6. Owls driving 5 to snap. Shotgun is McMahon handing to Broussard. Going inside to the 3, the 2, and he is stopped. He has to get right between the 1 and the 2 for that first down. It looks like from up here, but
Wilder.
Good forward lean, as they say. About 4 yards there, third down, a long one coming out for the Owls.
Yeah, Ari, I tell you what, he's the guy you want back there. But you could use a little bit more weight. Wouldn't hurt at all to have the big guys back there. I like West, but West is not in the game.
Got Broussard. He's been the money man. All of his touchdowns this year from inside the 5. He's got Johnson blocking for him. 3rd and 1 at the 2. The Owls stream onto the field. Mike Bloomgren saying he wants a timeout.
That's a good call, timeout.
And they will, of course, give it to him. 10:44 to go, fourth quarter.
This is their first of the half.
UAB 24 and Rice 21. It's a 30-second stoppage.
That's a good call, timeout, though, because there was a lot of confusion. And the last thing you need to do right now is have a delay of game penalty called on you when you're inside your own 5-yard, inside their 5-yard line, getting ready to score, or anything else for that matter. So, yeah, that's a good call, timeout right there.
It's only appropriate. This looks to be a close one coming down the stretch. 11th meeting between the two schools, but the previous games between these two, of the 4 wins for Rice, 3 of them have come down into the final minute. Series started in 2005 with UAB taking a comfortable win, but you go back to Chase Clement hitting Jared Dillard. That was a big 11-5 game. Dillard told the story later, says, I'm not 5'11", I'm 11'5". That was a 9-yard scoring pass. That was 3.5 seconds left. In 06, Rice had a 34-33 win with that 11-5 game by Mr. Dillard. Jeremy Eddington had a 22-yard touchdown with 44 seconds left in 2010. And Luke Turner had that short run in overtime for the Owls in Birmingham a few years ago. UAB 24, Rice 21, 3rd and 1. Handoff, Broussard trying to jump up into the end zone, but he gets stymied inside the 2. He did not make it, as it was a 3rd down and 1.
He was too far out.
He was just trying to get the first down. He had to get to the 1.
He got the first down. He's good, or should be.
They put 4 on that marker, and he is a half-yard short, and the Owls will go for it on 4th down. The field goal would tie it here. 4th down and 1 at the 2-yard line. Owls have that jumbo backfield. Johnson and Barnett back there with Broussard. Big play here.
Snap and handoff.
4th and 1 at the 2-yard line. 14 seconds left to snap it. Under center is McMahon. Got 10 guys in the box. Some movement comes in the neutral zone for UAB. But was contact made, or was a timeout called by the Blazers?
Timeout. UAB. This is their second of the half.
That might have helped out the Owls. I wonder if the Owls rethink things and go
big
for a
time.
field goal.
I mean, they had 10 guys in the box. So, I mean, anytime you have that many guys in the box, you know, you got to be thinking, okay, wait a minute, do we have the right offense out here? And that's really a great timeout for UAB and for Rice. Works out well for both of them. So now you can rethink your play.
Because we think out loud here, you got 10 minutes left. You tie it. You take the points here. I mean, there's not 156 left I could see going for it in this case, but you've got a very reliable kicker here. It's only, 19-yard field goal here.
Can I say something crazy here?
We're in the talking business. Go ahead.
Can I say something crazy here? I actually like a bootleg. I like bootleg action all the way, man. I mean, it sounds crazy, but the way they're pounding in the box right there, 10 men in the box, you got to be able to offset that. And right now, you cannot offset that. You just have to just power over them, and that's going to take some doing.
And they're still go for it here. Johnson the back, fullback blocking for Broussard. 4th down and 1, 22 to snap, and under center is McMahon. Heavy set left side. Both sides of the line trying to get low. Snap. Hand to Broussard. Up the middle. He's got the first down. Does he have the touchdown? The push goes into the end zone. He gets inside the 1, Broussard, I believe. Yes, indeed. I told you they should have gone for it, Nate. Told you.
You knew they were going for it. They had to go for it. No doubt about that.
The ruling on the field is that the first down.
The mic cuts out. Sounds like he is underwater.
He did say that.
It looked first down Rice, it should be.
Correction. The runner reached the line to gain. First down. Rice.
I like the way he corrects himself. He's very indignant with his corrections.
Kevin McNair, his ladies' man impression, if you know the old Saturday Night Live bit. The Tim Meadows character. And now we have more time being called. The unicorn in college football, a measurement coming up, I believe. We have not seen a measurement this season, but they're bringing the chain gang out. But the ball is inside the 1. I know, Metko, you're right along there.
They threw down the marker just inside the 1, and from our vantage point, it appears that he got it.
They stretch out the chains.
Oh, dear.
Yes, he did, just barely.
Oh.
How much?
An inch, if that.
Okay.
Remember the old index card?
Metko, are you looking at this thing?
I am.
Al's got it. They don't have a great angle on the big screen because that's from the end zone, but Metko's looking at it down the line. .950 fourth quarter. UAB 24, Rice 21. The Owls get the first down by inches. So now, first and goal at the 1, inside the 1.
This is going to be a fight, JP.
Hey, Broussard, you know he's getting the ball right here. McMahon is under center. All 11 guys in the defensive box for UAB. Some more movement comes, but did Rice draw them off? UAB clapping as if Rice drew them off.
Oh, my goodness.
I think it could be Grun, the tight end. But again, in that situation, like Trey Filippi's pointing towards UAB, saying that they were drawn off. But
discipline is so key here.
Number 85. Offense.
Goes against Grun. So first and goal at the inside the 6.
You have to be so disciplined in a game like this. You can't afford to have those penalties like that. Although it may take a little bit of pressure off of you. Now let's see if they still line up 10 in the box. Because when they back it up a little bit, sometimes that's what you get. So let's see what they do.
Connors comes in there in the backfield for the Owls. First down and goal just inside the 6-yard line. I formation, fake to Dean, play action right side. They throw to Connors at the 3, edges forward to the end zone. Touchdown, Rice Owls. Touchdown, Dean Connors. He just wrestled with Key and Taylor at the goal line. Got in from 6 yards out. Mighty fine time for his first career Rice Owls touchdown.
Yeah, you see what they did. They took 10 out of the box that time, so that gives you a little bit more leverage. And they went with the boot, the little play action there. So that's what you wanted to see, and they got it done, which, JP would call that a couple plays ago.
Yeah, just not the right situation.
Well, it was close.
That's close enough.
Yeah.
Horseshoes, hand grenades, all that. Christian Van Sickle going to kick this PAT. What a doozy we've got here. It's still 9:02 to go in regulation, and the PAT is up, and it is good. End zone to our left. Don't go anywhere. That is a command. Rice 28, UAB 24. 9:02 to go in this fourth quarter. Back at events. Rice football from Learfield.
We interrupt your top 40 hits to issue this alert from the Karbach Brewing Company.
In our efforts to brew our distinct and popular Hopadillo IPA, we have unwittingly created a monster. A monster with an insatiable thirst. A monster that will not stop until it gets what it wants. An ice-cold Hopadillo IPA. Just like the one I'm holding in my hand. Bold, flavorful, dry-hopped, irresistible. Go, sweet Mary! Hopadillo. Find it before it finds you. Bravely brewed in Texas by the Karbach Brewing Company. Rice fans, need a place to stay while watching your Owls play ball? Located just steps from campus is the Hilton Houston Medical Center. Visit us today at houstonplaza.hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special rice discount. Again, that's houstonplaza.hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special rice discount now.
All right, we got a Danny here. 9:02 remaining in the game. Rice is retaking the lead 28-24 on the strength of a 14-play drive, according to Bobby Schlanger, 80 yards, and the time it took off the clock, 8 minutes and 30 seconds. The 6-yard pass to Connor. He scores, Dean Connor. And TJ, hey, heck of a job with the pass, JP. Is that the longest drive we've had this year?
I can check.
8 minutes and 30 seconds.
But Dean Connors, his first receiving touchdown and his first touchdown period. That was actually his first reception of the year. Comes at a great time for the blue and gray. Jason Metko down on the Rice Owls turf. What you got?
Guys, this game has been a war of attrition. That drive was a war of attrition. You think about everything this team's been through tonight with dealing with UAB yapping at them from time to time and having penalty issues in the first half with TJ being sacked 3 times. There is a renewed spirit here. 9:02 to go is a very long time, and even more so tonight, guys, the way this game's been going as far as time, actual time. It's 20 in front of 10 now, so still a lot of game left, but things are looking very optimistic here on the near sideline.
Well, they have to be optimistic, but what you need now from the defense is a big play. Special teams could really get things started. I don't know if you want to kick it to somebody, but if you do, you better make sure your gunners are covering all the way down the field, and you need some airtime on this ball.
Horn approaching. They've returned 1 tonight. Brown looks up into that high Houston night sky. It goes over his head. 9:02 of this fourth quarter of action. And the UAB Blazers and your Rice Owls, an old-fashioned rock fight, Donnybrook, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, the Owls drive there, 14 plays. Their longest was 16 at USC.
But in terms of time.
Time of possession, that is the longest. They had an 8-minute and 2-second drive. That was that 16-play, that same drive at USC in the opener. So the longest drive by time in this game this season.
So that's good.
Looked up your stat there.
Thank you. Appreciate
First and 10, the 25. McBride taking the handoff right side, zigzagging right, crosses back to left, the 30. First down, 35, the 40. Meets Nyaqual, and then George grabs him around the waist and slings him down up to the 47. 22 for number 22. Dwayne McBride, as he is. He's so graceful gliving, and he just changes directions on a dime.
You know, he's a slashing kind of a running back. I just noticed that, but yeah, here we are in the fourth quarter. You know, you notice the guy's a slashing type running back, but he's really good. And I think at the next level, and he's going to play at the next level, that's what they look for, a guy who has great feet like he does.
McBride stays in there. They have the ball up near midfield to first down.
Oh, dear.
Play fake to him, and Hopkins wanting to run it. Takes the baseball slide inside the 45. He started at the 44, so he slid all the way past the first down mark to the 42. But got 7 yards. And now second down and 3 at the Owls, just inside the 45.
Too many yards to give up.
Second down, 2.
From the very start of this drive. They're putting themselves in position to score quickly. Now, that benefits Rice, obviously, in terms of time of possession and being able to take the ball and drive it down to the end zone. But you don't want to give up the points.
Boykin checks out. Jones in a wide receiver. Second down and 3 inside the Rice 45. Snap. Hand short side, and McBride is chased down by Piercy. No gain on the
is
play.
stopped short of the first down.
Great job by Josh. Mannequin coming over. He had 8 tackles and a sack at UAB last year. So third down and 2. They're giving that to, again, I could have sworn I saw 12, but they do give it to, it was Josh Piercy getting confirmation there. Third down and 3.
Defense needs to line up right now. Defense needs to line up right now. These guys are going, so they need to line up. No confusion.
Yeah, no huddle here. Long 2 or short 3, however you want to call it. A man on the outside, Palmer the receiver. They bunch the receiver right. Shotgun snap. Hopkins lead play to McBride. Bursts through to the left side and pokes and picks and just barely gets that first down. He needed to get the 42. He got the 3 yards he needed down to the 41-yard line for the first down. Near the 7-minute mark. Rice 28, UAB 24. UAB driving down the Owls 41 now.
Now you see why they're one of the top rushing teams in the country, because of that guy, the way that he can actually poke and prod through holes and be able to get the first down. Should have been stopped cold in his tracks.
Davis, the tight end, McBride, the back. And look at it, they just went over 130 yards rushing, so the Owls have kept them 100 yards below their average. Hand left, McBride tripped up in the backfield, runs back up and meets Dunbar and Morrison.
22 McBride
and got to the 39-yard line. So second down and 8 after that 2-yard little surge.
33 Morrison.
Tackled by Dunbar, who told me Monday night, big Bills fan growing up in New York. He wasn't sure about getting used to big city life here in Houston, but he has adapted nicely. And the Owls, Coach Wilcher was a guest on the show Monday night. They love this guy, Jordan Dunbar. In a corner playing the run like that, you can see why.
Yeah, you want a guy who can come up and not be afraid to hit. Usually corners like to cover.
Boykin and Shropshire to the right, Brown the back, and a time is called by the UAB Blazers. That'd be their last timeout. Owls have 2 stoppages remaining. I think they only had 10 guys, and you're allowed to play with 11.
Timeout.
But
UAB. The third and final timeout of the half. 30 seconds.
Being that that's the rule, JP, you are allowed to play with 11.
You could play with 10, but
I mean,
allowed
you
to
could
play
have flagged,
with 11 too.
But
get word from big Seattle listenership tonight. Seattle, Washington, the old boss man. You can blame it on him or you can thank him. Sam Torres tuning in, says we sound good. Need points on this drive. Yes, indeed. Sammy T.
Say hello to Sam for us.
Well, he's listening.
And, I'm saying say hello to Sam. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Say hello to Sam for us. I mean Rice Nation, Sam. That's what I mean by that. It's good to know you're listening, man. Good luck to you and your family.
Yeah, Sam got into firefighting. He's doing some firefighting stuff now.
Well, he's always been a guy who stayed in shape.
Yeah.
That's the one thing he's always done all his life. I think he competed in track and field in college. So
he was.
Yeah.
He'll correct me here when the feed comes up and that delay on that stream.
Well, I'll get a text. I'm pretty sure I will.
Rice 28, UAB 24. This has been a doozy, Nate Griffin. Ugly, screeching, halting at times, but still, it's coming down to the final minutes here.
You can't let somebody come into your house and talk smack and beat you up like that.
Hopkins in the pistol. He's got Brown right behind him. Snap hand to Brown. Simple lead play off left tackle, and he is stopped near the line. He got maybe a yard downfield. Blake Bain is saying no, sir. Helped out on that tackle. He did it his own self. It's a Meadville product helped by Inachuku there. Third down and 8 coming up for UAB at the 38.
Never want to get ahead of yourself. This is third down and 8. They're changing defense. All the Rice Owls, and right now, they've got to make sure that front is they have to know what they're doing here. Know your assignments, cover your gaps. They're going to throw this ball. That's what they're
third down and do. Sorry about that. 37 to 38. Quint Titt and Trey Schumann coming there on the D-line. Snap. Back to pass. Hopkins looking over the middle. Caught at the 28-yard line. And Shropshire again. There goes that guy. His 4th catch. He's had some big ones tonight for 13 yards on Sean Fresh. Goes to the 25 and a first down. Near the 5-minute mark. Clock still rolling. Rice up 28-24. The Owls lead by 4.
Slant pattern, far side. It's worked 3 or 4 times tonight. And they know this because Rice doesn't want to get up anything over the top. So the middle of the field, short middle of the field is open.
Hopkins, 14 of 17 for 214 today is season high. First and 10 to 25. Handoff McBride. He will go behind his right guard, McGee, there, and flags come in They got tossed high into the air, falling down in the night. And this will be on the Owls. Piercy, I believe, post-possession.
Yeah, I think so.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Number 12, defense. Half the distance to go. Automatic. This is number 12. First unsportsmanlike conduct foul of the game.
The half the distance penalty all the way down to the 11 yard line right there.
Same thing happened to UAB, which gave Rice a score. You can't do that. You have to play under control. I mean, and that's what UAB wants you to do. They want you to play emotionally out of control.
What did I tell you? Whoever can control their emotions would win this game. Dwayne McBride, and there's the back out. Shows some blitz off the edge. Safety blitz coming in, and the handoff. Great run blitz there as they bring down the runner at the 15-yard line. In back there. 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Second down and 14. 4 minutes and 5 seconds to go. Rice 28, UAB 24. Blazers don't seem to be in much of a hurry, and they don't have any timeouts, mind you.
No, they don't. But the bottom line is Rice right now, the defense has 3 more plays to make. So you got to stop them. You got to take them out of field goal when doing anything for them. They got to score 6. You got to stop them here.
Probably 4 down territory. Second down and 14 at the 15-yard line. Snap Hopkins looking left. He's been on the money tonight. Throws the end zone back corner. Incomplete for Shropshire. As fresh there in that coverage. No flags. A rarity tonight where a flag is not thrown. But third down and 14 yards at the 15. They can get a first down without a touchdown.
Third down and 14.
Owls have to get themselves in check right now. DBs don't need to be talking to receivers. Make the play, get away, get back to the huddle. They've had a problem getting set defensively for most of the night. So they need to get set, understand what they're doing defensively, and keep their emotions in check because they're going to go left.
5 to snap it, 4 to snap it. 3rd and 14 to 15. Snap, play action, roll to the right. Hopkins, he pumps, he stops, he throws to the back of the end zone, and it's incomplete to the back of the end zone. Shropshire caught it, but he rolled back behind the line. And checking on the field, no flags. A 4th and 14 coming up for UAB.
Well, I tell you now, they're going for it.
I think at this point that would be,
they have no timeouts. No timeouts. They got to go for it.
32-yard field goal. You've got to take your points, you would think, but you can't stop it. You're really relying on your defense. And no, they're not sending the field goal unit out there. They've got to go for it.
Yeah, go for it. They don't have a choice. They have that 3:30 left on the clock. This is their best opportunity right now. Is what they're thinking.
Down.
We got to take this shot.
14 from the 15. Get even louder.
Defense needs to get set.
2 seconds. 2 seconds left on the play clock, and Rice called a timeout, I believe.
Timeout. Rice.
Owls might not have had the personnel they needed, but that does a big favor to UAB.
You can't take that chance, though. I mean, you got to call the timeout because if your defense, they don't have the right defense on the field, which is what I said a couple plays ago. They haven't been getting set for the most part all night long because of what UAB has been running. The check with me is confusing the defense. It's like we don't have the right personnel in here. So that's been happening most of the night, and that's how they've been able to offset Rice defensively. They've taken advantage of that as UAB.
Well, if this is an indication how the games are going to be in the American Athletic Conference, I think a lot of folks would say, sign us up. What a game after Rice went to Birmingham last year and won 30-24. It was the first loss for the Blazers at Protective Stadium, and that ended a 15-game winning streak since they restarted football in 2017. Interim head coach Brian Vincent taking over the interim head coach in late June. We do have a timeout on the field. We'll be back right after this. It's Rice football from Learfield.
Doubletree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites is the preferred hotel for anybody visiting the medical center, the museum district, or Rice University. We offer the largest suites in the medical center, complete with full kitchens, and our full-service restaurant and outdoor pool will make your stay complete. We look forward to having you experience the Doubletree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites soon. And if you need a group rate or 10 or more rooms, don't forget to call 713-528-7744. That's 713-528-7744.
Big trip on the horizon? Before you depart, you gotta park. The parking spot is a simpler, easier way to navigate airport parking, and you can save when you book online. You're guaranteed a spot, and we even pick you up at your trunk in our yellow and black spotted shuttles and take you straight to the terminal. Parking and saving come full circle at the parking spot. The Parking Spot, proud sponsor of Rice University. Visit theparkingspot.com to reserve your spot today.
Rice 28 and UAB 24 here. 4th down and 14 for UAB at the Rice 15. Rice by 4 here. After the Rice call timeout, UAB gets a little extra time to discuss things.
Well,
this will go a long way to deciding this ball game, Nate.
You've got twins on both sides of the field, JP. That's dangerous.
One of those in motion. Snap. Hopkins looking towards the end zone, throwing left side, and in coverage, Fresh. No flag, incomplete. The Owls will take over. Fresh talking to the sideline, needs to back up. No flags yet. Looks like the Owls have taken over on downs. Not over yet, though.
No.
Still got to get a first down or two. Rice up by 4.
There's too much time left in this game. First down, Rice. There's too much time left in this game. Ball deep in your territory. So now the UAB defense is looking to turn offense. I'm telling you right now. So they have to be very careful with the ball.
We'll take a timeout on the field. Back in a bit. Rice 28, UAB 24. It's Rice football from their field.
Howdy Homemade Ice Cream is here. Howdy is an ice cream shop in Katy, Texas that makes ice cream in-house and has a unique mission to employ individuals that are differently abled. Stop by and enjoy some ice cream. With every scoop you buy, you help support employment for special needs. Coming to Rice Athletics venues in the fall.
Hey fans, this is Wayne Cook, co-host of College Sports Now. We're breaking down all the action from around the country every week during the football season. We'll look beyond the box score and keep our finger on the pulse of college football from September all the way to the national championship game in January. Listen all season long on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you'd love to get your podcasts. And be sure to follow along on Twitter at CS Now Tweets.
Rice Owls 28, UAB Blazers 24. Owls take the football back. 3:26 to go for their own 15-yard line. Oh, we only had a few things to talk about, Nate.
We got a lot to talk about. I want to make this point, though. The Rice Owls now are going into uncharted territory. They're learning on the fly as a coaching staff, as a team, who they are right now. 28-24, they have the lead. 3:26 left in this game. Can you close it out at home? And that's a big question because they've been, I will say, disturbed emotionally all night by this emotional UAB team that's coming in here after last year. First of all, they put in the notes, in the press notes, unexpected loss. And then they put up Mike Bloomgren's quote in the locker room. So you got to know this was going to be one of those games. And now it's a matter of being able to control your emotions, come out, get the first down, and if you can get a score and win this game. Close it.
Yeah, this one, it was great at the half, 17-7. Not the result for Rice, but the start of the second half when Gabriel Taylor was roughed. And that's how it started emotionally. It's been a very chippy second half specifically. 1st and 10, Rice it's 15, leading 28-24. The snap hand to Uriah West. Nothing going on the left side. 3:20 to go. And so Fish McWilliams brought him down. No gain on the play. 2nd down and 10. So the clock cannot run any faster. About 30 seconds left until they snap it again.
Sometimes you run one play to set up another play.
2nd down, 10.
And there's a play, I'm pretty sure, that Marcus Tuiasosopo is seeing right now, and it's on the far boundary. It's there for him if they want to take it. It's been there all night long, and he's taken a couple of shots. So I'm just wondering now, you want to be careful, but now you see some different personnel in the game.
6 seconds left to snap it, 5 seconds. West still out there, 4, 3. Shotgun McMahon turns, hands to West, and runs into the middle of the pile and might get a yard or two.
Number 20,
Side
West.
judge marking him down around the
Yards.
17, the 18, maybe 3 yards on that play. 2:25 to go. Rice has a timeout. UAB does not have one. Rice 28, UAB 24, 28 to snap it.
What are we looking at here? 3rd and 11? That's the situation.
Third down and 7.
3rd and 7? Okay, third. They just changed it. 3rd and 7. You didn't want to look at that. And here's the thing. It has to be a manageable 3rd down. Is this a manageable 3rd down in this situation deep in your own territory? We'll see.
You really don't want to throw it to stop the clock, right?
Well, no, not if you don't have to, but it's 3rd and 7.
Under center is McMahon. Exactly. Snap, play action, roll on the right side. McMahon running, stopping, and cutting it back to the numbers, dodging the defenders, and he does the wise thing. He takes a 3 yards loss back to the 15-yard line. So 4th and 10, and the clock has stopped for some reason.
One of the first ones there for the Blazers, number 2,
and
Kelly
1:38
Sanders.
to go. The clock should be moving, but the official has stopped it. Talking to Bryant Vincent, their interim head coach, to the far sideline.
Why are they stopping the clock?
I'm wondering that same thing.
Illegal block in the back, number 85. Offense. The penalty is declined. 4th down.
There's a flag on the field.
Yeah, never responded that way.
Clock operator, please reset the game clock to 1:44.
So UAB will get the ball back as the Owls can't really get anything on that drive.
See, okay. Well, woulda, coulda, shoulda. But
this will start. The clock will start on the whistle, correct? On this
correct.
one?
Yeah, you don't have no timeouts for UAB. Rice has 1 timeout left. But this was the opportunity for Rice to try and get that. You need to get that 1st down. You really did.
Owls will try to run the clock down. 18 seconds left. They can get it to around 1:16, 1:17. They're standing around and
without taking a penalty.
So I got a question. We're friends, right?
Yes, sir.
I'll think about this a second before I air this.
You're thinking about what I told you 3 plays ago.
No, not that. But I'm glad you made that. 1:15 to go, and now timeout is called.
Timeout, game. This is the 3rd and final timeout.
Rice has lost timeout.
30 seconds.
Not a delay game penalty, no, sir.
It might be silly saying it, but is this the case where you would? Now you don't want to take a safety because then that puts them within a field goal.
No.
So I'll strike that one down before
Well, you know what's going to happen. They're going to put it in the hands of their defense and run a 1 deep safety. That's what they're going to do because you can't allow anything over the top. The only problem with that is that UAB has been running the ball up and down the field between the 20s all night long. Where they have the problem, where they've had some problems, has been within the red zone. A lot of that self-inflicted with the penalties. And so now you have to be very disciplined if you're Rice. And your defense has to be stout. First, you got to get this kickoff.
All right, punt coming from Hunt, standing his own 2. You need a good exchange here from Wilson back to Hunt. 4th down and 8, the 18. They've got Brown back deep at his 44.
Got to punt it away.
1:15 to go. Here comes the punt. Good exchange. Kick very high. Brown back into his left. This is out of bounds. Far side around the 40.
For the Owls, number 18, Connor Hunt.
Let's see where the line judge marks him. Around the 37. So they are 63 yards away. 1 minute and 7 seconds left.
That's a good punt.
Timeout on the field. We'll take it with them. Back after this, 28-24. Rice leads. About a minute left. This is Rice football from near field.
North Star Pressure Washing, the only power washing company you will ever need for all your commercial and residential properties. Serving Houston and the surrounding areas for over 10 years, and now a proud sponsor for Rice University sports programs. Call us today for a free quote at 281-989-9244, because at North Star Pressure Washing, we never forget that your image is our business.
Hey, it's JP here to tell you that, yes, there's more Rice Owls content out there for you to consume. Subscribe and download the official podcast of Rice Athletics, Rice Owls Insider. Rice Owls Insider provides a unique new look at a variety of head coaches, players, and other integral voices inside the Rice Athletics department. Plus, you can find archived coaches shows as well. For the best in Rice Owls content, subscribe to Rice Owls Insider, the official podcast of Rice Athletics. Available on Apple, Stitcher, and Spotify. Rice football all season brought to you by our friends Yingling Flight. Flight by Yingling, next generation of light beer for those who don't follow trends but craft them. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, official beer partner of Rice Athletics, and now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. Owls football also brought to you by Houston Methodist, the official healthcare provider for Rice Athletics. Visit HoustonMethodist.org. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. With Nate Griffin, I'm JP Heath. A lot of other friends helping us. 1:07 to go. Rice looking for back-to-back wins against UAB. Owls 24, Owls 28, Blazers 24. UAB will have a 1st and 10 at its own 39-yard line. You think back, a week ago tonight, Nate Griffin, seems like so long ago. Remember the Owls started, and they got all the way down to the 9-yard line. What do they start? Their own 5-6-yard line?
Yeah, 6.
And 30 seconds left, and they had a throw into the end zone. UAB is starting at its own 39 with no timeouts, 1:07, with a really good running game. That is 130 yards rushing tonight, but really you worry about Hopkins and the big play as well, too, as he's completed a big pass, 71-yard to Palmer early. He's also got Shropshire's made some grabs.
If Rice Owls play in the zone, what they're going to try to do is pick on the middle of the field. Either that or go with the run. So you got a choice. Now the Rice Owls have to make a decision. Are we willing to stick with the zone from where they start, which is the 39-yard line, their own 39-yard line, to the 20, and then constrict the red zone? Or do they pick a play right now with 4 receivers, looks to be 4 receivers, twins right, twins left, and try to go for it all?
And McBride in the pistol. 1st and 10, their own 39. 1:07 left. Rice leads by 4. Back to passes. Hopkins, the pressure comes in. Slides to his right. Dodges in. Chuku on the trot. He's pumping. He's got a lot of room to run up to the 45 and steps out of bounds in front of Dunbar near the 48. He got about 9 up to the 48. 2nd down and 1. 58 seconds left, and that stopped the clock.
That did stop the clock, but here it is. I mean, you got a quarterback that can run. He picked up yards when the play should have been dead. It should have been a tackle for a loss there, but not able to make that tackle for loss.
What a good job by Hopkins avoiding that sack. McBride in the pistol. 2nd and 1, the 48. Back to pass. Hopkins looking left, surveying middle. Throws it a little bit behind. Coming back to dive. A catch is made. The 35. Down is Rudolph. And they move the chains. 52 seconds, 51, 50 seconds left. And looking to the sideline, Hopkins. The clock did not stop from the move of those chains. 28-24, UAB trailing a Rice Owls. Schumann comes back and sacks Hopkins. He squats down on him. Piercy helps out as well. 35 seconds left, 34 seconds left. 28-24 Rice. It is back to the 41-yard line. Twins left and twins right. Standing on the Old English Yard. Back to passes Hopkins as they hurried it up. He's pressured again. He dropped the football. It's picked up by a UAB player, McBride, the 50. He gets wrapped up by Morrison near side the 45-yard line. 14 seconds left. 13 seconds left. The ball is at the 44-yard line. There's still a UAB player down the field. One more snap. 4 seconds to go. Shotgun Hopkins, last play of the game. Hail Mary coming for the Blazers. He's wrapped up. He's sacked. He's sacked. Josh Piercy ends the game for the Rice Owls. 3 zeros on the clock. Fireworks in the air. Rice wins. Rice wins. Owls 28. Blazers 24. Who's the bully now? An expected win for the blue and gray.
Look at that defense. Look at the defense come up with 3 big plays to end the game. 3 big defensive stops. All sacks. You got to love it, JP. You got to love it, man. That's the way to get it done.
I don't think that's the way UAB thought it would go, plan to go out, as they had the receiver trying to dash its way, sprint his way, coming back just to get. They did a good job just getting that last play off.
But that's a tremendous job by the Rice Owls defense. The front seven coming through all 3 times when you needed them the most. All night long having problems, understanding what UAB was doing offensively, and at the end, they did not yield. They were the bully. They were the bully. I guess this won't be an unexpected loss. They were the bully. The Rice House defense, I love it.
Rice 28 and UAB 24. That's the final. Take a deep breath here. We'll hear from Dunleavy Family Head Football Coach Mike Bloomgren. Do what you can. Jason Metko on that final play. Sack for a loss of 12. Maybe Josh Piercy if you get anybody really quick, Jason, but we'll figure it out on the fly.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for Rice's honor.
Got the school song going right now. UAB exiting down to their locker room. And still some words being exchanged. UAB exiting to the south end, that vomitorium. Jubilant Rice Owls down on the field as the Owls gather. What a wild last few plays of that one, as Hopkins got an 11-yard run and fumbled it as Piercy forced the fumble that was recovered by McBride, and then Piercy ends up with the sack at the end of the game. Jason Metko with Luke McCaffrey.
Luke, that first half, your coach said everything that could go wrong did go wrong in the first half. How'd y'all clean it up in the second half? More importantly, how did you keep your discipline knowing that they were chirping at you most of the game?
Yeah, I think a big part of it is just the maturity of our team. You know, we've had a lot of guys who've been through a lot of battles. And so to be out here, to be poised, to be patient when things aren't going our way, when we're not playing our best ball, and to turn that around and have a great second half, I think that's going to speak measures. There's going to be a lot of learning on Monday, but it's good to get out of those games with a win.
What can you say about your defense finishing strong right there with no time left?
Oh, I don't think it's just finishing strong. They played strong the whole game. You know, as an offense, we gave them 1 touchdown. We had a turnover on the 1-yard line, but other than that, I think they let up 1 touchdown. So they were solid all game. It has nothing to do with them finishing. They're full of a bunch of ballers, and so it's great to see them doing their thing.
Congrats, man. Great game.
Thank you so much.
There's Luke McCaffrey, guys. I'll try to find Coach.
He's down there somewhere. We know Luke leads the Owls, 5 receptions, 38 yards. It was a meat grinder type of a game, a rock fight, and the Owls end up winning this one. Jason Metko down there on the field. We'll hear from Boss in a second. Rice 28, UAB 24. It is the emotion of the moment, Nate, but I don't remember. Maybe it'll come to us. Stay tuned. That's a tease of the Little Woodrow's postgame. As there you go. Go, Jason.
You and I were talking at half. Nothing went right in your estimation. All 3 faces in the first half. Second half, what a performance. What is the main factor in this victory for you tonight, coaching this team?
We were really honest in the locker room. They weren't 10 points better than us at halftime. We did everything we could to keep that game close and to give them a lead in that first half. And we knew that if we could play better ball, we could come out on the other side of this thing. And what we ended up with was a very determined locker room, where these players were committed to making it happen, and they came out and they did it in the second half, and I'm so proud of them.
Can you talk about the discipline, knowing that UAB was chirpy at times, especially the kickoff there and what happened with the collision and the 50-yard?
Yeah, you know what? Like, it's a passionate game. We all know that. Nobody's surprised when it's passionate. I am proud of our guys for being able to keep it in, okay? And that's what we have to do. Like, people are going to have emotions flow out. We've got to be able to protect the Owls and not do anything to hurt this team. And for the most part, we did that tonight, and especially in the second half. I'm proud of everybody for stepping up. Really proud of TJ McMahon for coming back in the second half again.
And your defense tonight, finishing strong.
Defense, all that defense. How about the start to that half, right? You know, getting the stop, getting them 3 and out, and then getting a turnover on the next time they have the ball. So what a big swing in the middle 8 there.
Last one for you. You're 1-0 in conference. How significant is that?
It's huge. I can't tell you the last time we were 1-0 in conference, but it's been a minute. And so really proud of these guys and really proud for the future. We got a bye week to heal up right now, and then we'll get a good plan for these guys going forward.
A little more celebrating than just 24 hours with the bye week?
Oh, I don't know. As coaching staff, we'll come on back and get to work. But yeah.
Congrats, Coach. Well done.
So much.
Guys, a very jubilant head coach now. Man, what a scene, what a game, what a finish. This first half was really a struggle, as we all know. But second half stepped up, 4-point win. And moving on, boys.
Thank you very much, Brother Metko. He's got some more work to do. Going to go down the locker room, get a hold of a few more Owls. Rice 28, UAB 24. Owls win, Owls win. How about that? It's Rice football from Learfield.
Hey, Oscar, wake up. Hi, this is Otis and Oscar, the talking spokes oysters for Acme Oyster House. You've probably seen us on TV. My friend Oscar is, sleeping. You know, we oysters like our beds. Anyway, drop by tonight for a dozen raw, a dozen char grilled, a seafood platter or po' boy, and maybe a few laughs. Come Acme, bro. Not you. Acme Oyster House. Life's more fun with seafood.
Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment. 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, the official beer partner of Rice Athletics, and now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. The Yingling Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Please enjoy responsibly.
Your one-stop for all college sports is the Varsity app and the brand new Varsity Network website, thevarsitynetwork.com. Keep up with your favorite teams and the rest of college sports, no matter where you are, with thevarsitynetwork.com. Live and on-demand broadcasts, your favorite college-centric podcasts with stories and video around college sports and your favorite teams. Be sure to download the Varsity app and check out the brand new Varsity Network website, thevarsitynetwork.com.
The passion.
He's going to take it to the house. Dinner's cooking. Touchdown.
The fury.
Getting blitzed. Down he goes.
The speed.
To the 50. To the 40. He's gone.
The best in college football.
Toward the end zone. Got it for 6 points. You cannot hitch the wagon. Put the ponies in the barn. Back to the end zone. 30. 20.
This is the College Football Blitz. Listen all season long on College Sports Now on the Varsity Network. On the Rice Sports Network from Learfield, welcome to the Little Woodrow's postgame show. Coming up, postgame reaction, including stats and highlights, other scores, and a look ahead at what's next for the Owls.
Rice Owls victorious 28-24 against the UAB Blazers. Rice up to 3-2 and now 1-0 inside Conference USA play. The stat coach was wondering about, we can look that up here in a second, see the last time the Owls won their first Conference USA game. But you know something else that hit me? I guess it was about the quarter mark of that fourth quarter. And they give us all these notes, and great job keeping us updated. And remember some other, like last year's was a close game. But these UAB Blazers in Rice, I mean, the one exception was the 42-0 win by UAB here in 2018. But other than that, they have played some close games. That's the fourth game that has come down to the final minute of the Owls' wins in this series against the Blazers. UAB still leads this series 6-5, but 4 of the Owls' 5 wins have come down to the final seconds.
But you know what they're doing? They're actually establishing a rivalry. And I can tell you now, every time they meet, it's going to be nasty. So you really need to look forward to these games moving forward. They are moving to the American Athletic Conference, correct? I can tell you right now, that's going to be it. That's going to be one of your key rivalry matchups because they don't like each other. I'm telling you now. And so tonight, what you saw growth. You saw growth from a Rice Owls football team. The defense is now a completely different defense. Like I told you, when they played U of H last week, U of H had 3 players who were not able to play, 3 key players not able to play tonight. The Rice Owls have become a bully. And they are now the bully. They're the new bully on the block. That defense is. Finally, Brian Smith has gotten his guys playing the way they need to play. And I tell you, another guy who deserves a lot of credit is Hans, strength and conditioning coach. He's gotten these guys ready. But Mike Bloomgren has now gone from being one type of coach to the next level type of coach because of the fact that they're 3-2. You win a game like this at home, and you can see the progression. They're doing nothing but arrow up, and it's a wonderful thing to see. It really is.
Yeah, you only grow with that experience, and they got that tenfold just in that third quarter alone with how physical it was. plenty of mistakes to be had on both sides in that third quarter. But the Owls got the winning touchdown, the deciding touchdown, the 9:02 mark, and then the defense held on. Dean Connors, his first Owls touchdown, put the Owls up 28-24. That was a drive that was 14 plays, 82 yards. It took 8.5 minutes, their longest drive-by time of the ball game. And they end up winning this one, 28-24. We got Jason Metko down near the locker room. He's got Trey Schumann. Maybe move a little more. Walter, what do you think? You hear him?
Yeah, we'll walk.
Okay, there you go. All yours, Jason.
Trey's in a walking mood here. Obviously, Trey, that second half especially, they were chippy. You guys held your composure. What was the statement that you wanted to make coming out of the locker room?
I mean, just play as hard as you can between the whistles. We knew there was going to be a lot going on. It's always chippy with them. Somehow they've managed to be our rival out of state, but our guys, if we play like we know how, then we'll win time. And
JP, any questions for Trey? We'll walk a little bit further, too. We're testing out gear here tonight, so
yeah,
appreciate Trey.
Trey, as a leader on the team, a captain, you made some big plays in that game too, but speak to just what that win means. Nate and I were just talking about you guys taking a big step forward. It's tough, I know, so emotional in the moment now, but this has to rank up there with one of the bigger wins for you, and what does that mean for you all?
Absolutely. I mean, anyone who's followed Rice in the last years know that not only have we just struggled in conference, we struggled to pull out wins. So the fact that we're at a point where we're 3-2 and 1-0 in our first game in conference against a really great opponent in UAB, I think you hear the locker room a little bit in the background. It means the world.
Single digit. You know who this is. You know who it is, single digit.
Up, dude.
Come on, man. Hey, finally, you guys are playing the way you look. And, you look physical. You're playing physical. What's it like to get out there and actually play bully ball? Because that's what you guys did tonight. You played bully ball.
Right. I mean, it's awesome. It's we love and have been capable of, and finally put it together. And I think best that when phase just made up for it in another phase.
Trey, congrats, man. Enjoy this. You guys certainly earned it, and we'll see you next week or in a couple weeks. Enjoy the bye week.
Oh, yeah, I will.
Trey Schumann, guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, guys.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, we're talking business. Go ahead.
His voice doesn't sound like he looks. I mean, he's intimidating. He walks into a room, this guy's a defensive end at 6'3", 265. You know it.
Owls victorious 28-24, and Myron Morrison down with Jason Metko. Jason.
We have Mr. Morrison outside, so hopefully we can all communicate now. Myron, the second half defensively, you guys stepped it up. First half was a little bit slow. What was the message to coach, or from coach to you guys in the locker room going into half?
Really just come out, hit them in the mouth, set the tone early. That's what we did.
Guys, I'll let you ask a few questions.
Hey, Myron, speak to the intensity of that one, as it seemed like after they had that late hit on Gabe, and you guys kind of rallied, and that seemed to be a pretty physical game the second half.
Yeah, it was already personal coming into the game, but after that, it was personal for sure. So came out, made plays between the whistles, and came out the dog.
Hey, Myron, this is Nate. First of all, I want you to let me know a little bit later on Twitter if Craig Stump does not send you a tweet or a text message or something. And then, two, I want you to talk about how much you guys have grown from this game.
From this game in particular?
Yeah, from this game. The last few games and this game. You closed it out.
Right. Each game we just know we can do it, and we're putting it out there. We've been known that we could do it, and now everybody else is seeing it.
Myron, you have a bye week here. Normally it's a quick turnaround. You focus on the next team. How much longer do you enjoy and savor a win like this?
We'll be back to work pretty soon, but it's definitely going to feel good for tonight.
Myron Morrison, guys. Thank you, sir. Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jason, we'll take this break, but anybody else, you are large and in charge down there. And to answer Coach's question, I dug it up there. The last time Rice won its opening game in conference was in 2017. They hoofed it to Australia, and that was right after Hurricane Harvey. And Rice won at UTEP. Their only win of that season was in the second game, and that was their conference opener. So it's been 5 years since Rice has won the conference opener.
Yeah. You know what? 2013, that's when they had a really, really good conference football team. And these guys, I am telling you, and I may be stepping out in front of myself, but I will tell you that I think this team, based on what I'm seeing right now, other than Chase Clement, okay, is a really, really good football team. Really, really good football team. It's just a matter of them putting some wins together and starting to realize. And you just heard Myron Morrison say, we're good. We knew that. We knew we could do it. But now you have to be able to show the results on the field and in the win column. And if they do that in the next couple of games, JP, is no telling what could happen. I'm just putting it out there.
Lots coming up here in the Little Woodrow's postgame. Rice 28, UAB 24. Back after this, it's Rice football from Learfield.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Houston, we have a cocktail. All Hands Canned Cocktails are made with 6 times distilled craft vodka at a sturdy 10% ABV to ensure you never have to sacrifice the quality of your provisions. Now available in 6 natural flavors, including raspberry lemonade, ruby red grapefruit, cherry limeade, cranberry and vodka soda, and vodka tonic classic. Follow the adventure on Instagram at @DrinkAllHands and try these bar-strength cocktails for yourself at the next game. All Hands, damn fine cocktails. Proud sponsor of Rice Athletics.
North Star Pressure Washing, the only power washing company you will ever need for all your commercial and residential properties. Serving Houston and the surrounding areas for over 10 years, and now a proud sponsor for Rice University sports programs. Call us today for a free quote at 281-989-9244, because at North Star Pressure Washing, we never forget that your image is our business.
DoubleTree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites is the preferred hotel for anybody visiting the medical center, the museum district, or Rice University. We offer the largest suites in the medical center, complete with full kitchens, and our full-service restaurant and outdoor pool will make your stay complete. We look forward to having you experience the DoubleTree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites soon. And if you need a group rate or 10 or more rooms, don't forget to call 713-528-7744. That's 713-528-7744.
Rice House victorious 28-24 against the UAB Blazers. Glance at a few numbers of this one. The final stat column. Would this be a final one? Yes, indeed it is. As the Owls in this one, final score, that's right. Owls got outgained in this one. 342 yards for the Blazers, 211 for the Rice Owls. UAB, 238 passing yards. The Owls won this one with only 104 passing yards and 107 rushing yards. That doesn't make sense unless you saw the game and saw that the Owls really did a lot of it on the defensive side and having the short touchdown runs and these short field position opportunities where they didn't have to go too long except for that 82-yarder towards the end. That one, and of course, you had a defensive score from Trayshawn Chamberlain tonight, 4 yards. That was a huge play. You needed every single play you could get. Rice 28 and UAB 24. Time of possession, have you already seen it?
What is it, like 15?
30 minutes to 30 minutes.
Wow.
Exactly
that
30 minutes.
No, I hadn't had a chance to look at that.
Each team had the ball exactly 30 minutes. Rice was 4 of 12 on third downs, usually a pretty reliable category for them. And UAB was 8 of 14 on third downs. UAB was 0 of 1 on fourth downs, and Rice converted both of its 2 opportunities in the red zone. Check down on the fourth down. Owls were 2 of 2. But in the red zone, UAB 3 of 4. Rice 3 of 3. With those 2 Ari Broussard touchdown runs and the Connors touchdown reception. Owls have been great on their red zone opportunities this year. And, hey, that's the money territory for a reason there. Yeah, on the season, they are now, what does that carry? The 5. Yeah, 20 of 22 on their red zone opportunities
That's
this
good.
season.
That's real good, especially when you have an Ari Broussard
in the backfield. But remember, we said at the very start of the fourth quarter, you have to be efficient because this was going to be one of those games. It's going to be nip and tuck. It's going to be very physical. And it's not going to matter who has the most yards at the end of the game. It's really not. And it did not matter because UAB had more yards, more total yards at the end of the game than Rice, 360 to 209. However, Rice was more efficient. And like you said, they did it on the defensive end. If you look at the number of sacks, did you see that number?
Surprised me.
Three sacks for each team.
Yeah, I got 4 for UAB, but
yeah,
it was even. It was even in that one.
Yeah, even. So you had a good defense, and it defense does win championships. But when you have an offense that can put up a few points and get the first down when you need them, that's called efficiency. So they were efficient tonight, and they really played well. And I'm glad that we called the plays for them.
We held on to the end there. I have to listen back.
I held my breath.
How well that was described.
I'm glad you would have played by play, man.
Rice, I'll see your sacks stat and raise you another one. Rice had 8 tackles for a loss for 41 yards lost in that one.
Yes.
Sean Fresh. Okay. Yeah, we want to ask permission to get Mr. Fresh down in there. He had that big fourth down defensive play. Sean Fresh down in the locker room with Jason.
Questions for him.
Sean, what a game, especially the second half. What's your mindset after a basically Donnybrook of a battle here tonight against UAB?
It was tough. It was a tough game, tough battle. Got a little chippy our whole game, really. So, we just fought for each other. We brothers out there. We fight as one. We come down as one. We come in this game. We practice as one. And when it gets chippy, get chippy. And we just fight together. And like I said, we all just having fun.
JP, Nate, we got some questions for him.
Hey, Sean, you know what this means? You have to come on the Coach's Show every week now if you get a win like this.
Really? I'll be
yeah, get you some good seafood again.
Yes,
congrats on the win. Speak to that physicality of it, how Nate and I have been up here talking, how you guys grew tonight. And we see y'all, you learned how to win this one and just how you guys grew in this one.
We're growing a lot. It just shows Rice fight never dies. That's what we breathe, and that's how we live every week, every practice. Rice fight never dies. So we just fought as one. We fought as a team. We brothers out there. We believed in our coaches. We never gave up, and we just fought to the end, and that's how we got it done.
Hey, Sean, forget all that. I want to talk about how they try to provoke you. They really UAB, and we know they have some chippy guys over there, but they really tried to provoke you guys tonight. Kind of give us an idea of how you guys were able to get through. They really tried to provoke Gabe. And tell me what you told Gabe, what you guys talked about to prevent all of that from happening and getting those penalty flags out there.
It's tough out there for real. That's their whole game plan. They try to get in your head. Like we said, we came in this game, our coach talked to us. He said, they're the bullies. The bully down last, easy to take the bully down again. So when it gets chippy like that, we just got to keep our heads. It's hard out there because, we men, we got emotion still. And we just keep our heads. So, when one is, by himself or fighting by himself, we all got to pick him back up, So that's how we do it. Like I said, we fight as one. We're a team. We got each other's back.
Hold on. Before you go, I got one more question.
Yes, sir.
And I know you can't say exactly what they told you, and you can't say exactly what you said to them, but give us the clean version of what was said of an exchange out there.
Man, I don't even think there is a clean version of what they said. You feel me? I'm gonna just put it like this. They said something about my mom.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah. And maybe I said something about their mom.
Oh, boy.
Hey, they going home with an L, so it's nothing much to be said.
Okay, very good, very good.
Yeah.
Nice job.
I guess you celebrate a little bit longer now, given this win, and that you have a bye week, Sean?
Yeah, next week's a bye week. We're going to take it easy, get some recovery, get some guys back, and it's going to be a great week in Florida.
Way to battle. Thanks, Sean.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Sean Fresh, everybody.
Thank you very much to him. More coming up for the Little Woodrow's postgame. Rice 28, UAB 24. We'll have individual stats and get to some scores in a second. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Big trip on the horizon? Before you depart, you gotta park. The Parking Spot is a simpler, easier way to navigate airport parking, and you can save when you book online. You're guaranteed a spot, and we even pick you up at your trunk in our yellow and black spotted shuttles and take you straight to the terminal. Parking and saving come full circle at the Parking Spot. The Parking Spot, proud sponsor of Rice University. Visit theparkingspot.com to reserve your spot today.
Have no post-game plans? You do now. Head down the street to Little Woodrow's in Rice Village and relax over indoor and outdoor games, sports, and drink specials that a college student can't refuse. All you have to do is bring your student ID to enjoy $2.50 domestic drafts. Also, don't miss out on our Thursday college nights, as we've got $2 domestic drafts and $3 shot specials. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram to stay up to date on all of our upcoming events and specials. Little Woodrow's, the official Rice Owls game day headquarters.
Houston, we have a cocktail. All Hands Canned Cocktails are made with 6 times distilled craft vodka at a sturdy 10% ABV to ensure you never have to sacrifice the quality of your provisions. Now available in 6 natural flavors, including raspberry lemonade, ruby red grapefruit, cherry limeade, cranberry and vodka soda, and vodka tonic classic. Follow the adventure on Instagram at @DrinkAllHands and try these bar-strength cocktails for yourself for the next game. All Hands, damn fine cocktails. Proud sponsor of Rice Athletics.
The passion.
He's going to take it to the house. Dinner's cooking. Touchdown.
The fury.
Getting split. Down he goes.
The speed.
To the 50. To the 40. He's gone.
Western College football.
For the end zone. Got it for 6 points. You cannot hitch the wagon. Put the ponies in the barn. Back to the end zone. 20.
This is the College Football Blitz. Listen all season long on College Sports Now on the Varsity Network.
Owls take this week to go to 3-2, an off week coming up. We told you about the team stats, where if you missed it, the Owls were outgained in this one, 342 to 211. But the Owls won the rock fight, and the penalties were big. UAB 12 penalties, 116 yards, and the Owls not necessarily clean themselves, but 10 penalties, 75 yards. On the individual stat sides, first for the visitors from Birmingham, meant to get to this in regulation. Obviously, we had a great finish to that one that took precedent, but they made McBride work for his 115 yards, 27 carries, 4.3 yards a carry. So he led everybody with a jersey and rushing. Hopkins, as advertised and as we've seen in the past, very efficient, 15 of 21 passing, 231 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick. Shropshire was targeted 9 times, but get this, 4 catches for 65 yards. As T.J. Jones also had 4 grabs, but that only went for 13 yards. Their leading yardage guy was Tajon Palmer. He had 82 yards, but they also had a 71-yarder mixed in there. That is not on this stat sheet, as that was the long for Mr. Hopkins. And they were led in tackles by Tyler Taylor. He had 12. Key and Wilder each had 8. On the Owls' individual side, Cam Montgomery paced the Owls in rushing. An odd nugget. This just came to the big old noggin of mine. Cam Montgomery, 34 yards rushing, 2 straight games. You got up here fast. Blinked and Metko's up here. 2 straight games that the Owls' leading rusher is 34 yards.
Well,
that's wild.
I mean, you got 4 guys carrying the football, right?
Yeah. Spreading it out.
Yeah, that's what they do. So you use each guy for whatever you need. And, sometimes, you got to have Ari Broussard, who's the hard, tough runner in between tackles. And then, you have Cam, who can hit the hole. If Cam hits the hole fast, it's going for 30 or 40 if he hits it quickly. Ari Broussard, he's that guy who's got a pace. You got a pace, and that's what you need. You need a guy who can hit the hard. Uriah West is another guy who does the same thing. Dean Connors, he's a spurt and go. So you're going to get a lot of different things from him. Good guy out of the backfield to throw the ball to, good pass receiver out of the backfield. That's what you have. You have combinations of guys that you need to have to be able to get things done against a team like UAB that you saw tonight.
So a week after, McMahon threw for 334 yards, albeit short sample size, career high 334. McMahon, 11 of 17 for 104 yards. But talk about McMahon extending plays with his legs, too. He did a good job of that tonight, picking up a couple of first downs. McCaffrey targeted 7 times, 5 catches, 38 yards. Good job by Jason getting him right as after the game ended. Rosner, 2 grabs for 34 yards on the night. Hunt punted 5 times, 46-yard average. His long of the season average-wise, and his long punt of the season came 57 yards. He pinned him inside the 20 twice, including once inside the 5. And Gabriel Taylor roughed up a bit towards the beginning of that second half, but he still finished with 9 tackles. And Ikene Achukwu, a monster game. This is one the scouts will rave about, as he was on a mission there, as he had 9 tackles as well. And Myron Morrison, 8 tackles, but can't overlook Josh Piercy, who had 2 tackles for a loss on the last 2 of the last 3 plays of that game that helped out the blue and gray. A lot more to get to here in the Little Woodrow's post game coming up next. Stay tuned. Rice 28 and UAB 24. It's Rice football from Learfield.
We interrupt your top 40 hits to issue this alert from the Karbach Brewing Company. In our efforts to brew our distinct and popular Hopadillo IPA, we have unwittingly created a monster with an insatiable thirst, a monster that will not stop until it gets what it wants, an ice-cold Hopadillo IPA, just like the one I'm holding in my hand. Bold, flavorful, dry-hopped, irresistible, sweet Mary! Hopadillo. Find it before it finds you. Bravely brewed in Texas by the Karbach Brewing Company.
Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment. 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, the official beer partner of Rice Athletics, and now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. The Yingling Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Please enjoy responsibly.
With MyFit Foods, meal planning isn't hard. We've got options on options for ready-to-eat meals. It's no secret why MyFit Foods is the best choice for meal prep. We have the best products, price point, and people dedicated to serving you. Stop by our store, only a mile down the road from Rice University, and fuel your body the Rice way today. MyFit Foods. Give a fit.
Join us each Monday of a game week for the Mike Bloomgren Show from Acme Oyster House. It's at 1201 Westheimer. It's aired live at 7 o'clock on the Varsity Network app, RiceOwls.com, and the Owls Game Day app. Coach and I will recap each game and preview the Owls' next opponent. Players and assistant coaches also join us throughout the season. And get this, it's also streamed live on the Owls Facebook and YouTube channels. The Mike Bloomgren Show, 7 o'clock every Monday of a game week at Acme Oyster House.
Welcome back to the Little Woodrow's post-game show. The Rice Owls victorious over the UAB Blazers 28-24 in a heart-stopper for sure here in our Little Woodrow's post-game show. Have our Acme Oyster House What's on Tap coming up next. The Owls going into the bye week. We'll look at those FAU Owls, but a quick turnaround Conference USA. Tell you what happened today. The Owls' next opponent, FAU, defeated by North Texas up at Apogee Stadium in Denton, 45-28. North Texas gets that win as Perry in that loss threw for 295 yards. UTEP beats Charlotte tonight, 41-35. Gavin Hardison, 173 yards through the air in that victory. Deion Hankins rushed for 112 yards in that win for the Miners. How about this? Western Kentucky goes down to their old Sun Belt rival, the Troy Trojans there. That's at Houghton Smith Stadium in Bowling Green. Troy beats Western Kentucky 34-27. But Reed in the loss, ho-hum, another Western Kentucky quarterback. We'll worry about him in November.
Right.
But Reed throws for 406 yards and 3 scores. And Matheson only had 160 yards receiving for the Hilltoppers in that loss. FIU goes into Las Cruces and beats New Mexico State. No points in the second half for FIU, but they beat the they beat the Aggies. I always do that there with the New Mexico teams, but they beat the Aggies 21-7. And a pretty light day across Conference USA. As UTSA beat Middle Tennessee 45-30. The Owls and Blazers future conference, taking a look around the American Athletic Conference. East Carolina beat South Florida today 48-28. Last night, Tulane beat Houston just down the road, 27-24 at TDECU. And today, Cincinnati over at our favorite stadium. I wouldn't even have to give Nate a hint on this one. They're at Skelly Field at Chapman Stadium in Tulsa. My favorite, I'm not lying, it's not silly.
Ours.
Our favorite stadium of all time to broadcast from.
Sir.
This is such a quaint, small setting. It is great. But Cincinnati wins there today, besides that fact, 31-21. And some other games of interest, Bobby Williams and he's the athletic director, of course, but the Sam Houston State Bearcats just edge out the SFA Lumberjacks and say it ain't so. Maybe the last Piney Woods battle there. As the Battle of the Piney Woods, as Sam Houston squeaks it out against SFA 17-16, and not ranked, so I'm not breaking any rules, Nate. But Texas defeats West Virginia 38-20 today. What you got on your ranked side of things?
Are you ready?
I am.
You sure?
You're just not ready. You're stalling.
No,
for
I'm
time.
ready. I'm ready.
Right
I can
here.
tell you who it is. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. I got it. So Georgia comes back. And they win that game at Missouri 26-22. They beat them.
You're guessing or
No.
you're telling me? Okay, I see it now. Yeah.
Hey,
you're
wait
right.
a minute. You know what I do for a living, right? I cannot not know, okay? A double negative. I have to know. So Penn State knocks off Northwestern 17-7. Alabama, as you guys heard earlier, defeats Arkansas 49-26. Oklahoma State knocks off Baylor 36-25. That game was earlier today. Clemson over North Carolina State, 30-20. And a lot of folks thought that they were going to go into Clemson and win. Wasn't going to happen. Wake Forest knocks off Florida State, 31-21. Utah over Oregon State, 42-16. TCU, 55. Oklahoma, 24. You know, I texted you about that game earlier.
Wasn't even that close.
It was not close. What did they do? What do you call that? Boat race?
That was a boat race.
That was a boat race.
Yeah, sort
Yes?
of.
No?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Well,
more of a route.
What determines a boat race?
If it is just not close from the get-go. And Oklahoma did play a little bit close there in that first quarter, but controversial play there on that targeting call against TCU. But
well, it definitely wasn't a squeaker. So Kansas
There you
State
go.
over Texas Tech, 37-28. Purdue beats Minnesota 20-10. Ole Miss 22-3 over Kentucky. I'm sure that you can add. 26, JP, I'm sure you can add. Number 4, Michigan all over Iowa, 27-14. Stanford down to Oregon in the first quarter with 2:36 remaining, 3-0. And USC leading Arizona State. And they just kicked the PAT, 21-10. So there you go, top 25.
yeah, more coming up here. Rice wins over UAB 28-24. We'll close it out. We'll have our Acme Oyster House What's on Tap coming up next. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Buy the best for less at Shoppers. Shoppers has the lowest prices on John Deere tractors,